Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Wicked Rule by K.I. Lin, narrated by Alexander Sendiz and Carolyn Eve. Then, 10 months ago, the woman beneath me burned, hot and wet. Each moan from her lips, each gasp as I drove deeper into her, sent a jolt down my spine. Finding myself looking down into the irresistible eyes of the blonde siren was not the outcome I had expected when I went out for drinks with my cousin to one of the posh clubs that he owned. I didn't pick women up often, and when I did, I certainly didn't take them home. Well, not home exactly, to a hotel I owned. A few hours earlier, I'd begrudgingly stepped across a threshold and into the cesspool known as a nightclub. Immediately, my skin prickled, and I fought the urge to turn around and retreat to my sanctuary. But an arm dropping down onto my shoulder halted me. "Don't even think about it, cousin," Reese said, pulling me through the crowd and the sea of gyrating bodies. The music thumped loudly as we passed the speakers, making my head pound in time. "This isn't necessary," I said as we approached the velvet rope at the base of a set of stairs, where a security guard kept watch. "Good evening, Omar," Reese said with a jovial smile. The guard smiled back. "Evening, Mr. DeLaury," he replied, then unhooked the rope and moved aside. "Have a good time." "That's the plan," Reese called back as we ascended the stairs to the VIP section. After a long, hard battle of a week, all I wanted to do was sink into my bed and not move for a few hours, but, as usual, my wants were never a consideration. "Relax, we're here to enjoy the evening and maybe the company of a lady or two. Maybe 3 if we're lucky." Club rats were not my taste, but that didn't mean I couldn't enjoy the view. We entered the private space filled with couches and a table hidden by large, heavy curtains. Shortly after, a barely dressed waitress came in and took our order. "Would you relax?" I narrowed my gaze at him, said the snake. "To the lion, if anyone is eating anyone, it's you." I blew out a breath and rubbed my hands across my stubble. "We need to celebrate." "It's been 6 months, I argued. He rolled his eyes. 6 months since you've been CEO, and not once have you celebrated that accomplishment." "It's hard to celebrate something that I always knew was going to be mine." "It's still an accomplishment. You didn't get it simply because you are the firstborn. You worked your ass off to climb to the top." He was right. From a young age, it was drilled into me that I needed to be the best, and not only the best would lead the DeLaury legacy into the future. If I failed to rise to the top, the mantle would have been passed to whoever was worthy. The music drew me to the railing, and I surveyed the crowd, watching the pulsing lights beat in time with the bass thumping from the speakers. It was too loud for my tastes, but Reese was correct. I needed to celebrate. For years, I'd sacrificed everything in my climb to the top, to the point that the company was my life. Every minute of the day was spent thinking about the many workings of our near 200-year-old family business. We'd come out unscathed in the battles of the Industrial Revolution, survived the Great Depression, and exploded in the technological age. "Are those gray hairs I see and all that dark blonde?" Reese said, forcing me to acknowledge his close proximity. I narrowed my gaze as I turned toward him. His gray eyes sparkled with mirth. They were the same eyes as my younger brother Hamilton, the same as my father and uncle, as well as my grandfather. The eyes of a predator. An interesting observation. My own were blue, like my mother, warm enough to draw one in, cool enough to give one pause, and calculating enough to frighten even the strongest of constitutions. No more than those cropping up in your dark locks. You need a haircut. Reese ran a hand through his hair, which seemed a few weeks past the point of needing a trim. "All the better to be gripped and tugged on when I'm between a woman's thighs." A notion he wasn't incorrect about. My scalp tingled with the desire for just that. "I bet we could find something pretty to top your evening off with." It would be easier to simply call Bridget or Antonia. The 2 women were often called upon as dates to events or for an evening when I was in need of relief. "Where's the fun and excitement in that? The thrill of some nimble, nubile young woman to warm your cock?" Sadly, his mere description awakened the craving for all that he depicted. "Where do you find the energy?" "For starters, my brain isn't hardwired to the company 24/7. Second, I don't waste all of my excess energy in the gym. Third, I enjoy the hunt. A hungry cock will do whatever is necessary to dive into the wet warmth of young tight pussy." "You do realize you're starting to sound like Hamilton?" He shrugged. "I'm not as, virile as he is. My appetite is more refined. And I don't pursue it every week. Besides, the brainless bimbos he usually beds hold little appeal to me. I prefer the chase. I'm here to relax. And nothing is more relaxing than coming into a woman's mouth up here with hundreds of bodies mere feet below. I'll take that under advisement. He sighed and leaned against the rail. If you don't want to put forth the effort, just tell them who you are. I've had women clamoring over each other to get on my dick after they heard my last name. Everyone knows the DeLowry name. We're a fucking American icon. Before I could compose a retort, the waitress arrived with our drinks, and I gladly took a few hard sips of the amber liquid. As I did, I watched as a woman with short blonde hair stepped off the dance floor and headed toward the bar. She seemed a bit out of place, which caught my eye. While most women were in tight, body-hugging, bust-enhancing scraps of fabric, the skirt of her dress fluttered behind her. It was more the dress of a garden party than a night out. The deep navy contrasted against her pale skin, and something white danced across the fabric, breaking up the monotony. No one followed her, and she found an empty seat at the far end of the bar. As I conversed with Reese, I periodically glanced her way, and not a soul ever approached. After finishing my drink, I glanced back to find her still on her own. All of Reese's talk of the chase, and a little relaxation from the liquor, had my mind spinning. I'm going to go get a refill. His brow furrowed. Cindy will be back in a few. I cleared my throat as I stood. It's fine. He shook his head. The bar is a mess. I'll return, I said, not waiting for a response as I pushed through the heavy curtains and made my way down the dark hallway. An odd thump of my heart pounded as I descended the stairs and caught a closer look at her. She seemed to be sipping a clear glass of something. Gin and tonic, perhaps? There was something out of place about her, more than her unearthly quality. She was dressed for the evening, somewhat conservatively compared to other women, with the skirt of her dress loose and hitting mid-thigh, and her inhibitions appeared not to have been taxed by alcohol. Her attention was on the wall behind the bartender, and my curiosity piqued even more, almost desperate to know what was on her mind. The curiosity drew me ever closer. "What's the celebration?" I asked. The words were out before I even realized I'd leaned in. She jumped and turned toward me, her brown eyes wide. I usually wasn't attracted to women with short hair, but the long pixie cut seemed to suit her. High cheekbones, large eyes, flawless skin, and perfectly pink, kissable lips were featured on her oval face. "Forgive me, I didn't mean to startle you." She blinked and smiled as she shook her head.
"No, I'm sorry. I was spacing out. What was the question?"
"What are you celebrating?" She sighed and attempted a smile.
"It's my birthday."
I scrunched my brow. "Why do you look so down about that?" She stared down at the glass in her hand.
"Honestly, I'm questioning what the fuck I'm doing here."
I glanced around and took note of how she failed to follow, searching out no one. "Please don't say you're here alone." She looked away and swallowed.
"Everyone was busy."
I leaned back. There was something about her that drew me in closer, something that wouldn't allow me to leave her by herself, my little sea nymph, sitting on her rock all alone. I held out my hand. "Come with me."
"What?"
She looked down at my offered hand. A chuckle left me. "I have a table. We will help you celebrate." She shook her head.
"Thanks, but I think I'm just going to go home."
"I insist." I gained the bartender's attention and called him over. "Yes, sir. What can I do for you?" "Can you send her drink up with a bourbon neat?" "Yes, sir." He took her drink despite her protest. "And whatever her tab is, deal with it." "Yes, sir."
"What are you doing?"
she asked with wide eyes. I cleared my throat and glanced down at my hand. With a huff, she took it, and I reveled in the warmth of her touch as she slid off her stool, her purse tucked into her other hand. Once she was on her feet, I slipped her hand into the crook of my arm and led her away. When we reached the staircase, the music lessened as we retreated from the speakers. The bodyguard standing there gave me a nod and moved to the side to allow us up. "What's your name?"
"Ophelia."
"Ophelia? That's a beautiful name. Mine is Atticus."
"Where are we going?" "The tables are down there."
She pointed over her shoulder, an edge of apprehension in her tone. Hoping to put her at ease that I had nothing nefarious up my sleeve, I gave her a warm smile, something few people ever received from me. "The VIP section." Her lips parted and her eyes widened. We finished the climb and moved into a dimly lit walkway with large, thick curtains on one side. Once we reached the middle, I parted the curtains and ushered her through. Reese's gaze was wide as he eyed the woman coming into the private space. "What's this?" he asked, his lips pulling up into a grin. I very much noticed the glint in his eye, and the "I told you so" smirk that formed.
Ophelia,
she said as she held her hand out. Reese, being as lethal as ever, took her hand in his and kissed the top. "What did I do to be graced with such beauty?" She quirked a brow at him.
does that line actually work?
I burst out laughing, surprising both of them. "I told you your lines are over the top, and here I am, proven correct." "What did he say to get you up here?" he asked her, then glared at me. "And my lines warm my bed every night I desire, without fail."
He didn't say much, just to follow him.
"So direct, Atticus, it's shocking." I narrowed my gaze at him as I sipped on the drink the waitress had set down. "I find speaking directly works." "Ophelia, answer me this. Does flattery not work on you? Atticus is quite brash and often called insensitive by women, and you have me curious."
It wasn't really words, but I'm also not sure I understand the undercurrent of associating me with him. Yes, he convinced me to come with him, but that doesn't make me his.
Reese leaned in closer. "Does that mean you'd be mine for the night?"
No.
I smirked at the lack of hesitation. She wasn't falling for him. "Why not?"
"You're shady as fuck,"
she said without pause. I couldn't contain my laughter again. What the hell was going on with me? Reese's confusion at my reaction was evident in his wide-eyed stare. "He has laughed twice now. I'm going to have to ask you to take him back down and return with the correct Atticus, but before that, why such a harsh comparison?" Reese's wounded pride was bleeding all over the place.
It's in your attitude, the vibe you give off.
"And by that you trust him more than me?" Reese was both seriously affronted and entertained. Given that I was known as the Wicked King, I found it interesting that she held even an inkling of trust for me. "She has good intuition. Lethal lawyers are shady as fuck." He narrowed his eyes at me. "Might I remind you that it is a shadiness you have used to your advantage more than once?" I tipped my glass to him. "True. However, we aren't talking about a business venture, but the company of a woman."
"What are you boys doing up here all alone?"
she asked, putting an end to our spat. Reese leaned back. "Trying to let loose after a hard week." I scoffed. While Reese was normally reserved and cutthroat, he also had a playful nature about him. He was more social than me, but I knew why he pounded back the drinks and why he wore a facade. I saw the dark emptiness, if even just a flicker. "What do you do, Ophelia?" I asked, curious about the little nymph beside me.
"Right now, I'm a waitress."
I'd hoped she'd be something a little more interesting to help explain her appeal. Still, it failed to tamp down my curiosity. "Right now?" Reese asked with a quirk of his brow. She nodded.
"I have a degree in biology and was briefly in pharmaceutical sales, but that didn't work out. I just haven't found what I want to do yet."
That was more interesting. At least she was intelligent.
"What do you do?"
she asked as she looked at me. There seemed to be a current moving that I hadn't noticed before, and I quite enjoyed the simmer of heat that pulsed between us. I glanced to Reese, then gave her a strained smile. I didn't want to tell her. It would ruin the atmosphere. I was genuinely enjoying our time. "I went into the family business. Boring stuff."
"Didn't have a choice?"
My jaw clenched. "Not really." "From the day he was born, his future was set," Reese said, covering the truth and redirecting her attention on the subject.
"And what about you? Lawyer, was it?"
Reese grinned. "Corporate lawyer." Nothing about his answer was untrue, just the omission of it being the family company.
"Remind me, is that better or worse than an ambulance chaser?"
she asked. Another laugh burst from me. What had gotten into me? I wasn't one to show enjoyment in anything. Something about my little nymph was drawing it out of me. Despite what she said, she was mine, if even just for the night. "You wound me, Ophelia." She smiled and shook her head.
"I doubt there is little that would wound you. What did Atticus call you, the lethal lawyer?"
"I do like them feisty." She shrugged, then turned to me.
"How about you?"
My heart thrummed roughly in my chest as her brown eyes bored into mine. "Feisty or not, it makes no difference. I'm enjoying your company regardless." She settled back against the couch, her shoulders settling under my arm. The current intensified, firing off tingles across every inch of her that rested against me.
"He wins."
Perhaps I would be taking someone home this evening.
Ophelia. The alcohol warmed me, but not as much as the man I'd inched my way closer to over the past hour. Despite the way the evening began, I thoroughly enjoyed myself with these two gorgeous strangers in a VIP booth at Angelino. It was one of the hottest clubs in the city, and I only came out on the invitation from my friend Jennifer, who then canceled on me last minute. Whatever, we'd barely talked over the last few years, but she saw a post on Facebook and invited me. Still, I came, using her name, which was on the list. I guess dating a professional baseball player had its advantages, and cutting the line of people hoping to cross the threshold. I had been 2 sips from walking out, ending the night early, when Atticus appeared beside me. His blue eyes held me in thrall, his voice on edge. And those were only the first 2 things I noticed about the man. There was a dusting of stubble accentuating his strong jaw, and he had a straight nose, perfectly styled light brown, possibly dirty blonde hair, with similarly colored brows that shadowed his intense gaze. His lips. Immediately, my body flamed red hot just imagining his lips ghosting across my skin. I forced myself to look away and focus on the charcoal-colored suit that hugged his body in the most perfect way. When I took his hand, I was pleasantly surprised by his height. At 5.5 feet tall, pretty close to 6 feet in heels, he was still inches above me. 2 hours later, I was as entranced by his eyes, his lips, and his body as I had been when I first saw him. His voice left me wet and wanting from the beginning. I'd just returned to the VIP lounge from a trip to the bathroom, where I'd removed my thong and shoved it into the pocket of my dress, preferring the cool air to the damp sensation. When I pushed through the heavy curtain, I was greeted by Atticus's warm smile. "You didn't run off." I quirked a brow at him. "Is that code for I should have left?" He stood and stepped toward me as I moved to the railing. Reese had disappeared while I was away, leaving us alone with the heavy crackling of attraction that pulled us together. I swallowed hard and looked out over the crowd, trying to tamp down the lustful thoughts I was having about the gorgeous man. My hips swayed to the beat as I let my mind go and lost myself. A gasp left me as my skin electrified, and I slowed the roll of my hips. Atticus's strong chest was against my back, his arms on either side of me, caging me against the railing. The warmth of his body muddled my mind. The heat of his breath against my neck, followed by the light brush of his lips and stubble, had me pushing back into him. "I don't do this, ever. But I have a hotel room a few blocks away. I would hate for the evening to end." He sat against my ear, his voice a low, gravelly tone, deep and rich, that sent shivers down my spine. Every word the man said held an air of power, and his voice projected confidence. I'd never had a one-night stand. Yet, with the tangible chemistry between me and the man behind me, I had a feeling that was about to change. It would be a first for me, I said as I arched my neck and leaned back against him. He let out a low groan before lightly nipping my neck just below my ear, sending a jolt through my system. "Is that a yes?" He rocked his hips against my ass, and my mouth popped open at the feel of his hard length pressing against me. I moved my hips, grinding against him for a moment before twisting to look at him. His eyes were dark, lips only a few inches away. Craning my neck, I nipped at his bottom lip, then ran my tongue against it to soothe the sting, loving the way his gaze darkened. "Yes." He reached up and gripped my jaw, holding me in place as his lips pressed fiercely against mine. "Let's go." Reese entered just as we were exiting, surprise on his face morphing into a knowing smirk. "Have a good night," he said with a wink. "Good night. Thanks for the fun," I said as Atticus pulled me out and down the hallway. His demeanor was almost frenzied with the way he bulldozed through the crowd, but when we made it outside to the street, he relaxed. "I didn't want to lose you," was all he said as he slowed to a more manageable pace. My hand was warm in his as we walked a few blocks down to Le Magnifique, a 5-star hotel that I could never afford to stay in. His touch was forceful in a desperate sort of way, one that fueled the fire inside me with each bit of movement. He couldn't seem to let go of my hand, and the farther we walked, the tighter he gripped me. Was he afraid I was going to change my mind? As if there was a choice in the matter. I'd never been more drawn to a man, nor had I ever been more desperate to feel one's lips or body on mine. Somehow, we managed not to maul each other in the elevator, but we were barely through the door when he pushed me against the wall, his lips crashing to mine. The fire that had started the moment I looked up into his sapphire eyes exploded into a raging inferno, burning every vein as my blood moved through my body. He held my jaw tight, his thumb and fingers digging in as he devoured my mouth, his other hand fisting the back of my hair, threading through the shorter ends as he tried to possess me. His tongue created a spiraling shock that moved through me, and I was trapped in the gravity of him too far to notice his fingers pulling at the tie on the back of my dress, until the top slipped down and fabric pooled low on my hips. A light pull at the zipper, and my dress was a puddle of fabric at my feet. "No panties?" he growled. "I lost them." "Lost them?" "Yes, they were wet from being so close to you." A groan left him, and the intensity rolling off him increased. "Tell me why." My fingers flexed against his chest, and I bit down on my bottom lip. "Because every word out of your mouth goes straight to my clit." His lips tugged up into a smug smile. "You seem to have lost all of your clothing," he said, his gaze traveling all the way down, sending a blaze of heat across my skin as he went. "Your fault again. I think you wanted to see me naked." His hand slipped between my thighs, and I gasped as his fingers slid against my clit, then down until he had 2 fingers buried inside me. A high-pitched cry left me, my muscles tense from the sudden explosion of pleasure. "I think you may be right. Do you want to know what I know?" he asked. My eyes glazed over, lips parting as his fingers moved in and out, sliding across my clit as he did. "What's that?" He pried my mouth open and slipped his thumb in, which I instantly lapped at, earning a strained groan. "That you will look exquisite when you come on my cock." I reached forward and gripped his bulge, earning a low rumble from his chest, and a harder drive of his fingers. Fuck, he was thick. He tilted my head back, his thumb slipping from my mouth just as his teeth scraped across the length of my neck. Complete control was his, and it felt so good. "You know what will look great as well?" I asked. Each breath reached higher in pitch as he drove me closer and closer to orgasm. He kissed and nipped his way up to my ear before biting lightly on my earlobe. "What's that?" I turned my head so that I could get closer to his ear, and his hand dropped down to rest lightly on my neck. "My lips wrapped around your cock," I whispered, giving him a squeeze. He groaned, then bit down on my neck before his touch vanished from my body. A whimper left me, but when I looked into his eyes, the predator that looked back sent a jolt of excitement through my system. "On your knees." He removed his suit jacket before working open his belt and then his slacks. By the time my knees hit the marble floor, I was at eye level. It had been a while since I'd been up close and personal with a man, but I didn't remember ever being as intimidated before. My whole body flushed in anticipation, and I reached out. He was warm, heavy, and thick. I wasn't some petite little thing, but even my fingers couldn't encircle his girth. My pussy clenched in anticipation of having him inside me, filling me, stretching my walls. I looked up at his dark eyes that watched me. He reached out and gripped my jaw again before slipping his thumb into my mouth. "Suck it, just like that," he growled before releasing me. Leaning forward, I ran my tongue along the underside of his shaft, flicking the tip before closing my lips around the head. I worked my way down, loving each sigh and low vocalization that slipped from him. "You're right. You're a vision with your mouth stuffed full of my cock." I released him and dipped lower, my tongue circling one of his balls before sucking it into my mouth. Another curse hissed through clenched teeth, and I repeated the action on the other side, as I pumped his length before returning to swallow as much as I could, starting at the head. "Fuck, you're good at that." He pushed on the back of my head and I choked, unable to go as far as he wanted. Another low growl vibrated deep in his chest, and he pulled me up to my feet. A gasp left me as he delivered a painful but pleasurable slap to my clit before he stepped forward and grabbed my ass. His fingers dug into my butt cheeks as he lifted me up, my legs instinctively wrapping around his waist. "You have a fantastic ass. I'm going to enjoy fucking you from behind and watching it bounce as you take my cock." "Promises, promises," I said before nipping his neck. A growl rumbled in his chest before I was shocked by a sting across my butt, before he started walking toward the bedroom. I felt the hot head of his cock tapping against me with each step. A few more steps, and my stomach flipped as we fell onto the bed. His lips smashed to mine, and I was lost in the intoxicating hunger with which he possessed me. He pulled back and I let out a whine, earning me another tap on my clit. "You are a needy little nymph," he said as he pulled at his clothes. His tie went first, followed by his vest, dress shirt, and undershirt, before he finally removed everything from his lower half. The suit that looked painted on only hid the body of a god beneath the rich fabrics. Lean, taut muscles, strong, broad chest and shoulders, defined abs, and even that heavenly, groan-inducing V. The man was perfection of the male species. I reached down to pull off my heels, but his hand grasped mine, stopping me. "Leave those on for now." He gripped my breast, drawing my nipple between his fingers and tugging, making me cry out. I like that sound." He retreated again, before pulling a condom from the bedside drawer and putting it on. My thighs rubbed together as I bit down on my lip, entranced by the flawless specimen before me. I scooted back up the bed as he closed in. With strong hands, he pushed my thighs open, licking his lips as he stared down at my pussy. He smacked his cock against my clit, making me jump and grind my hips against him as he positioned himself. "Here's one promise for you," he said, then slammed his hips against mine. I lost all thought as he drove in, filling me in a way I didn't think I ever had been. My eyes fluttered, and my mouth fell open as he stretched me. His lips were against my ear, but I was still lost in the initial shock and pleasure. "I'm going to fuck you so hard that you won't be able to walk when I'm done." The pace he set up was hard and unrelenting, my back arching under his assault. His lips were fire and sin, and I burned under their touch. "Atticus," I whimpered, my head thrown back. "You feel so fucking good," he groaned. He lavished my neck with liquid fire, drowning me in desire while begging for more. I lost the ability to think, consumed by pleasure with every thrust as he pushed me higher and higher into ecstasy. "Look at me," he growled. One hand gripped my jaw again, tilting my head where he wanted. I forced my eyes open, instantly losing myself in the intensity of his gaze. The guttural groans coming from him had me squeezing around him even harder. His thrusts became more aggressive, faster, and a scream left me as every muscle tensed, then let go. "That's it, fucking come," he snarled. I barely registered the last hard slams of his hips against mine, but I felt every twitch of his cock inside me. His breath was hard and harsh against my neck, and I knew mine was the same. Wow. Never had a guy done to me the things Atticus had just done. For one, I came. Hard. And I felt like it was just a promise of more to come. For another, the chemistry was off the charts hot. After a few minutes, he pulled back, a relaxed grin on his face. I whimpered when he pulled out, missing the full feeling of having him inside me. He stood and pulled off the condom before throwing it in the trash. "Water?" he asked as he headed through the door. "Yes, please." I rolled over in time to watch his sinful ass walk away. Happy birthday to me. The night had done a complete 180 compared to how I thought it would go when I left my apartment. When he returned, he handed me a bottle of water, which I greedily downed as he sat next to me. The room service menu was in his hand, and he opened it before passing it to me. "I'm hungry. You?" I blinked at him. I kinda worked up an appetite. "Get whatever you want. You'll need the calories." A shiver zipped down my spine at the rough edge of his voice. "I will?" He smirked. "I'm not done with you yet." "Really?" I asked as I bit down on my lip and scanned the menu. A sigh of disappointment fell over me. "They don't have much this late." "Whatever you want. Don't worry about the time." "What makes you so special?" I asked, curious where his confidence came from. "We're in the penthouse. Trust me." It was then it really hit me. We were in the penthouse. Sometime in the early morning hours, we had both succumbed to exhaustion and fallen asleep. When I woke, I found I was snuggled into Atticus's side, my head on his chest, legs wrapped with his. Tilting my head back, I found blue eyes looking at me and felt the soft caress of fingers across my back. "Good morning." My face burned and I looked away. "Good morning." The situation felt like he would have kicked me out when done, and I would have been doing the walk of shame back to the train station. But that wasn't what happened at all. While I didn't expect nor want any declarations of anything, I immensely enjoyed the peace that moved between us, light and airy, while the warmth of his skin against mine settled into my affection-starved bones. "How do you feel?" he asked, his fingers never faltering in their caress. "A little sore, but good. You?" "Hungry." I looked back up and met his gaze. The brightness had dimmed, overtaken by a darkness. The intense moment was cut short by his stomach grumbling beneath my hand. I couldn't help but laugh, and neither could he. "What do you want first?" "Move your hand down a little more, and I think you'll figure it out." "Bathroom first." I pulled away from him, instantly missing his warmth as I dashed to relieve myself. Once done, I found Atticus walking in, heading to the sink where he picked up a toothbrush. Looking to the other sink, I noticed a complimentary toothbrush and followed suit, giving my mouth a quick cleaning. When he was done, he moved to the massive shower and turned it on. I couldn't keep my eyes off his cock as it bobbed about. Hard and needy and completely hypnotizing, especially after the night's events. He pulled me into the shower with him, pressing my back against the cold tiles. Just as the night before, he picked me up, my legs wrapping around him as the warm water crashed down on us. He teased me with his lips, ghosting them across mine before pulling back, a smirk greeting me. Before he could do it again, I cupped his face and pulled his lips to mine. What started out as a languid consumption quickly escalated into a ravaging, and I loved every second. A ragged sigh left me when I felt the head of his cock push through my pussy lips, and I sank down on his length. That seemed to morph his frenzy into a slow, sensual thrusting. "You are absolutely divine." Though sore from our night, a slow burn grew, intensifying with each thrust. "I want to come," he hissed, looking down to where we were connected before finding my eyes again. He reached between us and brushed his fingers across my clit. We both moaned, and his teeth clenched. "Come, Ophelia." The pressure of his fingers increased with the speed of his thrusts. "I need you to come, baby." My thighs shook as I clenched down around him. My head tilted back into a scream. His teeth dug into my neck, and he groaned as he pulled out, his cock pulsing as his cum shot out, landing on my breasts and stomach. As we came down, I reached up and brought his forehead down to mine. "Where did you come from?" He chuckled and pressed his lips to mine. "Come on, let's clean up." Once we were washed and I was dried off, I wobbled toward the door to determine where my dress had been deposited. There was a chuckle behind me as I braced myself against the wall. Yeah, job well done." He chuckled again. "I'm known for being an overachiever." With some pain, weakness, and effort, I bent over and picked up my dress from the floor. I gasped at the feel of hands on my hips, pulling me. A groan left him as he ground against me. "Don't show off your pussy if you don't want my cock. It just makes me want you more." I could feel him hardening behind me. "Did you swallow a bottle of Viagra or something?" "You are the drug. No other stimulants necessary." He thrusted his hips, groaning. "Love watching this ass." I straightened, much to both of our disappointments, but it didn't keep his hands from wandering around my body. One hand was on a breast while the other slipped between my legs. "Atticus," I whimpered. "Fuck, I love the way you say my name like that." I leaned my head back on his shoulder. "I should get going." "Should?" "It's already the afternoon. Well, only by a few minutes." He dipped his fingers inside me before lifting them to my lips. I opened, taking them in and tasting myself as I licked his fingers clean. "You are perfection," he whispered into my ear, before stepping away, leaving me wobbling a bit. "Let me get you a car." I pulled my dress up and reached back to tie the top. "It's okay. I can take the train." I didn't want to wait in an attempt to avoid the awkwardness that was growing in me. But I found my thighs didn't want to cooperate, and I fell into a nearby chair. Atticus chuckled as he picked up his phone. "I do believe I promised to fuck you so hard you wouldn't be able to walk." He had. And oh, how I thought he was just another asshole talking big. No, he delivered on his promise, and I felt it everywhere. Okay, so maybe I wouldn't be opposed to a taxi. "I think I can do better than one of those cesspools." I blinked at him. What other option was there? "There is a car waiting for you out front whenever you're ready," he said a moment later. "I can't convince you to stay, can I?" I shook my head. "Sorry, I have to work tonight." He pulled me against his chest, his arms holding me close. "Thank you for a wonderful evening," Atticus said as he placed a kiss to my cheek, then to my lips. "Thank you for a very memorable birthday. It's definitely one I will never forget," I admitted. It wasn't a night I believed could be topped. "I never did ask how old you turned." 26. What?" I asked, unsure if the sound was good or bad. A small smile graced his lips as he brushed my hair back. "Best night of my life spent with a woman nearly 10 years younger than me. Unexpected." "Best night?" I asked. He nodded. "It was truly a pleasure meeting you." "You too." "Would it be presumptuous of me to assume you had a good enough time that you would be willing to see me again?" I bit down on my bottom lip and smiled as I nodded. "I'd like that very much." He pressed his lips to mine for a last searing kiss before I headed down to the lobby. I was blissed out as I sat in the back of the black sedan Atticus sent me home in. It really had been the best night of my life, and I couldn't keep the smile from my face the entire journey home. A few days had passed, and I hadn't heard from Atticus. I couldn't deny part of me was saddened by this, but judging based on his suit and the expensive penthouse hotel room, he was bound to be a busy man. At least, that was the reasoning I gave myself to lessen the ache in my chest. Once I saw a man I thought was him, but when he turned to face me, I was wrong. The bad part was the utter embarrassment of calling out his name only to be proven wrong. To keep my mind off him, I dove into work. I hadn't been at 130 degrees for very long, just under 2 months, but I enjoyed the atmosphere of the high-end steakhouse. One meal for a couple cost a bare minimum of $200, and the tips were just as good. "Ophelia," my manager, Mitchell, called out and waved me over. "What's up, boss?" He led us to his office and closed the door. The action had my stomach suddenly in knots because that was a "you're being fired" kind of move. We have a large business meeting coming in tomorrow. Our investors will be there. Okay. I want you to take the lead. I blinked at him, happy for the opposite of my worst thoughts. Me? What about Chris or Megan? They've been here a lot longer. I'm still learning. Not that I didn't appreciate it, but I was still the new girl. They're good, but you have the best rapport with the clients. They like you. I need your personality to shine and show these men why a plate here is so expensive. My smile doesn't tack on an extra 100 to the bill. He chuckled. No, but you are great at flavor pairing and making sure everything is perfect. Thank you. Really, thank you. He grinned at me. Tomorrow won't be easy, but you'll have help. Make me proud. I will. I promise. The next morning, I made certain that the large banquet table was impeccably set. My stomach twisted in anticipation as I readied everything. I wanted to make a good impression for both myself and the restaurant. It would be my first larger party, and I would have Drake around as a helper. He was a little bit squirrely, but friendly. Ophelia, they're here. Mitchell called as he stuck his head into the kitchen. I stared up at him and nodded. My nerves kicked in, and I blew out a breath before heading out onto the floor. The atmosphere at the table screamed money and power, and as I scanned the faces, I tried to guess their drinks. When I got to the head of the table, my mouth dropped open. He hadn't looked up, but it had only been a few days and there was no way I would forget. Sitting at the head of the table was none other than my one-night stand, looking devilishly handsome. When our eyes met, I caught the flash of recognition before it was covered by a look of disgust. What is that? I swallowed back the pain of disappointment it caused, realizing he was never going to call me, and plastered on a fake smile to cover my breaking heart. It was a stupid reaction, but I really thought we had a connection. I was apparently the only one feeling that way. It was obvious he was out of my league, but I couldn't help but wonder. All of that was out the door, and I had to push that night from my mind. Pry my feelings away from the overwhelming sadness that came from one look as I tried to forget the best night of my life. Good day, gentlemen. My name is Ophelia, and I am at your service today.
Now. Chapter 1. Atticus. My grandfather is dead. 4 words I'd said to myself over and over, yet the response inside me was the same each time. There was no anguish in my emotions, and little sadness in general. It was more of a relief than anything. He was never a loving man, and I respected him, but I never loved him. Hard and harsh in every way, he'd made my life hell. He'd shaped me into the man I'd become. "Are you coming?" my brother Hamilton asked as I stood outside the dining room. "I'd rather not. Nothing good was going to come from going in there. It's the reading of his will, and we all have to be present. Please don't torture me today by drawing it out." I sighed before following him into the overcrowded dining room. Everyone was cloaked in black, but few mourned him. The greedy ones just wanted to know what he left them, while I was fairly certain I didn't want to hear what the old man's last jab at me would be. All 20 of the table's chairs were taken. At the head of the table sat my father, and at the other head was the family lawyer, Alexander Corwin, with what I assumed were others from his firm to assist. I stood against the wall next to Hamilton with my cousin, Will, on my other side. The walls were lined with the Lowrys eagerly awaiting their take, and the gallery balcony that overlooked from the second floor was also stuffed with bodies. "Is everyone here?" Alexander asked as he glanced around the room. By the thickness of the legal binder in front of him, this was going to take forever, especially with a room of over 70 people. "We are here today for the reading of the last will and testament of Atticus Charles de Lowry. To his brothers, my great-uncles, he left money and personal items. Unsurprisingly, money, stocks, and property, as well as a few personal items, were granted to his children, my father, Uncle Harry, Aunt Catherine, and Uncle Hugh. Then came my turn, as I was the oldest of my generation. To my grandson, Atticus William de Lowry, I leave Stronghold. Alexander paused and looked around. This residence, he added for clarification before continuing. The position as the newest head of the de Lowry family. He will also take over the position of CEO of de Lowry Corporation. And with that, he will inherit all my shares in the de Lowry Corporation on his 40th birthday. My eyes narrowed. Why would he make me the largest shareholder? I wasn't the only one wondering, as multiple sets of eyes flickered to me. There was a catch. I just knew it. I already knew of the impending promotion to de Lowry family leader, patriarch of all, and that was the only non-surprise. With my father retiring, albeit slowly, the crown fell to me. There was an almost palpable shift in the air, a shift of respect and compliance. It was the day I would be crowned. I apologize, Atticus. I realize you are already the CEO. This will is 2 years old. It's fine, Alexander. There's more. Of course there is. In order to receive his shares, Stronghold, and to retain his position as CEO and head, there are 2 conditions which must be met. Atticus Charles has put it all into a trust with springing interest, meaning Atticus William will only gain rights to the property and shares upon fulfillment of the terms. The terms are henceforth set. If Atticus is not married upon my death, he has 1 year to be married or forfeit all. He also must produce an heir before his 40th birthday. Both conditions must be met by the date specified, or he will not receive anything. If he fails to meet the requirements, the items stated will be handed to my second grandson, Rhys Geoffrey de Lowry, whereby the same requirements will be enacted. And so on through each male heir until the conditions are met. Fuck. Fuck. The old man got his last dig in hard. Comply, or lose everything I've primed you for. I could even hear the words in his voice. Feel his steely gaze pinned on me. He never liked that out of more than a dozen grandchildren, none of us were married except Elizabeth. However, he no longer considered her a de Lowry, as she was not a man and no longer held our family name. Always underestimating Elizabeth and women in general. By the time my father had reached my age, he had multiple children already, the same for my uncles and aunt. Therefore, my grandfather believed we all should have children. Well played, grandfather. I was also left with a few $1 million and some artwork. Much more money and property was given out, divided up among my siblings and cousins, and a trust was set up for 11 de Lowry homes around the globe. It was only the tip of the iceberg, as the family owned much more than that. They were the oldest of the properties, which was why it was curious he left me Stronghold. It had been in our family since my great-great-grandfather. The original show of de Lowry wealth to rival Vanderbilt's riches. In my eyes, it should have been the crowning property of the trust. With every few minutes of speaking, Alexander had to take a sip of water, and by the end of hour 2 his voice had become hoarse. When he finished, an elaborate symphony of paperwork was danced across the room by his assistants. With a swipe of the pen, I accepted everything, including my role, my status, and the stipulations he enacted. I was the new ruler, king of the de Lowrys. He got the final word as usual, Hamilton said beside me as the assistant handed me my copy. There was still more paperwork to take care of, but that would wait for another time. It shouldn't shock me, but I find I'm surprised. When Alexander stood, the room began to disperse, some heading home, some chatting as they awaited dinner. As family passed, I received nods and acknowledgments as well as handshakes. However, not everyone was happy about the new power structure or distribution of my grandfather's excessive wealth. "This isn't fair. Atticus got so much," Daniel said, making me pause. I turned to him. "He was your great-uncle. Why would he leave you more than his firstborn grandson and successor?" He startled, not realizing I was right there. Daniel, who at 25 had little pressure on him and epitomized the stereotype of families like ours by acting like a spoiled brat. I leaned forward, the movement cutting him off. "Isn't there a stipulation in your trust that you must maintain a job?" Yes." Weak, so weak it made me burn with rage. I leaned in closer to make sure he could see the displeasure in my expression and the flames behind my eyes. "Then be happy you were even here. Shut up and get out before I fire you." His eyes widened, pathetic. Where did this weak blood come from? "You can't fire me." I quirked a brow at him. Was he talking back? A low chuckle left me and I snarled at him. "Try me." I watched the bob of his Adam's apple as the color drained from his face. He bowed his head in submission. I'm sorry, Atticus. Every so often one of the spoiled ones thought they were tough. Thought they were more than they were. Examples were made to help keep all the egos in check, and my rule had just found its first target. Start hard to keep the insubordination down. What was asked of them all was trivial. Behave. Yet it amazed me how often someone stepped out of line. Daniel scurried away with Petra and Philip, thankfully heading toward the front door. Once gone from my sight, I pulled out my phone, and in one short message cut Daniel's accounts off. The move was temporary, but his hysteria when he found out he had no money would straighten out his attitude. Atticus, my father called. I stuffed my phone back in my pocket and looked up. The smile on his lips, coupled with the manic energy emanating from his gaze, had me grinding my teeth. It hadn't been 5 minutes and he was already up to something. Don't worry, I've got a perfect wife for you, he said as he stopped in front of me. Excuse me? An arranged marriage. There's a girl. Stop, I said, interrupting him. Say nothing more. How many times have we had the same argument over the last decade? His gaze hardened. Don't be difficult, Atticus. A marriage to an influential family is a perfect solution. I refuse. Refuse, he scoffed. You're not really in the position to decline. I am the patriarch now, not you, I ground out. How can you be a patriarch when you don't have any children? He sneered. Hear me well, father, because I will not repeat myself. I raised my voice so that all around would hear. I am your king. It matters not that you are my family. I rule this family, not you. If grandfather had died 10 years ago, the responsibility would have fallen to you. But you're already entering retirement and I run the company. I am your father, and I will do what is necessary for you to succeed. You will marry a woman of my choosing. I will never agree to an arranged marriage. So remove that thought from your mind, I boomed out, my anger no longer tethered by a thread. You will come to my side of thinking. Stubborn old man. You need to come to my side or I will crush you. You're not strong enough, son. I wouldn't challenge me. You have no power over me, he grinned. There was little that I could hold over him and he knew it. Charles de Lowry was nearly untouchable and would be a constant thorn in my side. Your access to the de Lowry Tower has been revoked for the next week. His eyes widened. What? It wasn't much, but my ammunition was minimal at this point. I would need to become more cunning when facing him. For each word you say, I will add another week. You're now at 2. Your little affair with one of your assistants, as of today, she is removed. His face was red with rage, but he somehow managed to hold himself back. My lips pulled up into a smirk. Bow your head before I remove your maid. His eyes widened farther. Oh yes, I know about that one as well. You can't hide your indiscretions from me, father. His muscles were coiled tight, but he managed a slight bow of his head. I'm glad we've reached an understanding. Now, refrain from testing me again. I pushed past him and retrieved a drink from the bar before making my way out to the patio. I relaxed into one of the plush chairs as I swirled the amber liquid of my glass of Bowmore 1957 whiskey while overlooking the lake. The sun gleamed across the water, giving off a calming effect in addition to the drink in my hand. It had already begun, and that outburst was only the beginning. I could feel their eyes boring into the back of my head, hear the chattering of whispers flowing in the breeze. The weight of them settled on my shoulders, oppressive as it coiled around my chest. The expression of my status would keep many of them in line, but during the beginning, there were going to be assholes testing me. I would make examples of them, and punishments began to form in my mind for the spoiled assholes. The Bowmore did little to settle the stress that boiled inside. Stress that I wouldn't dare show anyone. It would be seen as weakness, an avenue of exploitation. The new head of the family. Grandfather had lived to a ripe old age, passing at the time father began to step back in the company. That was the only thing his stipulations didn't touch. No matter what, I was the new ruler of hundreds of de Lowrys. The king. My word would be the last word and law. It was a role my grandfather and my father had shared over the last 2 decades, but now it was all mine. I may not have been as heavy-handed as my father, but I would still put each and every one of them in their place with no remorse. Being the head of the family was no easy task, and while my father still held some of the familial responsibility, the bulk rested on my shoulders. The sun sparkled across the water, turning the surface into a beautiful golden orange, when a hand landed on my shoulder. The dainty yet calloused fingers told me all I needed to know. She said nothing, though I knew she had much on her mind. After the incident, my little sister had become withdrawn. The spotlight of shame was one she vowed never to enter again. It was a time in which we'd grown closer, something our 9-year age gap had not allowed before. Of all my siblings, Penelope was the most intuitive, and the simple weight of her hand conveyed more than anyone else could comprehend.
"They're settling for dinner,"
she said. I let out a sigh as I stood, taking one last look at the lake before following her inside. The table had been extended to allow room for everyone who remained and was exquisitely set. Gold-trimmed china and crystals sparkled in the richly appointed table. All eyes fell to me as they stood, waiting, and it pleased me that none were taking that moment to test me. The heaviness that lay upon my shoulders had my spine straightening to carry the load of all in the room as I took my place at the head of the table. Once I was seated, my father followed suit before the scooting of chairs filled the silence. While not Shakespeare's exact words, the idiom was most apt. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Chapter 2. Atticus. The chatter of my family from the 2-story dining room echoed in the gallery as I stared out. Small twinkling lights could be seen on the lake as fireworks boomed, sprinkling colorful bright spots against the dark sky. The setting was familiar. I grew up in Stronghold, and now I was the lord of all I surveyed, as long as I married. As long as I had a child. I knew there was no way the old man would cross over without flipping me off as he went. The house was mine. The house of the DeLowry family. Now to find a family of my own to fill it. That thought filled me with dread. I'd spent my life striving to be the best, to excel the business, to expand our horizons, and I was on the verge of losing it all over a fucking woman. Lavender and linen filled my senses, and the whispered moans in the back of my mind invaded my ears. They weren't memories from either woman in whose beds I'd spent many hours. No, Bridget and Antonia were far from my thoughts. The ghostly reminder was of a woman I'd spent only one night with, a woman who tortured me weekly, and I paid her to do so. Ophelia. The errant thought was as mad as my behavior that evening. No, it was quite insane. The mere flash of an idea had me tilted enough I pondered if I needed to be checked out by the family physician. Taking her home that night was one of those maneuvers I hadn't expected. Something about her beauty, the aching loneliness that almost called out to me. A siren in a sea of gyrating bodies and loud beats, adrift with no one to save her. Was that why I couldn't resist her? Why I continued to think of her? Had enough? I didn't even need to look to know who it was that now leaned against the banister next to me, though I was happy to have his distraction. Am I that obvious? Reese chuckled. For as much as you are like Aunt Vera, you are equally like Uncle Charles. Except I'm not off hiding in a spare bedroom with the maid. I'm simply tired of the inane babbling. Are you hiding with the butler? I turned and narrowed my gaze on my cousin. We were the oldest of the generation, born from the oldest of the previous generation, and saddled with responsibilities that position of birth hoisted upon us. Simply because I'm not out fucking every slut at whatever heightened club you are currently playing does not mean anything. My sex life is none of your concern. Well, it should be yours. Why? He arched a dark brow at me. You don't have a girlfriend. When the fuck do I have time for something like that? He held up a hand. It was a conversation we'd both had, and been given multiple times. I was tired of the constant barrage about my love life, and more than once about the threat of an arranged marriage. Unfortunately, all that had come to a head. You heard the will, same as me. The family demands an heir. And where's your contribution? I asked. Reese gave me one of his sly smirks that only devils wore. Besides, my father seems happy to continue supplying heirs. They are not legitimate. You should know, I scoffed. Being the lethal lawyer of the company, Reese was the one who drew up all the contracts and non-disclosure agreements for my father's philandering. Those types were not entrusted to Alexander, the family lawyer. He made certain they were ironclad and that there was no way the mother or child could ever try to extort or expose the dirty laundry. The consequences for even the slightest infraction were dealt with swiftly. At this rate, our mess of siblings will have families before us, and therefore the company. I let out a dark chuckle. Elizabeth has already beaten us there, and the rest of my siblings? It'll be a cold day in hell before any of them settle down. I honestly think next up will be Georgiana. My debutante little sister? He asked, then seemed to ponder. She is the second youngest of our two families, but also the purest. I wouldn't be surprised if she was a virgin. He shook his head. She lost that long ago, but I will say I don't think there have been many suitors in her bed. Unlike Genevieve, the youngest of our two families was also the most unruly. She failed to fall into line and proved to be difficult to rein in. Genevieve is just lashing out, and you know this. Perhaps, but she is the biggest thorn in my side. Now this? Grandfather sure got the last laugh in. You expected anything less? The fireworks are an odd touch. A harsh laugh left him before he took a sip. It's him spitting from the depths of hell. I scoffed at that as the red sparkles glittered against the dark sky. Why not ask one of your playthings to fill in the role? He asked. Are you actually pushing marriage on me? If not, you know it will move to me, and I won't be able to fulfill the requirements. It will then move to Hamilton, and if he fails, down to Silas and Atlas. I don't want the family legacy falling to ruin. Such faith you have in your brothers. A sigh left him. It's not that, and you know it. Silas, I do hate seeing him when he's off. He needs to fucking find a way to keep himself calm. Atlas is trying. He's the only one who can get through to Silas. The twins were brilliant when they worked together. However, in recent years, Silas had been exhibiting the darker side of being a DeLowry. Elizabeth would make a fine CEO. A woman as CEO? Reese's eyes widened as he looked out the window. Look, see? There's Grandfather spewing his displeasure. Another round of fireworks boomed. He's gone. We can surely change things. Elizabeth is the only one fit to be an executive. What about your sister? He paused, and I realized I'd unwittingly hit Reese's landmine. He quickly downed the rest of his drink and shook his head. Georgiana's too sweet. Some days I wonder if she's a DeLowry at all. Crisis averted. She's just found her niche, a way to stand out. Much like Genevieve, and how could we forget the tainted princess? A groan left me. This is a problem. What am I gonna do? He sighed. I don't know. But whatever it is, you need to figure it out soon, or you will have no choice but to go with an arranged marriage. My jaw clenched. Never. If I'm forced to spend my life with a woman, it will be one of my choosing, not an obligation. He clapped his hand on my shoulder. Start hunting. Memories of that night flooded in again. The way she moved beneath me. The need that kept me going longer and harder than ever before. Look at me. Look at me. What the fuck was I thinking? Sex was a vehicle to blow off steam, but that night I needed more. 3 words that had me pleading for something I had never desired. A look into her soul as I made her come undone. An act that had me unable to forget her.
Chapter 3. Ophelia. A sigh left me as I stood in line, waiting to pay for yet another pair of black pants and a white button-down shirt. That was the problem with working at a high-end restaurant. The smallest amount of fading, staining, or holes of any kind, and they had to be replaced. I'd seen more than one employee sent home because of it. I never imagined I would spend more on work clothes than I did on regular clothes. But then again, I didn't care if my everyday wears were faded or ripped or stained. Okay, I did a little. But how many pairs of jeans with blown-out knees did I have? Or tees with holes that I wore until the hole was too big, and often I still would just throw a tank on underneath. The restaurant where I worked, 130 Degrees, was a place I could never even imagine eating at, and was lucky for the few scraps of leftovers I did get. Ophelia? A familiar voice called. I turned and my stomach dropped. But I put on my best smile. Jennifer, hi, how are you? Once upon a time, we were roommates in college, and friends. She hadn't changed a bit. Perfectly styled brunette waves, chocolate brown eyes, and the posture and style of a woman who thought she was better than everyone else. That had never been something I noticed until I left my pharmaceutical sales position. I didn't even last a year before I left. It wasn't for me, despite the money. When I became a waitress to pay the bills, I was suddenly beneath her. Wonderful. How are you? Good. What are you up to these days? Still waiting tables? Actually, I am. I work at 130 Degrees. Her eyes widened. Really? My fiancé and I... Oh, yeah, Luther and I got engaged. She threw her hand out and nearly smacked me in the face with a huge assortment of diamonds. That's great, I said, calling up all the fake enthusiasm I could. Such a beautiful ring. Tacky was more like it. Cluster rings could be beautiful, but the one she was wearing was a no for me. Isn't it? It's 3 carats total. She tilted her hand back to look at it. Anyway, we were looking at venues for our engagement party. Does 130 Degrees have a room or anything that we could hold it in? How many people? I asked. About 15. Maybe you could get a discount for a friend. She grinned. I think the base rate for an event like that is about $250 a head, plus any alcohol. I took a little bit of sick pleasure watching the way her eyes bulged. $250 a person? That's outrageous. I shrugged. I have one customer who comes in every week. His bill is always almost $200 just for lunch. Well, I'll have to see what Luther thinks. I gave her the biggest, fakest smile I could. Sure thing. If you decide to, just drop by and talk to the manager, Mitchell. Who comes in every week for a lunch like that? She asked. I knew the curiosity would get to her. The past few years had taught me that some people only cared about status symbols and money. While those were nice things to have, especially the money, there was more to life. I was also certain that if she ever met Atticus, he would send her running out the door crying in less than 5 minutes. I'd seen him do it before to some high society blonde trying to sit with him. Just some guy I know. By not sharing his name and coming across as having a casual relationship with a mysterious rich guy would just eat her up. I knew her well enough that status and material things meant more to her than people. When did I become so catty? Oh, right, when I couldn't be her friend because I was a mere waitress. Well, maybe I'll have to come by to meet Mr. Mysterious. Sure, I smiled, deciding not to tell her it was reservation only, unless you were Atticus or some other major money player. It was so good to see you again, Ophelia, she said. I waved. Bye. My expression fell, and I rolled my eyes. She was just too stuck up for me to handle. I started when I found the employee running the cash register staring, wide-eyed. Wasn't that Luther Anderson's fiancé? I sighed as I threw my items up onto the counter. Yep. Of course she would be recognized. Luther, after all, was one of baseball's most shocking trades. A center fielder that just signed a 3-year, $20 million contract with the Yankees. Which was why I was surprised by the ring on her finger and her balking at the price at 130 Degrees. Maybe he had her on a tight financial leash. Then again, we were in Manhattan. After a stop at the grocery, a train transfer, and a bus transfer, I was finally home. It seemed like half my day was spent commuting into and out of Manhattan, but there wasn't much I could do about it. The tips I made at 130 Degrees couldn't compare to anything near me, and until I figured out what I wanted to do with my life, I was stuck with the horrid routine. I shuffled into my studio apartment and dropped my bags of clothes on the ground before moving to the kitchen. I pulled at the refrigerator door handle and cursed when it slammed into the oven and bounced back shut. Shit! I opened the door a little more gently and slid the half-gallon of milk and sandwich fixings in, then let it close. The counter was already cluttered. But by counter, I meant the 6 inches that surrounded the sink. It was a joke of a kitchen, but so were rent prices. As much as it sucked, I really couldn't complain much. At least I wasn't still living with my mom and my stepdad, Lou. From the moment he came into my life, I disliked him. He brought out the worst in my mother. They were shit parents to the 2 girls they had together. I hated to leave Brooke and Andrea with them. But I had to get away from being afraid of a man who would smack me for the simple fact that I wasn't his child. That my mother dared have a child before he met her. Away from the mother who blamed me for provoking him. I was out of there the second I graduated from high school. I spent the summer on friends' couches while I worked, and then when college started, I lived in the dorms. Thankfully, I was able to stay there over the summer as well, giving me no reason to return home. By the time I graduated, I was over $300,000 in debt. For undergrad. It was unreal. Thankfully, I was able to get a well-paying job right out of school, making $100,000 my first year. I had a decent apartment, could go out with friends like Jennifer, save for the first time in my life, and live a decent, miserable life. It didn't take long to realize I didn't have the personality for it. I hated being a pharmaceutical sales representative. I hated being the salesperson pushing something I wasn't even entirely sure I could agree with, let alone put into my body. I also didn't care for the person I was becoming. Being that kind of salesperson colored my soul. After 11 months and 4 days, I quit. Gave up my great apartment and moved into a cheaper place back in my old neighborhood. I liked the lab work of biology and chemistry, the science side of my degree. But I applied to dozens of clinical lab technician positions in various fields that never led to any offers. In all that, I found I could use my knowledge with food, which was the beginning of my matching and pairing of different items. The chef at 130 Degrees was great in working with me, and I helped him sculpt a few of the restaurant's signature items. It was something I enjoyed, but it wasn't a job. Despite my meager living, I was happier than when I worked as a sales rep. Still, I was constantly applying to jobs that interested me. Even if I didn't have any real friends, just a few people I occasionally did things with, and I only went on the occasional date, it was better. I was a loner as it was. I always had been. It wasn't like Lou would allow me to have friends over, and whatever Lou wanted, Mom went along with. My loner status was how I ended up alone on my birthday last year. And somehow it ended up being the best birthday I'd ever had in my life. It was all due to one man. Too bad one night didn't turn into more. But I found that Atticus in the light of day wasn't the man I spent the night in bed with. Nearly a year later, he still haunted me. Every single week, there he was, looking as handsome as ever. Every week, those blue eyes met mine, and I got a hint of that man I met. He was reserved and demanding. Everything had to be perfect. The man had no problem complaining about the smallest thing. Though it had been a few months now since my name had rolled off his tongue with the dark undercurrent that made my stomach clench in all the wrong ways. Instead, it was those hollow eyes. Not empty, but there was something complicated in their depths. A heaviness I couldn't figure out. His dark blonde brows were always crinkled in a permanent scowl. Lips in a perfect Cupid's bow, straight nose, defined cheekbones, jaw clenched, creating a hard line sometimes sprinkled with a light scruff, all topped with a perfectly styled head of dark blonde hair. Then there was the suit that looked like it was molded to his form, and I knew he was hiding the body of a god beneath the layers. I'd seen it, touched it, been with it intimately. And down the rabbit hole I went. That was what happened when I started thinking about Atticus. It always led to remembering his lips against mine, his body covering me as he thrust inside. An Adonis that drew me in with the promise of pleasure. It didn't help that I hadn't been with a man since then, leaving me with nothing but a memory that no man would ever be able to compete with. Did he ever think of me? It was kind of a hopeless, wistful longing for a man who had the last 40-some weeks to ask me out and hadn't even hinted that he even remembered that night. He didn't crave me the way I craved him. Well, I craved his body. His personality could use some improvement, but I supposed that was what duct tape was for. Even then, there was something about my mysterious Atticus that drew me in, kept me thinking about him, against my better judgment. My constant tormentor.
Chapter 4. Atticus. My teeth mashed together as I stared at the screen. Ever since the will reading, my world had been a shit show. Whiny siblings and cousins, even aunts and uncles, all coming to me to complain that my grandfather didn't leave them more, as if they wanted for anything. Then there was the incessant badgering about marriage. I'd begun to lock myself away at every opportunity, hiding from relatives, which was difficult when you worked in a building with over 30 other DeLowrys, each one knowing exactly where your office was.
Mr. DeLowry?
My assistant called from the doorway. What? I snapped, not even looking her way. I knew Holly wouldn't be affronted by my attitude. She'd dealt with it for years. But she also knew me in ways many didn't.
Your father is on his way?
Fuck, I hissed. My father was supposed to be retiring, but the old man couldn't keep his controlling hands out of the company. It was my turn to rule, but every time he came into my office and chided me on the way I was handling things, I felt like a little boy being scolded. He stepped back after the 4th scandal. Not that it affected the family or the company. That wasn't something Charles DeLowry would ever allow. However, that did mean that I rose as the new head of the family, the ruler of numerous fuck-ups, stuck-up socialite bitches, and family that would sooner cut my throat to gain leverage than help me in any way. He was there to add to the drama. "Atticus, my boy!" My father's boisterous voice boomed as he entered. Charles loved an audience and to be the center of attention, and his expression fell when he saw the empty chairs. I was alone. "Father, what brings you here?" I asked with a forced smile. "Nothing. I was bored and wanted to see how things were going." Lies. He saw the drop in the stock market, and I knew the will decree was going to come up. There was also the arranged marriage business that had me avoiding him as much as possible. "The company is doing fine. The setback was due to the economy and not the company. Or did you fail to notice the dip in all stocks?" "I did. That isn't the only reason I came to see you today. I wanted to talk to you about a personal matter." Personal matter? Fuck me. What did the old man do now? Just give Holly her name and address along with the amount on your way out. I turned my attention to the phone that was buzzing on my desk. Hamilton. I could use him as an excuse. "I should take... You're almost 36, he said, pulling my attention back from my escape route. "You're closing in on the 40 mark. That isn't much time to find a woman to bear a child. Not to mention you have only 11 months to marry." "I still have time. Besides, you were still fathering into your 40s. And should I even mention your 50s and 60s? His gaze narrowed, and that explosive anger simmered beneath the surface. "Watch your tongue." "Then fucking keep it in your pants. You're too old to be knocking up the maids or whatever pretty young thing catches your eye. I'm tired of writing checks to pay the women off." Somewhere in the world, there were children who had no clue the identity of their father. At least one was younger than Elizabeth's little girl, Madeline. And they would never know. Some of the women chose to terminate their pregnancy after getting their hush money, but there were at least 2 alive and growing, never knowing what a fucking bastard their father was. At least they were saved that. "It's your duty to clean up the mess now. You're the leader. Then how about fucking your wife? Or has it been so long you don't even know how to engage in conversation with the woman you've shared a bed with for 40 years? Vera is aware of what she married for, and it wasn't my fidelity. Another statement that alluded to the possibility of more half-siblings somewhere in the world and closer to my age. Fucking philandering asshole. And you will do the same. The hell I will. 2 weeks ago, I told him there was no way in hell I was agreeing to an arranged marriage. Now he stood in front of me trying again, but with more malice and dominance in his tone to bully me into acquiescing. He should have known by now that wouldn't work on me. I was not so weak to bend to his demands. I have the perfect girl lined up, he pressed. Don't, I ground out. Fucking thick skull refused to accept my decision. Amelia Harris of Harris Hotels. A fucking socialite? Hell no. The name surprised me. A third-generation hotel heiress. Something worse than what I normally encountered. Gold-digging, social ladder-climbing, self-absorbed bitches. At least the latter would suck my cock like my cum was $100 bills in order to get something. I dealt with that enough with my family, and I didn't want it sleeping next to me in bed. There was a reason I didn't date. A reason I had acquaintances with benefits. They sure as fuck weren't my friends. No, I ground out. It would be a great partnership and acquisition for the company. I told you, I will not do an arranged marriage ever. I thought I was quite clear on the matter. You will do it if you wish to remain CEO. I rounded my desk to stand in front of him, to make him bow to my authority, my dominance. Listen here and listen good. I refuse to take part in any arranged marriage. Stop. I have grown this company more in the last 5 years than you did in the 20 before. Your ruthless brother had a lot to do with that. Perhaps, but I initiated the deals. I'm not about to marry some soulless bitch who I can't even get a hard for. You want an heir? I'll give you one, but I'll choose the woman. His expression never wavered. She'll be joining us for dinner soon. Our eyes were locked, neither backing down. Have fun. You will be there. Or what? I'm not a child anymore. But you are my child, Atticus. And you will remain in control of this company by any means necessary, including taking on an arranged marriage. Ah, that was what it was about. Pride. He simply couldn't handle seeing the company fall into the hands of anyone other than his progeny. I stepped back around my desk. I will choose my own wife, and it won't be a marriage of obligation. A harsh laugh sprang from his lips. I can't wait to meet her, this unicorn you expect to find and engage in that stupid emotion called love and marry her all in less than a year. When that fails, I will be here to pull your ungrateful ass from the fire, and you will take Amelia's hand. With that, he left. Every muscle in me was tense, coiled tight. I needed a release, and thus the phone sitting on my desk became a casualty of my anger when I grabbed it and slammed it against the far wall with a roar. I was breathing heavily, anger rolling through me as I stared at the carnage of bent and broken plastic that lay scattered across the carpet. Familia ante omnia. Growing up, I just thought it was referencing to family loyalty. That was not our family's interpretation. Family above all, family above your own wants and desires. An arranged marriage was the source of many of the De Lowry family's issues, at least within the ruling branch. Everything from cheating to children born of affairs and portraying the perfect image without the ability to understand what a functioning relationship was supposed to look like, and that was just the surface. The younger ones were rebellious, the leash around their necks looser as attention drifted. Genevieve, my youngest sister, was a constant thorn in my side, and Penelope's strong will to be her own person was an ongoing battle because of the microscope we were always under. Jen's antics often took the pressure off other family members, like the twins, more precisely Silas. What I needed was more than a mere wife, more than someone to drain my cock. It was there, sitting just on the edge of my thoughts. What I wanted, what I needed. A knock sounded, pulling my attention from the wreckage. Come in.
Everything okay, boss?
Holly asked, closing the door behind her. I hate him. She pursed her lips and moved to stand in front of me.
Going to tell me?
I blew out a breath. Why are you my assistant? She shrugged.
Because I like annoying you.
But you don't. She blew out a breath.
Look, you're my friend, she began, using the nickname I despised. I know we have this whole boss-employee relationship tangled in there as well, but I care about you. I've put up with the whole stick-up-your-ass De Lowry attitude for 18 years. Pretty sure I'm the only one who can wrangle you in.
Well, I'm pretty sure you're my only true friend. She smiled and patted my cheek.
Yup, and that's why you keep me around, even when I forget to order you lunch.
A chuckle left me and I shook my head. You get by because you're the only one who can lighten my moods.
The curse of the gifted.
The skyline held my attention as the conversation with my father played on repeat. He wasn't one to make baseless threats. That wasn't the Charles de Lowry way. That inkling of an idea, the stir of possibility came back to life. The only alternative? I let my guard down with her more than I had with anyone in my life. I'm about to do something truly brilliant or epically stupid.
I've got the parachutes packed.
Call Jack for me. Have him set up an in-house sampling of the largest diamond rings in the city as soon as possible. Nothing less than a 6-carat center stone. Normally, I talked with my personal assistant myself, but he and Holly had developed a great working partnership, often taking care of things without my knowledge. A good thing, as trivial matters only served to piss me off since I had little time to deal with them. For 4 years, Jack had been the model assistant. He perfectly handled the blend of organizing my life outside the office and rarely being seen. She blew out a breath.
Oh, we're jumping now.
I have just over 11 months to get married. Time is ticking. She nodded.
I'll find a space in your schedule in the next 2 days. What are you going to do?
What else does one do when setting up a business arrangement? A smile lit up her face.
You see the lethal lawyer.
I gave her a curt nod and she headed out the door. For half of my life, Holly had stood beside me. Without her friendship to calm my ire, I had little doubt I would have ended up a version of my father. Perhaps Hamilton and I would have been closer, seeing as he was much like him. I checked my calendar, then Reese's, looking for a good time to talk. Through pure luck, we were both free, at least meeting-wise, and it seemed the best opportunity to pull him in on my plan. I'll be back, I said to Holly, who nodded as I headed toward the elevators. Atticus! Hamilton called out, stopping me in my tracks. It wasn't that I'd been avoiding my younger brother, simply that I'd been avoiding everyone. And that was why it took great strength to turn into his office, shutting the door behind me. As soon as I was seated, his gray eyes were narrowed on me. Why do I have a meeting scheduled with Harris Hotels? Hamilton asked. I blew out a breath. Because our father is a conniving asshole. Hamilton let out a groan, his jaw clenching as his hands flexed. He wants us all to dance to his tune. Yes. I know we haven't talked much since the will reading. What are you going to do? That's a question I've been asking myself for the last few weeks. If you were in my position, what would you do? Curiosity gnawed at me. Even though he was ruthless like our father, Hamilton also hated the idea of arranged marriages. Honestly, I wasn't sure he would ever marry because he hated infidelity just as much. Tell him to fuck off, look at my little black book, and figure out who I wanted to be wrapped around my dick for the next however many years? My advice? You already have Bridget and Antonia. Figure out which one you want to put a ring on and be done. Bridget and Antonia. Hamilton wasn't the first to mention the women I'd casually dated and fucked for years. No strings, just my dates for events and to warm my cock when I desired. They were used to the high-profile life and they weren't interested in me solely for money. The problem was that every single time I thought about them, tried to decide which one, those fucking brown eyes covered my vision. Look at me. Mother's already started planning your wedding. I quirked a brow. Has she? He nodded. Elizabeth told me. Wonderful, I ground out. Atticus, pick someone soon. I'll stall this meeting, push it out as far as I can, but I can't hold Harris off forever. Father will stick his nose into things, and you know he will start the merger process without our consent. I'm the fucking CEO. Hell, you were second. I'm well aware. You don't have to remind me. What you have to do is ask someone, anyone, to marry you and bring them to the family dinner. I shook my head. He won't stop there. No, he won't. But make sure whomever you pick can't be bought by him. The words were like ice to my veins. I wouldn't put it past our father to do something to thwart my desires. Familia ante omnia, after all. After leaving Hamilton's office, I moved down a few floors to the legal department. Reese's office was on the west side of the building with a view of the Hudson. A little scrap of a woman stopped in front of me, her eyes wide, binders clutched tightly to her chest. With a squeak, she did a sudden snap to the left and raced away. I stared after her in confusion before stopping at Reese's assistant's desk. The brunette stared at her computer, blinking with her lips parted almost in horror. There was a frozen quality about her. Reese had a high turnover in assistants for reasons I hadn't figured out, but I didn't care either. It was, however, annoying when I arrived and the girl sitting at the desk outside his office didn't even have a nameplate, leaving me standing there attempting to get her attention. I cleared my throat, and her pale, fear-filled expression turned to me. "Is he in?" She nodded, then her brow furrowed like she was trying to figure out what to do next. "First day?"
Yes,
she squeaked out. She looked up at me with hope in her eyes that I might tell her it was all right, that she was doing well, or some shit I'd witnessed Holly do time and time again. Instead, I stared at her, wondering if she was going to make it through the day. "If you're this flustered on day one, you should probably quit." All hope faded from her face, and her eyes began to water. "Atticus, are you terrorizing the help again?" Reese called, and I turned my attention to the now open door. "Humph. If I remember, you were the one who used a firecracker to blow up the breakfast cart, which would make you the help terrorist." I stepped inside and closed the door, then settled into the plush chair across from his desk. "Margie wouldn't come near me for years," he chuckled. "What brings you down from your perch? I need a couple contracts drawn up. Just send the information to Jennifer or Jessica. What is her name?" Reese said as he looked toward the door, then shrugged. "It's not business, it's personal." His brow quirked as he looked at me and leaned back in his chair. "I'm listening." Not going to Alexander meant top secret, and Reese loved to know all the dirty secrets to use for his advantage at a later date. I pulled a folded-up piece of paper from my inner jacket pocket and held it out. Reese's eyes studied me as he pulled it from my grasp and unfolded it. His forehead creased as he scanned it. "Really, cousin?" "Shred it when you're done." He sighed. "I'll have a preliminary draft for you later today." With a curt nod, I stepped out and headed back toward my office. The air on my floor was infinitely clearer. Perhaps it was due to the fewer occupants on the floor, but I felt much more comfortable in my arena. Upon rounding a corner, I bumped into a small brunette. Files dropped from her arms to the floor, exposing a glorious rack. What was it with peons getting in my way today?
I'm so sorry, Mr. DeLowry. Please don't fire me,
she begged as she dropped to the floor to pick everything up. I blinked down at the small girl in front of me. Had I gained such a reputation that the poor girl trembling in front of me feared me? Was that the curse of running the DeLowry family? I didn't know who she was, but she had been around long enough to know who I was, meaning she worked for either my father or my brother, maybe my uncle? Then again, she could have worked for me, but I didn't pay attention to any of my assistants past Holly. "I don't understand why you think I would fire you for running into me." I clenched my jaw, waiting for her eyes to meet mine, but became impatient when she refused. A mousy little thing, but the sight of her breasts stirred something, and I began to wonder if she'd be a perfect vehicle to relieve my pent-up frustration. "There are two ways this can go. One, I help you gather up your files and send you back to work. The other is you following me back to my office, and put those pretty pink lips—" I stopped myself from divulging my desires, my need to work off some of the mounting aggression pumping through me. She stared up at me with wide eyes, a blush blossoming on her pale cheeks. The innocent look only stoked the fire in me, awakening the wicked king all too willing to succumb to my baser needs. I wasn't my father, and I refused to prey upon employees. The girl still staring up at me tested that resolve. I didn't like to mix business with pleasure, especially not with a young, naive little intern, no matter how much my cock wanted it. Instead, I glared down at her. "You shouldn't look at men like that unless you're wishing for depravity." There was no need for a response. I simply walked away. Bridget was a brunette as well. Perhaps I'd give her a call, ease the desire to have my cum sucked from me. "Office, now." In my periphery, Holly hopped up from her chair and followed me through the door. Once she was in, I closed the door and headed over to the wet bar to pour myself a drink. I said nothing, and Holly had been around me long enough not to ask. "Am I really that scary?" I asked as I slammed the empty glass on the counter, then poured more before turning back to her.
You're a DeLowry. Scary is in your blood."
I glared at her use of my nickname once again as I passed her on my way to the sofa chairs in the corner. She followed behind and took a seat across from me. "I have high expectations."
"You also take no prisoners and have a serious case of resting bitch face."
"Seriously?" She quirked a brow at me.
"Your aura screams get the fuck out of my way everywhere you go."
It comes with the territory. I constantly feel like I'm wrangling a house full of toddlers, especially of late.
"There's a flip side to your harsh front."
I scoffed at that. "And what is that?"
"Nobody crosses you."
"Constant aggravation." The replacement phone Holly already procured and set up began ringing, but I ignored it.
You need a vacation, she said, and pulled out her phone, probably looking at my schedule. What's that? She rolled her eyes. Time away from the office. I shook my head and frowned. It's not a good time. I couldn't even remember the last time I took 2 days off in a row. It's never a good time. Maybe it's better. Less relationships I have to manage. I'm just saying, sitting on a beach drinking a Mai Tai would do you some good. Thanks, Holly. I've always got your back. Don't worry your pretty little head over being scary. I glared at her. Do you ever see me worrying about what anyone thinks of me? She laughed at that. No, but I know that ego still needs fluffing from time to time. How is it I've never fucked you? My phone began to buzz in my hand, my mother's name on the screen, but I ignored it. You're not my type. I'm everyone's type. Money made the world go round, and women fell to their knees in front of me with their mouths open. I'm married to a beautiful woman. That just says threesome to me. She shook her head and rolled her eyes. Do you need me to bring out the little black book? It was tempting, but much more of a hassle than calling Bridget. The socialites that I'd spent a night with in the past were insipid, and I couldn't stand their constant plying to gain a hold into my life. There was only one woman who was going to accomplish that, and that was because she wasn't even trying. No, I do need a lunch reservation. I need out of here for an hour or two. We'll call that my vacation. Reservation was incorrect. I never needed a reservation where I was going, but it allowed Holly to inform them I was coming and to ready it. Table for one? I nodded. The usual. And I'm going to leave my phone with you. She blinked at me like I'd spoken a foreign language. Leave your phone? Yes. Why? The phone went off again and I rubbed my temples. 5 fucking minutes apiece? Something I was desperate for, especially recently with family coming out of the woodwork, third cousins I may have encountered at a family reunion, a second cousin on my mother's side, and even closer relations who wanted to ride the high of my inheritance. After all, if I fulfilled the terms of the will, I would become the richest and most powerful de Lowry since my grandfather. I would even surpass his reign. She gave a curt nod. I guess lunch without your phone would be a vacation, and you'll have Damien nearby. Still, you should fly down to Haven for the weekend, get away from the city. Haven, our island in the Bahamas, wasn't a bad idea. I could take one of my playthings and spend the weekend fucking everything out on her. She would love the private Bahamian island, and I could get my dick sucked out on the pool ledge overlooking the pristine aqua water. The problem was that if a single member of my family found out I was going, it would no longer just be me and my playdate. I'll think about it, I said, as I headed out the door. My afternoon was filled with back-to-back meetings, and I picked up the pace. The longer I was there, the more time I would have to center myself before I let loose on someone. In our 5-minute conversation, the phone had rung 5 times, and I would snap if I didn't get away. My fuse was much shorter of late. Being free from the shackles of my phone was settling. Each step took me farther from the demands that constantly weighed me down. If there was any true emergency, Holly knew where to find me. I stepped up to the entrance of 130 Degrees and was immediately greeted by Mitchell, the day manager. Good afternoon, sir. It's a pleasure seeing you again. Pleasantries, Mitchell. It was a custom we had deleted from our encounters in lieu of more casual conversation. Sorry, he whispered, as he led me back to my private booth. We have a food critic here today, and I'm trying to make an impression. Wonderful to see you again, Mitchell, I replied, playing along. While 130 Degrees had been doing spectacularly well with critics, putting an exemplary perception out was a good idea. Not that I really cared what they said, but I knew Mitchell did. He took pride in his work, and it showed. He held the curtain back, and I slid into my booth. A sigh of relief left me when it closed. The heavy curtains dampening the sounds of the other patrons, which was aided by a small speaker playing classical remixed songs, heavy on string instruments. It was a niche I completely blamed on Penelope, but I found it soothing and upbeat at the same time. I doubted anyone who knew me would guess that. Good day, Atticus, my waitress said as she entered my dim sanctuary and set a brandy down in front of me. Ophelia, I greeted. It may be a double day. She nodded. The usual, or should I tempt you with the Wagyu today? The usual was the healthier option, but the steak might help me get through the day. Tempt. Pan-roasted fingerling potatoes with pancetta? Yes. Broccolini? I nodded. Not, charred? Yes, sir. Anything else? She asked, meeting my gaze for the first time. Her brown eyes were wide and met mine with respect, friendliness, and that edge of regret of missed opportunities that prevailed between us.
one I was now determined to erase. "That will be all for now."
"I will be back shortly,"
she said with a smile before parting the curtains and disappearing. Ophelia had been my designated waitress at least once a week since that business meeting nearly a year ago. I made it so, just so I could see her again. I'd been having lunch at 130 degrees for much longer than that, but not as often as when I discovered she worked here. Before her, I'd scared more than one server out of the restaurant. Ophelia, on the other hand, caught on quickly to my habits as well as my moods. She knew me only as Atticus, as did all the staff, and the table was reserved for me and me alone. I was certain rumors floated around about it, but the managers were told to either squash them or tell them I was an investor, and it was the investor's table. The truth was, I owned it. It was a side venture of mine and run by my holding company, Aegean Rule. There were a few other businesses they managed, and all were outside the DeLowry hold. Not everything fell under the DeLowry Corporation, many of us having other smaller businesses as well as charities. It was more about control than income. The money made in a year barely covered my personal staff for a few months. Lunch wasn't my only reason for visiting 130 degrees, but because my frequency had increased since discovering Ophelia, my presence was not out of the ordinary. However, my reason stretched beyond satiating my stomach. It was torture every time I laid eyes on her, a desire for something I told myself I couldn't have. When my meal was finished and after I paid the bill, I pulled out a unique business card and held it out to her. "Come to my office tomorrow, 9 a.m., and don't be late." She blinked at me, her gaze moving down to the card and then back up.
"Why would I go to your office?"
I stood up and moved to stand beside her. "I need to talk to you about a private matter." There wasn't enough privacy in the restaurant to discuss my idea.
"Don't tell me you gave me something last year."
I froze and stared at her. It was the first time in a year either one of us had even alluded to that night. I leaned in, taking note of the sweet scent of her skin. Just that small inhale calmed me in a way nothing had before. "This has nothing to do with that encounter. But if you want me to give you the same thing for your birthday I did last year, I'm more than happy to oblige." I reveled in her sharp intake of breath. "Give reception this card when you arrive." My lips brushed against her neck just below her ear. After crossing through the doors, my blood buzzed in anticipation, making my skin feel alive. The morning could not come fast enough.
Chapter 5. Ophelia. "You have got to be fucking kidding me," I hissed as I looked from the map on my phone to the building in front of me. The butterflies kicked up in my stomach. I couldn't be in the correct place. I just couldn't. The card Atticus had given me was black with a metallic gold inlay that held only a symbol on one side and an address on the other. But the symbol didn't match the logo etched onto the glass. The DeLowry building was the third tallest in the city and was completely inhabited by the DeLowry Corporation, one of the largest companies in the world. They were so large that DeLowry was a household name. All night I'd worried about why Atticus wanted to see me. It was so out of the blue and had my stomach in such terrible knots that I'd barely slept. For the last year, waiting on him every week had been torture. The looks, the attraction. They may have been one-sided, and I hated myself for that, for letting him continue to affect me, for forcing me to follow his request instead of telling him to fuck off, all with one look from his beautiful blue eyes, one brush of his shoulder against mine. Instead, I stood in front of a symbol for one of the most powerful families in the world, wondering what the fuck I was doing there. With a deep breath, I stuffed the card back in my bag and entered through the glass doors. The elevator bays were surrounded by a large desk with security scanning identification cards as people entered. It seemed a time-consuming process, and I wondered how many people were late due to early morning lines, though it seemed to be moving at a quick pace. There was even a line at the front desk checking guests in. As I looked around at the sharp business suits and crisp clothing, I instantly regretted my casual attire. Black leggings, ballet flats, flowy lilac tunic, and jean jacket with my ratty messenger bag stood out, and I'd received a few dubious looks. "Can I help you, miss?" I blinked and stepped forward to the counter. Yeah, I'm here to see..." It was then I realized I didn't even know his last name. "The name, please?" I nodded and pulled back the flap of my bag, digging for the card I'd had in my hand moments before. He gave me a card. In one of the pockets, I finally located the matte black card and held it out. "He said to give you this?" It came out more as a question, but that was because of the way he looked from the card to me, then back to the card. He gently took it from me as if it held some mystical power, turned it under the light of the scanner, then held it back out. "Identification, please." I blinked again before reaching into my bag for my wallet and pulling it out. I grimaced as I rustled the card from the slot and handed it over. The stare down I was getting wasn't one of animosity, but more of curiosity. After scanning my identification, he gave it back and then held out a similar black card, which was more like a hotel key card. He leaned forward and pointed toward a single elevator. "Go over there and scan that card. It will open and take you where you need to go." "And where is that?" "To Mr. DeLowry's office. One of his assistants will be waiting for you." I froze as I tried to decipher what he'd just said. The name weighed on me before settling in my stomach, then dropping the floor out from beneath me. "Who did you just say?" "Mr. Atticus DeLowry. You better get going. He doesn't tolerate tardiness." I gave a shaky nod while I tried to find words and managed to unintelligibly thank him as I stepped away. DeLowry. Atticus was a DeLowry. For the last year that I'd known Atticus, I knew he had money. From the hotel penthouse that night to the hundreds he spent on lunch twice a week. But being a DeLowry? I never in my life thought I would ever meet one, let alone sleep with one. I swallowed hard, my heart hammering in my chest with each step that closed the gap between me and the looming elevator. I slipped the card into the reader, the doors immediately opened, and as I stepped into the cab, it hit me. Oh my God, I fucked a DeLowry. I'd thought about that night so many times since my birthday. It was shocking when I found him sitting at the head of the table in a private dining room a week after that. The way his blue eyes widened in shock. I didn't know what to do other than to go into my greeting, and we never spoke about it. We never even hinted at it until yesterday, but I was always thinking about it. The man I remembered was just an illusion compared to reality. At first, I thought he was just angry with a mistake I'd made, but I came to learn that he was just brash, a harsh contrast to the man I met that night. When the elevator closed in, only slowing when it reached the top floors did I understand. The highest floors usually correlated with the highest in the company, and the doors opened at the top. Atticus's bad attitude came from his position. More work and responsibility went hand in hand with greater stress. That didn't mean his mood was excusable. It just meant I finally got why he hid away at lunch, why the restaurant catered to making him a sanctuary. I wasn't even a step out of the elevator when a woman appeared in front of me. She was almost my height in heels, with sleek brown hair and warm brown eyes. "Welcome, Miss Evans. My name is Holly. I'm Mr. DeLowry's personal assistant." "Hi," I stuttered. It was all really settling in. "Follow me," she said with a reassuring smile. My stomach was in knots as we walked, clenching and unclenching. and as we passed the placard next to a huge wooden door, I nearly threw up. Atticus DeLowry, CEO, Chief Executive Officer, the highest-ranking person in the company. Oh my God, I slept with the CEO of the DeLowry Corporation. It wasn't a thought of excitement, but fear and confusion. How did I not know? I tried to think back on all the magazines I'd seen with the family faces, but most of the faces that graced the covers were the women in the family, and not always for the right reasons. She opened the door, and my heart stopped at the sight of him behind a large wooden executive desk. Holly smiled at me, but I could feel the blood draining from my face as I willed my feet to move. "Mr. DeLowry, Miss Evans for you." He didn't look up, only nodded. "Thank you, Holly." A few keystrokes, and then his gaze skipped right past me to the wall behind me. "On time. Good." "What is this all about, Mr. DeLowry?" I accentuated his name. As far as I was aware, nobody at the restaurant knew who he was other than an investor. "Good morning, Miss Evans," he greeted, mimicking my use of his last name. "I trust you had no issues downstairs?" "None," I said. A little surprised, especially with all that we've been through. "You didn't need my last name to enjoy my cock, if I remember." I folded my arms over my chest, ignoring his gesture to the chairs in front of him. I wanted to get to the point of what this was all about. "Is that why I'm here? My birthday is coming up, though this year I think I'll pass on your cock." The grin that spread over his face made me shiver. "You're making me want to change your mind on that. But giving you multiple mind-blowing orgasms is not the reason I've brought you here today. I have a business proposition for you." "Business?" I'm not sure I'm inclined to listen to it. "It involves an 8-figure payout." I froze. My gaze stuck to the left of him, on the New York City skyline beyond that large floor-to-ceiling window. 8 figures? For that amount of money, I could completely change my life. Get out of this hellhole of a city, away from my family, and start over. The problem was, who did he want me to kill for that amount? Slowly, I turned to meet his steely gaze that was pinned on me. "If it involves anything sexual, you can forget about it." "What it involves would only be sexual if you want it to." His gaze roamed down my body, then back up, his lip twitching up. "I would not be opposed at all." I narrowed my gaze. Yep, back to killing people. That was what people paid that kind of money for, right? Sex and death? "What do you want, then?" "Sit." He gestured again to one of the button-back leather chairs that sat opposite his large executive desk. With a sigh, I sat, crossing my arms in front of me. "Before we begin, I need you to sign this." He slid a piece of paper and a pen my way. "What is it?" "A non-disclosure agreement. You will never speak to anyone about what we talk about today." My stomach clenched again. He was getting legal about a conversation? Our eyes were locked for a moment, neither moving before I leaned forward. My eyes scanned the page and found nothing amiss but a standard NDA. With a quick swipe of a pen, my lips were sealed. Once completed, he took a photo with his phone before turning his attention back to me. "I'm in need of a proxy." "What is that?" He twirled his hand in the air. "A stand-in, or in regard to this matter, a temporary." "For what?" "The future Mrs. DeLowry." I shook my head. You're not making any sense. And I quite possibly won't until you agree. Right now, all you need to understand is that in exchange for 5 years of your life, I will give you $10 million, plus clothes and food and all the necessities, of course. The $10 million is your flat fee. $10 million? Dollars? Yes, dollars. What do I have to do? Marry me and bear me a child. I blinked at him, trying to process what the hell was going on. Was I being punked? Was this a rich asshole practical joke? Was there some bet for $1 between him and his brother to see if I'd fall for such an insane idea? You want to marry me? It was the most screwed-up proposal I'd ever imagined and would forever go down in history as the first marriage proposal I received. I wasn't even going to touch the bear me a child part yet. Yes. A laugh sprung from me, but his serious expression brought me to a halt. You're joking, right? I don't joke. Fuck. He was serious. I rolled over the basics again in my head. 5 years, $10 million, 1 child. Too good to be true, especially with his looks and status. What did he need some broke girl from Brooklyn for? What's the catch? There are a few, but they aren't what you are thinking. We will be married in January, and hopefully, a year later, you will birth my first heir. If a second one happens in the time frame, all the better. Once the 5 years are over, you are free to do whatever you like. I blinked at him in complete confusion. None of it made sense. He had money. Lots of it. Tons. And because of that, coupled with his good looks, and he could have any woman he desired, so I was back to, why me? No, there was something weird going on. And why do you think I'd even contemplate agreeing to this insane idea? Buying me to be your wife? Because I'm offering you a life you could only dream of, and a payout that will possibly ensure you never have to work again. This is a heavy proposal, I said as it began to sink in. The fact that you are still sitting in front of me gives me hope you are entertaining the idea of becoming my wife. I will stress, this is a one-time only offer. You will, of course, have some time to think it over, but after that, if you decide to decline then later change your mind, it's off the table. How much time? I'll see you back here at the same time tomorrow. I stood, my mind whirling. I'll see you tomorrow then. Before you go, he said, stopping me from walking away, I will remind you to remain silent on this matter. Speak to no one about what we have discussed. I nodded and swallowed. As if anyone would believe me anyway. The idea was ludicrous. So out there, even I was having difficulty believing it was real. I also would never tell anyone because I knew the DeLowrys had the backing to sue me for all the money I would ever make in this life and the next if I broke the agreement. You didn't cross them, or you paid the price. And it wasn't always money. A leather binder was placed in front of me, one of those legal ones that opened at the top, and pressed into the tightly bound hide was the DeLowry logo. This is the preliminary contract. Look it over and we can discuss any issues in the morning. I numbly nodded, suddenly having a strange out-of-body experience as the weight of reality pressed down upon me. After slipping the document in my bag, I turned to leave. 9 sharp, he said as I gripped the door handle. I turned to look back at him, our gazes locked as I exited. Autopilot drove me to the train station, and I stared blankly in front of me. On the one hand, I should have been insulted. On the other hand, $10 million. Could I stand 5 years with him? He was a busy man, so technically I wouldn't see him much, right? Selling myself as a fake wife. Could I do it? Pretend to be something I wasn't. Act like a doting wife to a man like Atticus de Lowry. Be a de Lowry. Those were the thoughts that had my heart slamming in my chest. Atticus represented everything that was wrong with the world. Greed and privilege. Patriarchy and the belief that women are nothing but holes to fuck. And I hated that. But not as much as I hated myself for wanting a taste of him again. It would be a life most only dreamed about. But was it something I wanted? More than that, was it something I could even do? Could I really kneel before the king? Chapter 6. Ophelia. I stared across my tiny-ass studio apartment. The main room was small and barely held my daybed, sofa chair, and bistro set. The TV sat atop a cube storage unit where all 12 cubes were stuffed solid. Then there was my joke of a kitchen where you couldn't even open the oven all the way thanks to the fridge, which also didn't open all the way. There was no counter space and only a sink. $1,500 a month was insane for the small space. But with no car and just enough money to get by, there was no way out. I was stuck in the vicious cycle of insane rental prices in an expensive and crowded city. If I lived with Atticus, I had a feeling my bathroom would be larger than the room I was sitting in. Just the idea of what he was asking was insane. How could I say yes to that? I slipped open my credit card bill and winced at the number listed, and it was only the minimum payment due. In order to get away from my crappy home life, I was left living on pennies. And now one of the sexiest men I'd ever seen was offering me freedom from all that. No more debt, and money to spare for the low cost of my dignity, 5 years, and a baby with a man I didn't exactly like. I didn't exactly dislike him either, especially late at night with my vibrator. I might have lied about my memories of that night. They were vivid, erotic, and got me off many nights. They were also one deterrent in my dating life. What was the saying? Don't mess with perfection? I wasn't sure it could get better than the one night I spent with Atticus. Part of me didn't even want to try. There was an attraction, one that worried me if I did decide to say yes to the insanity. I didn't want to say yes and then fall into the trap of basically being a readily available pussy who had to allow his advances because he held all the money and power. As pleasurable as it would be, I wasn't going to prostitute myself, which was how it felt. If I was going to do it, there would be concessions, and the man who had everything but a wife was going to be making them. I would hold some power, even if it was just a small amount, solely to prove to him that I wouldn't be walked all over. If I thought sleep had left me the night before our meeting, it was nothing compared to the night after. All night long, I watched the light move across the ceiling as I went over things again and again. The answer wasn't an easy yes or no, but a multi-layer complication of emotion, attraction, and expectation. In the harsh light of day, I took in the state in which I was living, really took it in. I was almost 27, meaning I'd be almost 32 when all was said and done. Plenty of time to find my forever kind of love, and thanks to the payout, I could do it in style. Still, every step I changed my mind back and forth. I hadn't eaten either, and it probably wasn't a good thing that I was making major life decisions with nothing in my stomach, but it was too knotted to handle anything. The way through security went the same as the day before, and just as then, Holly greeted me with a smile when the doors opened. It was almost a knowing smile, and I wondered if she knew. She had to, right? When I entered his office, he finished up whatever he was typing, then turned his attention to me. It was then that I remembered how the entire time I was in his presence the day before, his focus was solely on me. With more ease than the day before, I sat down. Then I took a deep breath and rolled my shoulders back in preparation for battle. Atticus was a strong man, but he wasn't going to steamroll me. When our eyes met, he gave a small nod. I supposed it was to indicate he was ready. Why me? No pleasantries. I was coming out swinging. This was a business deal, and I was going to treat it as such. By the twitch of his lip, it was a move he appreciated. Because you know me better than most. I shook my head. I know hardly anything about you. Until yesterday, I didn't even know your last name. If that is so, then why did you suggest the Wagyu steak the other day? Fuck. He was right, in a way. Maybe I didn't know the particulars about him, like his last name, but over the last year, I'd become very much acquainted with his moods. That doesn't mean anything, I said in an attempt to brush it off. I can guess your mood based on the depth of the crease of your brow. The deeper it is, the richer you like the flavors. And there is another way you know me. Intimately. I ignored the way his tone dropped, making the hairs on my body to stand up as a shiver rolled through me. Those memories have faded. Have they? His eyes darkened, and his lip twitched. You smell like lavender and linen with a hint of grapefruit. Your pussy is sweet and tight, and grasped my dick like it was a mold custom-made for me and me alone. You swallowed my cock with expertise all the way down to the base. Your skin is soft, and your moans could make any man come just from the sound. I swallowed and picked at the strap of my bag. I could feel the heat rise to my cheeks as it also settled between my legs. But I wasn't going to let the smug bastard know he was affecting me. No sex. There was no way he'd agree to such terms, giving me a way to decline. He leaned back and folded his hands in front of him. That severe gaze of his tore into me. It was one I'd become familiar with over the last year. How are you going to give me an heir, then? I waved a hand in the air as I shrugged. Artificial insemination or something. I'm just not going to be some rich boy's sex toy. You said business, so this is business. Having money doesn't mean you have the automatic right to touch me. You think I'd allow my child to be created through such sterile means? No, sex. His glare deepened, but I wasn't backing down. Fine, he relented. But before I could celebrate my victory, he did a 180 on me. Fine, but if we aren't having sex, then I'm allowed to have mistresses. I shook my head, staying firm in my conviction. No sex means no sex. I'm not going to be parading around on your arm only to be humiliated by everyone around me who knows you're cheating on me. Just imagine the newspaper headlines. He clenched his teeth. You want me to go without sex for 5 years? If I do, you will. If you want me to fill this role, that is the price. It was a gamble, and the answer would tell me more than he would. He wanted me as his wife, above others. I was his first pick. The solidity of his form told me he was keeping himself in check, if only by a thread. Men like Atticus were used to getting what they wanted without objection. People didn't defy him, and his aura screamed his displeasure. Every muscle was tense as I waited. I thought the price was $10 million and to live in luxury for 5 years. Your every whim and desire met. Tennis, then, a back and forth. Still, not immediately dismissing me and my restrictions was eye-opening. Because I can see this for the life-changing transaction it is going to be, and I'm not talking about the money. I want to come out of this with my self-respect intact. There are many women who would throw self-respect out the window for what I am offering. That wasn't a volley I was expecting. A man of his stature should have laid down an ultimatum, and his reluctance to do so let me know he wanted me in particular. And that knowledge was powerful. I stood. Fine. Find one of them, then. Another gamble. Sit. I jutted my chin out. Agree, or I'm gone. His jaw clenched so hard I thought his teeth might crack, and his eyes narrowed. No sex, he ground out. I gave a curt nod and sat back down, while I tried not to cheer my victory or take in the realization that he truly wanted me. Before we continue, I need some clarification. Go ahead. There were a lot of variables in what he wanted, things that could go wrong. What happens if one of us is infertile? The question lifted some of the ire radiating off him, and he relaxed back into his chair. We will pretend this never happened, but to save us both time, we will be tested for the basics before the contract is signed, along with other health screenings. STDs probably, since I was from a lower class and all. The sneer in me was strong, and I had to hold back that thought. To add to that, what if I don't get pregnant in that time frame? The second you say I do, my cum will be filling you by whatever means necessary every day until you are. Something about that sentence sent shivers through me and caused my nipples to harden as my thighs clenched. I had to clear my throat to get back on topic and away from the images threatening to take over my mind. Images of him pinning my hips down with his own hips, feeling the jerk of his tip deep inside me. Fuck! Get it together, Ophelia! So when I have a baby and the term ends, then what? His brow scrunched. What do you mean? I mean, do I still get to see my child, or does my child get taken from me? His eyes widened, and he seemed affronted somehow. I thought it was a good, direct question. For all I knew, he planned to completely cut me off from everything as soon as the divorce papers were signed. That was a hard limit. Even though I hadn't even thought of having children yet, I knew there would be no way I would allow them to be taken from me. Of course you would still see them. You would simply be under no obligation to remain married to me. I would not cut off access to our children. I nodded to the paper he was making notes on. I want joint custody, and I want it in writing. You don't trust me? I shook my head. No. He released a small chuckle, his lip twitching. Anything else? The knots in my stomach tightened. and I swallowed hard. Doing this, saying yes, signing a contract, I was forfeiting my life to him. Any dreams or aspirations I held were to be put on hold. I worried my bottom lip as I scoured my mind for any last objections or concerns. The main things were covered, and as my heart thumped so hard in my chest, I had difficulty agreeing. My debts will be taken care of. I quirked a brow at him. You don't even know what they are. 300,000 in school debt, 2,000 on your credit card. I'll also pay off your lease. How? He quirked a brow at me. Did you think I didn't investigate you before asking you to marry me? It was a shock for a few seconds, but then it made complete sense. He was the motherfucking CEO of the DeLowry Corporation. Of course he would do his homework before offering me such a sum. Well, you technically never asked, in those words. Anything else? I swallow hard, stalling. What if I have skeletons in the closet? His hard gaze met my frightened one. I just hoped he couldn't tell how freaked out I really was. My foot tapped against the ground, and I nearly had the strap to my bag unraveled. Is there something I should know? My stepfather. I trailed off, unsure what to say. Was an ass. I didn't trust him. He'd hit me before. Is a drunk bastard. I'm aware. However, I don't foresee him being an issue. Why not? When was the last contact you had with him? I went to answer, my lips parting, then just froze. Christmas. And before then? August, when I dropped off my sister's birthday present. He may be a bastard, but I'm a bigger asshole. I have no fear of that tiny skeleton. He is inconsequential and holds no bearing in these negotiations. Ah, negotiations. Just what I always wanted to hear when talking about getting married. How romantic. Your answer, Ophelia. I bit down on my bottom lip, my stomach turning. You give me all that, and we have an agreement. The words slipped out, and I watched his lips creep up into a smile. What have I done?
Chapter 7. Atticus. She agreed. She fucking agreed. The moment she did, it felt like one of the large chains holding me down slid away. While tentative, she said yes, and the final draft of the contract was in motion. We'd both spent the last few days having tests done and giving Reese time to finalize the contract. In front of me lay the last hurdle, our health reports. One of the most important was that we were both clean of any STDs, and we were. The second was the fertility report, which showed no obvious issues, with hormone and sperm count levels being in the normal range. The health history and physicals didn't show anything of concern, which was good. While her father was dead, I knew it wasn't health-related. I'd done my homework before I set my plan in motion, and that included an in-depth background check. It would have been irresponsible to jump into such an arrangement without a thorough history, and I was not one to be so hasty. Yes, I had it done a year ago, but that was due to suspicion after having her suddenly show up as my waitress after fucking her. I simply had it updated and a few questions answered. I rubbed my eyes, the fatigue of the day wearing on me. I'd endured another visit from my father trying to set up dinner with Amelia Harris. The man was hard-headed, and I was going to have to beat Ophelia into his skull for him to understand that I would never agree to an arranged marriage. The sun was long gone, and my office was lit by only the under-cabinet lights on the credenza and the lamp atop my desk. I leaned back, my gaze glancing at the clock. It was past 9, and it was quite possible I was the only one in the office. With a creak, my attention was pulled to the figure stepping into my office. Well, I wasn't the last person. "Here's your contract," Reese said as he tossed the leather contract binder onto the desk in front of me. I opened it and flipped through the pages. I looked toward him, watching as he sat down in the chair in front of my desk. "Ironclad?" I asked. Reese narrowed his eyes at me. Really, cousin? He clasped his hands in front of him. And her claws? More than a few loopholes. Good. He stared at me for a moment, and I let out a sigh and shut the portfolio. Spit it out. He threw up his hands. I'm surprised, is all. This contract is merciless, yet you've purposely left yourself room to bed her without breaking the contract. Of course I had. There was absolutely no way I was going to go 5 fucking years without sex, and I was going to make certain it was her beneath me. Our children would be made by the head of my cock pressed snugly against her cervix. She's going to give me an heir, and I'm not letting some fucking lab do what my cock is perfectly capable of doing. I understand that. It's just more of a move I'd expect from your father or Hamilton. I didn't like the comparison to my father. My entire life, I made sure to distance myself from being like him in any way I could. Hamilton may be a shark, but he's not a snake. You're more apt to fit that description. You wound me, cousin, he said with a smirk. They call you the lethal lawyer for a reason. By the way, what is it I hear about you having an intern next summer? It was only the beginning of June, but news had already circulated. Reese clenched his jaw and narrowed his eyes. Father gifted his alma mater a single internship. Being the only lawyer in the family besides him, it falls to me. The poor soul that ends up with you. Laugh now, but just remember you're having to buy a wife. I refuse to be bound to some arranged marriage like my parents. The last thing I want is some rich bitch socialite who can't even suck my dick without getting something monetarily out of it. He quirked a brow. Isn't that exactly what you're doing? I narrowed my gaze at him. The difference is I picked her. I think you need to call up one of your little playthings before this contract gets signed to work off your tension. Who knows when the next time you'll get to drain your balls in a woman again? Could be 5 years. It wasn't a bad idea. Ophelia was coming by in the morning to sign the contract, giving me the evening to relieve the pressure. The problem was that it was something I'd been saying for months and had yet to do, and I fucking blamed her. I'll have Ophelia pinned to my bed in less than 6 months. Are we betting on it? Just keep this whole business to yourself. I don't want my father finding out. He's gonna flip anyway. She has no social standing. A waitress, for fuck's sake. Why on earth did you pick her? Accessibility coupled with fuckability? You're really embracing your unscrupulous side. I'm proud of you. I don't have to behave in that manner to make this company thrive, and yet you are, in order to avoid an arranged marriage and instead marrying a woman who gets paid to wait on you. I tapped the contract. One I will control. She has nothing, and therefore she is more pliant when money is on the line. Devil's advocate? What if money isn't enough? I only remember her from the hazy night nearly a year ago, but by some of the wording you chose, she sounds like a wild horse. One I will break. Money is the carrot I dangle to keep her in line. Very wicked, cousin. With that, he left, and I decided to do the same. My stomach was oddly tense the next morning. I'd hardly slept, unable to take the anxiety that something would change and Ophelia would back out. Then what would I do? Anxiety wasn't something I dealt with often, not in my position. The level of confidence I had in all things seemed to shatter in Ophelia's presence. Not that I could ever let her know how she affected me. I kept the door to my office open, something that never happened, in anticipation of her arrival. My gaze flickered to the clock constantly, cursing it for only having moved seconds when it felt like minutes. The emotions swirling inside me were absurd. Why was I so tangled up over this? My head snapped up the second she stepped in, my eyes fixed on her, and my muscles relaxed. She came. Good morning, I said. I tilted my head to Holly, who was standing at the door. At my gesture, she closed it, leaving me alone with Ophelia. Good morning. Despite my relief, my nerves still vibrated. I couldn't remember a time I'd been so desperate to have a contract signed. As I looked her over, I took note of the dark circles around her beautiful brown eyes. It seemed perhaps I wasn't the only one losing sleep over my proposal. She looked so youthful otherwise, and she was. 10 years my junior, and so beautiful I constantly had a hard time not staring at her like some love-struck fool. Are you ready to become the soon-to-be Mrs. Atticus de Lowry? Ophelia de Lowry, she whispered. It was a simple trying of the name on her tongue, but it sent a spike of heat to my heart, making it speed up. The name hit my core with an absolute feeling of perfection. I cleared my throat in an attempt to get it over with so that these feelings might leave me. I pulled the leather legal binders closer before picking one up and handing it to her. Would you like to go over the changes? She nodded, then slipped back a loose lock of hair from her face. Yes, but first,
What are the consequences of breaking the contract?
I thought you read through it.
I did, but can you clarify them for me?
I nodded. If you break them, you will need to repay me for any monetary loss I have incurred for things such as your debts and other expenses. If I break it, you'll have $5 million to add to your bank account. She chewed on her bottom lip, then nodded. After half an hour, we'd concluded the contract revisions, and I held out a pen. Her hand shook slightly as she grasped it. I watched with great interest as she set the tip down on the line over her printed name. She picked it back up again, pausing, and I swore my heart stopped, even if just for a fraction of a second. Then, with beautiful fluidity, the letters of her name appeared as the pen glided across the paper. The process was repeated on a secondary copy, my copy, and relief washed over me. The papers were signed, and an odd warmth filled me. Ophelia was finally mine. Finally? There was no time to delve into my psyche, and I honestly didn't want to. It had been on the fritz all morning anyway. What I wanted to do was make it official. A small box sat next to my phone, almost innocuous, but it held a very important token. A hum of electricity passed between us when I took her hand in mine, drawing it up. And with this, we are engaged, I said as I slipped the ring onto her finger.
Holy shit! That thing is huge!
Her eyes were wide as she stared down at the diamonds that adorned her dainty fingers. Do you like it? I asked, finding I was genuinely hoping she did. How odd. She smiled at me and nodded.
It's beautiful.
It pleased me that she liked it, that I had done well at picking the 9-carat stone with its delicate circlet of smaller diamonds.
I'm just going to pretend like it's fake because I might shove it right back at you if I knew how much it cost.
I chuckled at that. Considering the amount I spent on it, I didn't doubt that might be the case, though she might have been the only woman I knew to make such a statement. We have a lot to go over.
Starting with?
How much your life is going to change in the next few 48 hours? She stared at me blankly, much like a deer in headlights. Wasn't she anticipating the severe alteration her life was about to undertake? My fiancé can't be seen living in that shitbox in Brooklyn, so you will have to move in with me by tomorrow afternoon. She groaned, her head falling back.
Ugh. Fuck, she hissed. Why didn't I think about that?
We'd talked about me paying off her debts, and I clearly remember mentioning I'd pay off the remainder of her lease. Don't worry, you'll have plenty of room to yourself. Next, I'll have Jack set you up some appointments.
Appointments for what? And who is Jack?
Jack is my personal assistant, and you'll need to look the part, not just play it.
I thought Holly was your personal assistant.
You're going to be learning a lot and have a lot thrown at you, so I hope you are prepared. The deer-in-headlights look resided on her face, confirming that she was completely overwhelmed. She'd thought about my proposal, read it in the contract, talked about it, but it seemed she'd missed thinking about what happened after she signed on the line. To make it easy, Holly is office, Jack is home. Her brow scrunched.
Please tell me you don't have an assistant that assists your life outside of work.
We all do. For now, Jack will also act as your assistant. He can help you in any way you need.
Is it too late to back out?
She asked as she leaned over. Yes. There was no way I was letting her back out now. We both signed. You'll get used to it all. It's just a steep learning curve for you until then. Do you have a passport?
No.
We need to get you one right away. I tapped on my phone, sending off a message to Jack.
Why?
Because I often leave the country and I will take you with me.
Oh,
was all she said in response. She chewed on her bottom lip, brows scrunched as she glanced down at her hand.
What now?
Now go home. I have a moving crew arriving in the morning to help pack up your apartment and relocate your belongings to my condo. I paused and picked up my phone, looking over the schedule before setting it back down. They'll be here at 10. Once that is done, you'll come here and I'll take you over. She stared at me, already off kilter and unsure what to do.
I guess I'll get going then. I have to get to work.
You won't be working, I said, cutting her off. She blinked at me.
What do you mean?
I mean, I've already contacted your manager and told him you won't be returning.
Why?
Because you don't need the money anymore. She shook her head.
Even with you footing my food and housing and covering my debts, I still have bills.
And they are? She threw her hands up in the air.
A phone, for starters?
She seemed to be racking her brain, trying to come up with something outside of all that I would provide, but nothing else slipped from her lips. I picked up the phone and called Holly in. In regards to your phone, you will be switched to my plan, I said as Holly walked through the door, a stack of items in her hands. She set them down on the table and turned to leave. Thank you, Holly. On top of the stack sat her new phone, and I handed it to her, enjoying the way her eyes widened.
This isn't even on the market yet, she said in awe. Her fingers grazed mine as she slipped the phone into her hand and warmth spread through me from the contact. That was why I'd chosen her, because no one had ever made me feel that kind of comfort in my life. Not for a month. How? I smirked at her. The perks of being a DeLowry. She blew out a breath. Trying not to freak out here. Trying and failing. It irritated me a bit, but I calmed myself at the reminder that she'd been a DeLowry for a whole 10 minutes. A socialite would be able to handle the load with grace and without skipping a beat. A broke girl from Brooklyn was in a near completely other world. What I was thrusting upon her was alien. If it wasn't for Holly, I wouldn't have any understanding of how different it all was for Ophelia. Without that knowledge, I could possibly become annoyed by the time needed for her to understand and acclimate to her new life. Even then, I wasn't sure how she would take it all. Not in her wildest dreams would she anticipate what was coming. Of that I was certain. What is it the game shows always say? But wait, there's more, I said, trying to calm her. She blinked at me, her brow furrowing before lifting, a smirk forming on her kissable lips. Did you just make a joke? I mean, it was a lame one and that's from infomercials, but still. Do I look like the type to joke? I asked. I wasn't about to reveal my failed attempt at humor. She shook her head. Not at all. Next, I held out a black credit card with her name on it. She blinked down at it. Seriously? This is for your personal use. Whatever you need, use this. She reached out slowly, cautiously pulling the card from my fingers. Overwhelmed? A bit. There's more. Fuck, she hissed. There was more we needed to go over, but by the paleness of her skin, I decided to wait until she was in my home before unloading the information. It would give her more time to digest what exactly she signed up for. We'll wait on it until tomorrow. For now, take the next few hours to say goodbye to your former life. She nodded, the fright evident in her eyes, but there was also an edge of wonder. After they leave, come back here, I said, then pulled another card from the stack. This is your card to get up here. You will no longer need to check in with the desk, just head straight to the elevator. She nodded, her hand shaking as she took the card and slipped it into her bag along with her phone and credit card. Most women, when handed access to unlimited funds, lit up with excitement, the dollar signs nearly visible in their eyes, but not Ophelia. I reached up and brushed a loose lock of her short hair behind her ear before a palm settled on her cheek. Blush spread across her pale skin, and I had to force myself to keep from leaning forward and kissing her, an act I'd longed for since she'd left my arms nearly a year ago. I snapped back at the realization and cleared my throat, ignoring the confusion on her face. I'll have a car pulled up for you. She shook her head. No need, Ophelia. She blew out a breath and held up her hands. Just give me tonight to be me. I gave a curt nod. Have a good evening. I'll see you tomorrow. She gave me a strained smile as she backed up, then turned. Once she reached the door, she looked back at me, then slipped away. I thought I would settle after she signed, but something else stirred inside me. An overwhelming need to touch her that I battled to gain control over. After Ophelia exited, Holly stepped in, closing the door behind her. There was a smirk on her face, and I glared at her. You don't scare me, big bad wolf. What do you want? She's beautiful. Not your normal type. And? She shrugged. I get it. Get what? I growled. I get why you're attracted to her. As close as I was to Holly, I'd never told her about that night. Only Reese knew that I'd taken Ophelia home. She's the only woman I've never been able to stop thinking about. Her eyes widened, then narrowed before she swung her fist out and punched me in the arm. Thankfully, she was a tiny little thing barely over 5 foot, so there was no real force behind it. Why didn't you tell me? How's Becca? Don't go changing the subject on me. I already figured out she was your waitress, and now it totally makes sense why you started going there more often. But there's something else. I blew out a breath. If I didn't come clean, Holly would just keep digging. Remember how Reese convinced me to go out with him to Angelino last summer? A chuckle left her. Yeah, it shocked the hell out of me. I spent the evening with Ophelia, until long after the sun rose. Her lips parted. Oh, There was an edge of pity in her voice. Don't fucking act like I'm some wounded animal for a fucking woman, I growled. Her eyes narrowed on me. Fine. Be an ass to me, but watch it with her. You're still not going to scare me, but that attitude will drive her away. And by the way, I'm mentally slapping the shit out of you right now. She turned and stomped away, slamming my office door. I grabbed hold of the leftover stack of information for Ophelia and slammed it down on my desk before dropping into my chair.
Introspection was not my strong suit, so asking myself what the fuck was wrong with me only resulted in silence. I should have been celebrating one less thing to stress about, but the worry had morphed into something else, something that thrummed beneath the surface. An unidentifiable emotion that I pushed down, buried deep until all that remained was the wicked king about to ruin yet another person.
Chapter 8. Ophelia. Despite Atticus telling me he'd talked to Mitchell, I went to the restaurant anyway. Mitchell had taken a chance on me a year ago, and I hated letting him down. When our eyes met, he motioned for me to follow. Once we were both inside his office, he shut the door. "Atticus called already," he said as soon as he sat in his chair. "I'm so sorry, Mitchell." A sigh left him, his body sagging. "I'm not mad. I'm not allowed to be. And if I was, it's not at you. I'm losing my best server. You're more than a waitress here, Ophelia. We're going to miss you." "Me too." 130 Degrees had become my friends and family over the last 11 months. I couldn't believe I hadn't anticipated the move. I guess I figured I could still work. At least until closer to the wedding and maybe even after. "What did he say?" I asked. He shook his head. "Not much. Only that you weren't working here anymore." "You didn't ask?" "You don't question Atticus de Lowry when he tells you something like that." Every suspicion was confirmed. "So you knew who he was?" He nodded. "Couldn't tell anyone. Still can't." I swallowed hard. "I wish I could tell you why." He pursed his lips. "I know, kid. Just know it's not a move I wanted. But you know Atticus." He nodded. "That I do." He stood and wrapped his arms around me. "Take care, Ophelia. If something happens, come see me, okay?" I gave him a squeeze and willed the tears in my eyes not to fall. "Will do." Knowing it was Atticus's favorite lunch spot, I had a feeling I would be returning, only sitting on the other side of the table from Atticus inside his private booth, instead of serving him. After a last goodbye to the chef, I headed out. Darkness settled inside me, and I began to wonder what I'd just done. It was as if as soon as I signed, I'd forfeited my life. Granted, that was the basis of the entire thing. I just didn't expect so much to suddenly happen. I'd hidden the ring, slipped it into my bra so he wouldn't see. Plus, I didn't like the idea of wearing a huge-ass diamond ring on public transportation. When I returned home, I still felt like I was in a trance. The whole ordeal felt surreal. It was like a strange dream I was going to wake from. Was I hit by a car and in a strange coma dream that latched onto Atticus and designed a weird fairy tale around him? A pinch to my arm confirmed that I was not in a coma. That weight on my finger was not a pulse oximeter, and it was, in fact, a huge-ass diamond ring. Why did I agree to this? You know why. Because you never got past that night. It was true. I hadn't been on a date or had sex since my birthday. Nearly a year of seeing him at work multiple times a week kept him constantly on my mind. What I'd agreed to was torture for both of us, plain and simple. To be around him knowing I'd never have him between my thighs again, and that I was the one that made that rule. But I wanted there to be no illusion that he'd have anytime access to my body. Otherwise, it felt too much like I was prostituting myself. Instead, I needed to look at it for what it was. A job. My career for the next 5 years was to stand by his side, wear his name, and carry his child. Wait, Why did he need all that? Had I even asked before I jumped headlong into this arrangement? Ophelia Marie Evans. You're an idiot. I stared down at the ring on my finger, looking past the diamonds to the shackle it really was. What had I gotten myself into? I was sporting a single piece of jewelry worth more money than my student loan debt, probably quadruple the amount I owed. An amount that I wouldn't owe in a few days. That was the strangest part about all of this. The amount of money he was throwing around just to secure me as his fake fiancé was astronomical. It would take a long time for me to process that I now had access to some of that. My bank account was sitting at just over $200. I looked up the credit card he gave me online. It was one of those no questions asked types. You flashed it, and wherever you were, they'd give you a kidney if you needed it. That sounded too black market, when in fact it was the pinnacle of prestige. I spent the evening devouring a large pepperoni and mushroom pizza while pulling things out of my closet and stuffing boxes left over from my last move. Thankfully, I'd kept them, but I still picked up a few more, plus packing tape. Deep into the night, I worked between panic attacks and waves of nausea. I then topped it off with an entire pan of brownies for good measure. It helped for a few seconds. What I was embarking on was insanity, and each area of my tiny space that was packed up only made it more of a reality that I would not be spending the next night in the space that was all mine. Around 4 a.m, I crashed, surrounded by a pile of boxes, but was startled awake only a few short hours later by the traffic outside. It didn't take long to pack up my apartment, especially not with the movers Atticus hired. In fact, the movers looked at my sad little collection of items and had them loaded into the truck in no time. Some stuff was being stored. I wasn't stupid enough to believe nothing could go wrong, and I wouldn't be out the door in a week and have not even a bed to lay my head on. Nope, wasn't having that. Still, my furniture amounted to a daybed, a chair, which I did move, a cafe set, storage cube unit, and a nightstand with a lamp. After they left, I slipped my ring on a chain and clipped it around my neck. There was no way I was getting on the train with that on my finger. However, when I got down to the street level, there was a black car sitting out front with a man standing beside it, his hands in his pockets. He straightened when he saw me. "Miss Evans," he called. "Yes?" I responded cautiously. "Your fiancé has asked me to bring you to him." Seemed Atticus didn't like the idea of the ring on the train either. My little bit of freedom as Ophelia Evans the waitress was over. I was officially Ophelia Evans, fiancé to Atticus DeLowry. The driver held open the back door and I slipped in, settling into the plush leather interior. The legroom in back was deceiving from the outside, and I found myself playing with the controls on the armrest. A squeak left me when a footrest pushed against the back of my calves. A chuckle came from the front seat, and heat flooded my face. "So, are you a personal driver for a company?" I asked, catching his reflection as he pulled away from the curb. He didn't seem much older than me. Maybe mid-30s with brown hair, green eyes, and a friendly face. "No, I am a DeLowry family personal driver." "There's more than one, isn't there?" I asked. Another wave of, "What the fuck have you gotten yourself into?" slamming into me. Another chuckle. "Many." "What's your name?" I asked, catching his eye in the rearview mirror. "Michael, Miss Evans." "Please call me Ophelia. It's a pleasure to meet you." "You as well." There was a soft string instrument coming from the speakers, and as we wove through traffic, the lack of sleep caught up to me. I was jostled awake by Michael's hand on my shoulder. "We're here," he said as I started. I gave him a small smile. "Thanks." After yesterday, I no longer had to check in with the desk. I had my own keycard to the private elevator for the top floors. 3 trips up had made me more confident as I walked to his office without Holly. She was still there to greet me with a smile and let me in. "Hi," I said as I stepped into his office. He glanced up at me, then back to his computer where he finished up his thought. Once he was done, the screen turned black and he pushed his chair back. "Ready to go home?" he asked, his face scrunching at the oddity of the words passing his lips. At least I wasn't the only one feeling like a fish out of water. He pulled his suit jacket on and buttoned it before stuffing his phone into his pocket and stepping toward me. The man wore 3-piece suits like lingerie, and I had a hard time not catcalling him. I didn't think that would go over well, especially with the fight I put up for the no-sex clause. Our eyes met, and the sea of awkwardness at what was happening expanded. Neither of us seemed to know what to do, even though the whole plan was his idea. I supposed idea and execution were 2 different things. The plan on paper was one thing, but having to actually interact with me and pretend to be my loving fiancé was entirely different. We were both novices, and the feeling in the air was like preteens at a school dance. He cleared his throat, and our eyes met. Okay, maybe I was the only one feeling that way. The man before me could never be anything other than dominant and authoritative. What was I smoking? There was a slight hesitation, though, when he lifted his hand to take mine. Small, but I noticed. I swallowed as I slipped my hand in his and tried not to melt from the electrified heat of his touch. I died just a little inside as I stuffed down the memories of the last time he took my hand. Letting out a breath, I gave him a small smile and a nod. Due to the early hour, we received more than a few looks on our way to the elevator. I ducked my head, not wanting to stand out, when Atticus leaned in. "Head up, shoulders back." A simple command, but it said so much. It reminded me that I wasn't some dirty secret or paid for. Well, I was being paid. The point was, I wore the ring. His ring. And I was going to be a DeLowry. So I needed to learn to act the part. I'm going to be a DeLowry. Another wave of nausea rippled through me. A set of brilliant gray eyes went wide as we passed an open door. He looked familiar, and I was pretty sure he was a DeLowry as well. "Atticus?" he called out. Atticus's hand flexed, squeezing mine as he stopped. "Hamilton?" Hamilton glanced between us as he closed the gap. My stomach began flipping under his scrutiny. "What's going on?" "Hamilton, meet Ophelia. Ophelia, this is my younger brother, Hamilton." I gave him a small smile. "Pleased to meet you." It was my turn to squeeze Atticus's hand. "Ophelia?" Hamilton again looked between us. "Will you be joining us for the family dinner?" Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Atticus's jaw clench. "She will be, as a matter of fact." Hamilton studied me for a moment and made a scoffing sound. "You weren't going to tell me?" At least his brother wasn't stupid. He'd caught on. "I was, but not today. For now, we need to get home. We will talk tomorrow." "Have a good afternoon, then." He didn't seem happy, I whispered as we walked away. "Hamilton is only happy when his cock is buried in some woman's holes." The stereotypical rich playboy? I don't know about stereotypical, but he is a rich playboy. The elevator cab was empty, and I broke the deafening silence. "Does anybody know about me?" "I was going to introduce you at the family dinner, but I'm now seeing that may not be the best idea." "Better than a Facebook post." He groaned at that. "No social media. None." "I wasn't going to. I'm just saying better at family dinner night than via the media." "That is over a week away, and you're bound to run into one or two more." "Of your siblings?" "Siblings, cousins, aunts, uncles, parents, second cousins." He heaved a sigh. "I have homework for you until then." "Homework? Yay." I couldn't keep the sarcastic lack of excitement from my tone. When we arrived in the lobby, Michael was still waiting at the curb, and we loaded into the car. As the crow flies, it was a short trip, but Manhattan traffic was a different beast. When we pulled up to the skyscraper that had only in the last few years joined the New York City skyline, I was in awe. Olympus Tower was a fitting name for the DeLowry family to inhabit. We were greeted by the doorman and then the concierge upon entering. The elevators were off to the right, and I angled that way, but was pulled back by Atticus tugging on my hand. I blinked at him, but followed to the left. A large iron gate cut off an area, and past it I could see two elevators with a golden insignia of a crowned shield flanked by two lions. As we approached, the gates opened. I didn't even have time to wait when the elevator doors slid open without even pushing a button. "Did they do all of that?" I asked as we stepped on, noting that the buttons started at the 40th floor. "No. The building has sensors that pick up a unique signal from your phone combined with facial recognition." "What kind of sorcery are you talking about?" The elevator rocketed up, making my ears pop, and I rubbed at the right one. He chuckled at that. "It means the building is laced with technology that knows where you are." "Does that mean it's watching you in your home? That would seriously be creepy." "No. Common areas only. Lobby and elevator bays." The cab decelerated and slowed to a stop on the 63rd floor. The penthouse floor, of course. There was a large set of double doors in front of us, and with a press of his fingers to a button near the handle, I heard a click. Upon entering, there was what appeared to be a home office or library. We turned left, and I froze. I promised myself I wouldn't have one of those stupid, jaw-dropping moments, but who was I kidding? A poor chick who was living in 300 square feet, suddenly in a condo with more square footage than the entire building I woke up in? Yeah, that wasn't happening. There was no keeping the awestruck expression from my face as we walked through an enormous living room that also had a huge sitting area with a door to a terrace, past a huge dining room table with what looked like a crystal waterfall chandelier. But what really got me was in the great room. A 12-foot-high glass wall of windows, with a view overlooking the Hudson. The place looked like a museum, and was as silent as one. Atticus's voice echoed on the walls as he pointed things out. It was unnerving, and I was hesitant to move from my spot, in fear of upsetting the pristine surface before me. The kitchen was just as impressive, and I seriously wondered if the island was bigger than the apartment I came from. Maybe an exaggeration, but that was what it felt like. "There are 4 bedrooms for you to choose from. All have their own ensuite." He showed me a small one that was on the same side with the view of the river, then pointed out the large door to his bedroom. It was quite a ways down a hall lined with artwork. We stopped at the next door, the room a little bit larger than the first and south-facing. "This one," I said the second we stepped into the third option. It was a corner room, The impressive floor-to-ceiling windows curved and framed a southeast view. There was a walk-in closet and a large bathroom. Overall, it was bigger than the previous two. "It's yours." We continued the tour, including the fourth bedroom, which was my second choice of a room. There was a laundry room and mudroom that had access to the vestibule. We moved into the first room I saw right off the elevator. It was a cozy room compared to the rest, thanks in part to the floor-to-ceiling dark wood bookcases. There was a desk to one side and a sitting area with a couch on the other. He motioned for me to sit as he picked something up from his desk before taking the seat across from me. "Homework." He patted the red leather portfolio before setting it on the coffee table between us. "This is an account of my life, to better acquaint yourself with me, the DeLowry family, and our business. Study it well." I took the thick binder and opened it. It was a few inches thick, and my eyes strained not to roll at the title page. "The Life and Times of Atticus William DeLowry. Your phone has been integrated with the security of this building, and here are the instructions for how that works." He slid a piece of paper closer, then held out a card similar to the one he'd given me at the restaurant, only it was more credit card-like. "Keep hold of this at all times. It will show anyone that you are with the DeLowry family." I looked at the card, noticing how the shield with a crown flanked by lions was the same as the one I'd seen on the lobby gate. "What was with that gate? Do you own this building?" He nodded. "There are 63 floors, and we occupy 40 and above." 23 floors? Holy crap. Not only did he own the building, but his family occupied it. He nodded. 40 through 43 hold family amenities." "What does that mean?" "Do you really think we would share anything with the rest of the building?" "Point taken." "What's on those floors?" "There is a gym, spa, and swimming pool on 40. "Wait," I said, holding up my hand to stop him. "There is a swimming pool in the middle of the building?" "Yes." "And only the DeLowrys can use it?" He nodded. "Yes." "Wow." "May I continue?" he asked with a slight edge of annoyance. I nodded as I pondered what other wonders would come out of his mouth. "On 41, you will find anything for your..."
We'll return to the story soon. But for now, let the music help you slow down and feel present. This free audiobook is made with care.
Entertainment pleasure. There was a billiards table, various other games, a movie theater, and even a small nightclub. Nightclub? Though with the track record of Genevieve DeLowry, it shouldn't have surprised me. 42 holds salons and a children's play area. Salons? People come to us. We don't go to them. You will also find Jack's office there, as well as the other home assistants. 43 and above are all private residences with 2 condos per floor. Currently, there is 1 family member per floor, with exception of the twins sharing a floor, and a few levels are currently empty. Room to grow. I I couldn't think about how much money in rental they were losing by having so much empty space.
Precisely.
He cleared his throat and stood.
The movers should be here soon. Jack will help with that. I need to get back to the office, but I will see you for dinner. Until then, settle in.
I awkwardly waved goodbye, our eyes catching just as the elevator doors slid closed. It was that look, that same one that I'd seen at the restaurant. Longing coupled with uncertainty. Maybe it was just me, but that was what it felt like. I glanced up and then down the hall before choosing to head toward the family room, allowing myself to really take the space in. It was huge, with tons of wasted space, especially with a bachelor occupying the space. It definitely didn't feel lived in. I was certain only half of the seats had ever been sat in, and the reality was probably half of that. Marble, dark woods, and crystal. It was a beautiful marriage of modern with classic materials. Hardwoods ran throughout, creating a seamless flow. After my solo tour, I headed to what was going to be my bedroom. The relief that flooded me when I realized I wasn't going to be sharing a bedroom with him was huge. I guess I'd just assumed, seeing as we were going to be married. Sleeping in different beds was going to go a long way in keeping me from doing something to him I swore I wouldn't allow. Something I'd made him put in the contract. And if he was abiding by it, I had to get my hormones in check when he was near. I stood at the window looking out over the view I would have every day going forward. It was magnificent. One World Trade Center stood proudly, seeming almost close enough to touch, with Upper Bay in the background. Turning toward the bed, I ran, then dove onto it face down. A groan left me as I sank into the plush mattress. My eyes started to drift closed, and what felt like seconds later, there was a knock on the door startling me awake. When I sat up, the sun had shifted and my phone showed at least an hour had passed. "Yes?"
"Miss Ophelia, the movers are here,"
a male voice said. I scooted off the bed, wiping a bit of drool from my face as I moved to greet whomever was at the door. "Hi," I said with a smile. He gave me a nod of his head.
"Hello, Miss Ophelia. My name is Jack. I am Mr. Atticus's personal assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you."
Jack was a thin man, probably a few inches shy of 6 feet, with slicked-back auburn hair and pale brown eyes. He looked about my age. "Just Ophelia, please." He nodded.
"The movers have arrived. Would you like your things in here?"
"Yes, thank you." Once everything, which didn't amount to much, was set against the wall, everyone disappeared, and I pulled my speaker from one of the boxes and started streaming music as I got to it. Seeing as there wasn't much, it didn't take long to unpack. I did confiscate a small 3-drawer dresser from one of the vacant bedrooms to set my TV on. Once everything was done, the room didn't look that much different, and I started a list of things to get to help it feel more like my room. I was halfway through when I heard voices and shuffling. I thought it was just Atticus, but there was a female voice as well. After a few minutes, I made my way down the hall, listening in on the conversation. It definitely wasn't Atticus, but I did jump when he called my name from behind.
"Ophelia?"
I spun around, eyes wide. "Hi."
"What are you doing?"
he asked, having obviously been watching me creep down the hall. "There's someone in the kitchen?" I wasn't sure if I was asking or telling.
"That is Chef Loreno."
"You have a chef?" I asked in shock. Did the DeLowrys do anything on their own?
"Yes, he cooks dinner."
Who else is in there?
Amara, his wife. She assists him.
Does he cook just for you?
No, he often cooks for the others as well, but uses my kitchen as it's the largest. Let me introduce you.
He took my hand, and I forced myself to ignore the warmth of his touch as he led me down the hall.
Good evening, Chef. Atticus, he beamed. It is so good to see you, my friend.
I watched as they hugged, stunned. Then Atticus moved over to Amara and placed a kiss on each cheek. She smiled at him before her eyes went wide when she spotted me. They began speaking in what I was pretty sure was Italian, Atticus chiming in, their gazes flickering to me before Amara walked toward me. I had no idea what was said, but I was suddenly embraced by her.
"Welcome, Miss Ophelia,"
she said with a warm smile.
"It is so good to see Atticus in the company of a woman."
The Italian kicked up again, and by the scowl on Atticus's face, I think he took offense to something she said.
"Ophelia,"
Loreno said, gaining my attention.
"Please, if you wouldn't mind, in the next few days leave me a list of your favorite foods and flavors, as well as those you dislike and are allergic to. Be specific, if you could."
"Specific how?" I asked, my mind whirling.
"Atticus does not like rocket or similar other bitter greens."
"Rocket?" He seemed to consider something.
"Arugula."
Atticus perked up and turned toward us, a scowl on his face.
"No weeds."
I let out a laugh at that. "Weeds?"
"Disgusting plant."
He narrowed his gaze at me.
"What can't you stand?"
I shrugged. "I don't like nuts. I mean, I like them on their own, but I don't like them in or on anything." I could feel the heat of Atticus's stare, and my eyes widened. "Like peanuts and walnuts and almonds." Warmth swept through my face. "I don't like almonds, but I like almond flavor, but just no to walnuts. And peanut sauce on Thai food is yummy." I kept rambling on, making my embarrassment even greater. Atticus stepped forward and leaned in.
"I do remember you liking nuts,"
he whispered low enough that only I could hear, his lips ghosting my ear and sending a shiver of heat down my spine.
"On their own, in your mouth, the way you sucked on them, held their weight in your hand before popping them between your plump lips."
My heart sped up and I glanced at Loreno and Amara, but their attention was fully on their task preparing our meal. "I wasn't talking about—"
"I know,"
he interrupted, still whispering so not to be overheard.
"But that's all I can think about. Your warm, wet tongue wrapped around my nuts, around my cock."
My thighs clenched, and I had to take a step away to clear my throat. "What's on the menu tonight?" I asked, trying to forget the last 60 seconds. Half an hour later, I was staring down at an empty plate, wondering if I could lick it without Atticus noticing. "Loreno is a cooking god," I said with a groan. The man was beyond talented in the kitchen.
"Now you see why he's our personal chef."
"Does he do the family dinners?" He shook his head.
"Those are held at Stronghold, our family home outside the city. The house staffs multiple chefs."
"Multiple? Wow. How many people were living there?" "Okay, who all comes in here, so I know?" I asked to keep from looking at the remainder of the sauce that was staring at me, daring me to just slip my finger across to wipe up as much of the goodness as I could.
"What do you mean?"
"What kind of help should I expect?" I hated saying it like that. It almost sounded as if I thought they were beneath me when they weren't. They were here to do a job, just as I was.
There are entire teams that keep the DeLowry family running. Each property has a different set. We all also have assistants.
Jack, so you need an assistant just to keep track of your help? I needed to find another word for them. Caretakers? Did that sound less demeaning? It seemed they all had different jobs, but I couldn't find a word to encompass them that didn't make me sound like a pompous ass. Employees? That sounded best of them all. Household employees? That way I could distinguish them from his company.
That's basically what Jack does. I don't have time to tell Loreno what time I might be home or what sounds good for dinner. Jack handles that.
Does he know about us? The real us?
No.
Where does he think I came from? Atticus blew out a breath.
He shouldn't be thinking anything.
I'm sure he's curious.
Perhaps, but it's none of his business.
You're his business, ergo I am as well. His hand slammed down on the table, making me jump in surprise.
He doesn't need to know our history, Ophelia, only that you are now affiliated with me.
With that, he stood, leaving me shaken and surprised by his reaction. I watched as he walked down the hall and into his bedroom, the door shutting with a slam, leaving me alone. I blew out a breath and ran my hand through my hair. There went the getting to know you portion of the evening. Though I wasn't sure what had set him off so suddenly, I had an inkling. Atticus went to 130 degrees, to a veiled booth with minimal interaction. The condo was the bigger version. My presence was bound to throw off his balance, especially with the millions of questions running through my head. I'd rocked his peace, invaded his sanctuary, and I had a feeling he'd just gotten his first taste of having a roommate in years. It left me to wonder one thing. Had anyone ever been there that wasn't family or an employee?
Chapter 9. Atticus. The first evening with Ophelia in my home didn't go quite as planned, though I wasn't sure what I had anticipated. It wasn't like at the restaurant where our conversations were of few words. She wanted to talk. Maybe I hadn't thought enough about what it would be like having her live with me. It had been an instantaneous assumption. We get engaged equals she moves in. Just the thought of the media hunting her down to her tiny apartment incensed me. I would not allow her to go around as if she were poor. She was going to have the finest things, no longer suffering to make ends meet. That fucking made me sound like I was attempting to be a white knight when it was anything but. I didn't doubt my decision based on attraction. I'd pined for her for nearly a year, something I'd never in my life done, with the exception of Delphina Monroe in my sophomore year of college. A mild crush on a beautiful girl that ended when she caught Reese's eye. Ophelia was the goddess I wanted to pray to, and I hadn't the slightest idea where or how that conviction had emerged. All I knew or understood was the desire to be near her, no matter what. Needing a wife only facilitated the exploration of my infatuation. The fact that she said yes left me in a new conundrum. I didn't know how to act around her in my own home, and her questions further frustrated me. Now, there was this woman I barely knew, one that I wanted to fuck, one that I decided to marry, and she was a phantom I created that would no longer ever leave me alone. I thought I wouldn't notice her, but even without seeing her, I could feel her presence. It pulled at me, causing an upheaval in my one and only sanctuary. She wasn't like the workers that came and went as silently as possible, and I created the situation that destroyed my peace. It was a type of change I abhorred, but one I would have to get used to, because she wasn't going anywhere. The getting used to part was difficult. Her small line of questioning had me at wit's end, and I'd snapped. Small fingers snapped in front of my face, and I blinked to find Holly standing in front of me with a steaming mug.
You okay?
Did I make a mistake? I asked, my brow furrowed. She leaned against my desk, the mug cupped between her hands as she took a sip.
Ruined things already?
I sat back. I don't think so.
Do I think, maybe for the first time in all the years I've known you, you did something very spontaneous and very un-Atticus-like with the whole not thinking it through thing? Yeah.
I thought it through, I argued. She shook her head.
You thought the contract details through. You didn't think about having a living, breathing person now connected to you at the hip. And I'm not talking about a baby. I'm talking about that poor girl who has no clue what she's agreed to, thrust into a world she knows nothing of, with a man she doesn't know.
Nobody knows me.
And whose fault is that?
Go away, I said with a sigh. She set the cup she'd been sipping from down in front of me.
Here, I'll share.
I quirked a brow at her. I didn't share anything, let alone a half-drunk cup of coffee.
It's Becca's special blend.
Or maybe I did. Why don't you just finish that one and get me a fresh cup, since it's obvious you brewed it here?
Is it?
She asked in that conspiring tone of hers. Why do I pay you to be a thorn in my side?
We've discussed this a dozen times. Someone with your sharp memory should know the answer to that.
Out, and bring me back a cup.
Aye, aye, Capitano. Oh, by the way, Reese called.
My brow scrunched as I glanced to my phone. I have no missed calls. She shook her head.
You've been ignoring a lot of people the last few weeks. He's set up a lunch.
A sigh left me. Fine. She laughed.
You're a reclusive billionaire, Atticus. It's not hard to figure out what you're thinking when it comes to social interaction.
I have not hit recluse status.
Yet,
I grumbled. She wasn't wrong. Especially since the will reading, I'd avoided everyone and everything I could. Once friends from school were now acquaintances after years of little to no interaction. Friends were one of the few luxuries I couldn't afford. Holly was one to take me by surprise. She was like a dog with a bone when we met in college, unrelenting in her quest to get to know me. Due to my upbringing, I initially thought it was because she wanted something, but that wasn't the case. She was just an exuberant person, one who could see how lonely I was and forcibly inserted herself into my personal space despite how much I detested it. Eventually, she broke me down, proclaimed herself my best friend, and she'd stayed beside me ever since. I paid her well to put up with me every day. The day was filled with meetings and financial reports. Growth was slowing down, which my father attributed to the failure of my brother and I to marry someone of affluence. Still, the company was doing well. The goal was to keep it that way, to prove I didn't need to marry some hotel heiress to keep DeLowry the leader in multiple markets. Expansion plans for the future were in the works, but they took time and a great amount of planning. It was after lunch when my door opened. Holly could be heard protesting, but Hamilton couldn't care less as he slammed the door in her face. You should apologize when you're done, I said. Holly and Hamilton had never gotten along because she didn't let him walk all over her because of his name, while Hamilton wasn't accustomed to rejection even if the woman he approached was a lesbian. What the hell are you up to with the girl? Hamilton asked as he sat across from me. Per usual, he wasted no time getting to the point. It's just a business proposition. I don't think this is a good idea. I swore that the vein in my forehead twitched. Why did every conversation with him end up in an argument? I don't care what you think. I'm not agreeing to an arranged marriage. Fine, asshole, but when this goes sideways, don't come looking for me for a fix. I narrowed my eyes at him. When have you ever fixed anything for me? When has anyone? I'm the one who makes the hard decisions to protect this family, always taking the high and mighty road. Do you want to do this shit? I snarled. I'll gladly let you take over cleaning up Jen's messes. That alone will keep you busy and give you some taste of the shit I deal with daily. Running a company is easy compared to running this family of spoiled fuck-ups. Even though the role had only officially been mine for a little less than a month, I'd been helping orchestrate the family for years in preparation. Only me. No one else was subjected to every dirty secret the DeLowrys had. I'm just wondering why you brought in some strange girl and how it is any different from that girl father picked. The difference is I know what it feels like to be between her thighs and I like it. And I'd done nothing but fucking fantasize about it for nearly a year. Hamilton let out a sigh. This is risky. How are you doing this? She moved into one of my extra bedrooms yesterday. Right now, the goal is to get her primed for the family dinner. Is she a good actress? Or are you going to show the family what it really is? His barrage of questions were irritating. The only way I'm getting him off my back is if he thinks there are emotions. And even then, I'm unsure. I hope you know what you're doing, big brother. It'll either be a spectacular idea or a spectacular explosion. Only time will tell. Are you going to tell me who she is? He asked. I furrowed my brow as I stared at him. Who she is? Yes. What is she bringing in? I blinked at my brother. He understood when he saw her yesterday that she was the woman I'd chosen, but he hadn't picked up on her penniless state. Nothing. He balked at me, eyes wide as he moved to the edge of his chair. Nothing? What the hell do you mean, nothing? I mean, up until yesterday, she was a waitress living in a studio apartment in Brooklyn. Are you mad? He asked, an incredulous edge to his tone. Who I picked is of no concern to you, Hamilton. She is to be my wife, I ground out. Then you better perfect that love act, brother, because he will see the cracks and pounce. Sink his teeth in until he rips her from you. I ground my teeth together. I will not allow it. He is still as strong-willed as ever. That need to control and manipulate hasn't waned with age. My lip turned up and I let out a harsh chuckle. Not this time. If I have to, I will waste not 1 second sequestering him on the other side of the globe if he tests me. The reign was passed to me. I ruled, and he would not control me any longer. The tides had turned, and I would do whatever was necessary to ensure Ophelia was mine. The problem is, how much will you let him pick and prod until you snap? I leaned back. He's going to keep pushing the Harris girl no matter what, but that isn't enough. I still don't like this. You don't have to, I do. This is the path I've chosen. Silence prevailed. I could tell he wanted to argue with me more, as that was his favorite pastime, so I changed the course of the conversation. How are the talks with Worthington going? I asked, completely and utterly desperate to move the conversation from my fiancé. Hamilton went silent, a rarity which garnered my full attention. What happened? Another bidder. And Donovan Trading and Investments, president of acquisitions, isn't a pushover. Stop speaking in roundabout ways and tell me. Cartwright offered them a better deal. It's going to make Donovan excel in the market. We're still the dominant market. Hamilton's jaw clenched. This isn't the first time Thane Cartwright has snatched a promising addition away from us. You're afraid of a relatively small-time trading and investments firm? At the rate they're growing and expanding, yes. Interesting. Like Donovan, we were growing our own investment firm to go with our financial side. It sounds like we should have hired this Cartwright. We tried 5 years ago at the first instance of crowding, but he declined. The phone on my desktop rang, and I reached for it. I don't want to lose this to a lesser company. Do whatever it takes. Hire a hitman? Sure, you got it, he said, picking up the folio and heading out. I shook my head and let out a small chuckle as I picked up the receiver.
Chapter 10. Ophelia. My eyes drifted closed before snapping back open. I shook my head and stared down at the page, the black letters blurring. I'd slept well, my bed incredibly comfortable, and it was a long, hard snooze. None of that mattered in the face of the life and times of Atticus William de Lowry. After about 5 pages of 10-point font, 8.5 by 11 sheets of white paper with small margins, I was fighting a wave of sleepiness threatening to take me under. When Atticus handed me the leather binder, I didn't think much of it. The problem was that it read like a history textbook and had me fighting sleep in a few pages. I hated history in high school, avoided it as best I could in college. Remembering dates with events and who won what battle or who conquered what country only to give it back later or have someone else take it from them was torture to me. This was the same. At 4 years old, Atticus excelled in 3 languages and was on his way to becoming a master in fencing. At 4. By the time I got to 20, was it going to talk about him becoming the supreme ruler of the earth? This is going to take forever. I ruffled the pages, watching them flip by with few gaps in the solid wall of text. It was going to take me forever to work my way through. I hadn't made it past his preschool accomplishments yet, and there was another 30-plus years after that. Not to mention the history of the de Lowrys, which started at page 97. With a sigh of defeat, I collapsed down onto the pages. My goal of having the now christened Binder of Doom read by the weekend was out the window. At the rate I was going, Making it to page 20 would be a great accomplishment worthy of celebration. If I made a goal of 10 pages a day, I could theoretically be done in a few weeks. That was depressing. I graduated with a 3.9 from NYU in biology, but wanted to claw my eyes out over this. A growl of my stomach turned my attention to the clock. It was noon, giving me the perfect excuse to take a break. Afterwards, maybe I'd sit out on the veranda and trudge on. The sun was shining when I stepped outside after I finished off a sandwich made from last night's leftovers. The air was warm, with a light breeze filled with the promised heat of summer. It made me want to get out of the tower, to take a walk along the streets, some activity to fight the sleep the binder of doom incited. Returning to my room, I located a small purse and filled it with the necessities, including my new phone and access card. I slipped on some sneakers, throwing the strap of my bag over my head as I walked to the elevator. I blinked at the door, realizing it was my first time leaving since I'd arrived 24 hours earlier. With a turn of the handle, the door opened with little resistance, exposing the elevator bay. I pushed the call button, and within a few minutes I stepped out of the elevator and into the lobby. Another first, and I couldn't help but look around. I felt so out of place, unsure of my steps. It felt like I was somewhere I wasn't supposed to be. As I approached the golden gates, they opened wide, just like my eyes.
"Good afternoon, Miss Evans,"
a man in a suit standing at the concierge desk said as I passed through into the main lobby. Hi, I said, giving him a strained smile before scampering off toward the doors. Once out of the opulent building and onto the hard, concrete streets of the city, I let out a sigh. The familiarity of the city sounds crashed down on me and calmed me. It was the first time the constant hum of the crowded streets gave me a sense of peace. I felt incredibly out of place in Atticus's home, and almost felt like I was walking on eggshells whenever he was near. His outburst and sudden departure from the dinner table confused me, and he was gone before I woke in the morning. Granted, my lack of sleep and the comfort of the bed kept me there until well after 9. The whole encounter started off nice, if not awkward, and ended in his blow-up. Was that how things were always going to be? Or was it just our breaking-in period? I hoped it was just the break-in period. We had to get to know each other. That was the only way we were going to make it through 5 years. I had no destination in mind, but the walking helped to center me. After some time, I somehow ended up in front of the DeLowry building. It wasn't where I was intending to go and no reason to be there. But still I entered, and got on the elevator for the top floor. I glanced around, my heart suddenly hammering in my chest. When I reached the desks near his office, I noticed Holly's seat was empty. "He's on a call," a woman called. I turned to find a woman around my age, possibly. It was hard to tell. Her dark skin was flawless and completely unblemished. "Oh," was all I could say.
"Do you want to wait?"
she asked, giving me a small smile. I leaned toward her. "Do I look as out of place as I feel?" I whispered. She chuckled.
"There is a little deer in headlights going on, honey."
I pursed my lips and sighed. Why am I here?
"Want some coffee? We have a great espresso machine," she offered.
I shook my head.
"Please don't worry.
I'm probably going to just go back downstairs anyway." She reached out for my hand.
"Wait, stay. Talk to him."
I nodded and worried my bottom lip, and my stomach twisted. "I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name." "Alexis," she said with a warm smile. "Thanks, Alexis." "You're welcome. Holly's chair is empty. You can sit in her seat until he's available, if you want." I gave her a nod and moved around the half wall to where Holly resided. My hand rested on the top of the wall when the deep timbre of his voice caught my attention. There was an edge to it, much like when he was upset at the restaurant. But this was much more frightening. "If you don't agree, Vincent, you will force my hand." "You bastard." Vincent's voice hissed from the phone's speaker. "We had an agreement." "You're an underhanded son of a—" "Watch your next words. Carefully. I do not suffer outraged bursts of insults." The chill in his tone sent a shiver down my spine with its deadly edge. "We have a contract. I will lay waste to everything you hold dear if you do not complete the terms." "Fucking DeLauries. Think you can get away with—" "We had a deal," Atticus roared, cutting the man off and making me jump. "You are the one who has failed to uphold his end. I have completed the agreed-upon conditions of our bargain, supplied you with all you requested. I am not some simpleton you can roll over. Who did you think you were getting into bed with?" The conversation felt like a mirror image to my own situation. Who did I get into bed with? "Do not put blame on me or my company for your inadequacies. You will find a much darker side to me if you let your ego war with mine. I guarantee you will not like the outcome." It was a side of him I'd never witnessed. I'd seen him in a poor mood, watched him send waiters away with tears in their eyes, experienced myself the lengths he would go to get what he wanted. Anger and annoyance, yes, but not the oppressive power with which he spoke. The dark undercurrent full of malice in his tone was unnerving. The power, authority, and strength that radiated off him in that conversation was intense enough to send a man to his knees. My stomach knotted, and a hollow sensation crept inside. "You have 24 hours before I tear your company apart brick by brick." He gave the man on the other end no time to respond before he picked up the receiver and slammed it back down, ending the call. "There's a button for that," Holly said, surprising me. I'd assumed she was at lunch. "I know there's a fucking button, but that's the only fucking way my anger is getting out at the moment, unless you wish to get me yet another phone when I throw it across the room." She sighed. "That would be 2 in a month. Just go down to the gym and hit the punching bag." "Seriously?" "Fucking DeLauries." "Are you just going to stand outside my door all day?" Atticus's voice floated from the open doorway. I jumped, wondering how he knew I was there, my gaze flickering to the door. I swallowed hard, then stepped into the opening and walked through. As I did, Holly straightened from behind him, her hands resting on his shoulders. It was an intimate pose, not one of boss and employee, and something about it rubbed me wrong. She picked something up from his desk, her eyes trained on me as her hips swayed with each step toward me. Her lips spread into a smile and I bristled, my hackles slightly raising. At a glance, it seemed no different than all the smiles she'd given me before. But after seeing her wrapped around Atticus, I was viewing her in a different light. One I didn't like. When I reached Atticus's desk, his eyes were closed, jaw set in a hard line, and he was leaning forward, his head against his hand that appeared to be massaging the stress from his temple. It wasn't working. The fire and rage vibrating from him was enough to have me scampering away, but I stayed put. I should not have come. Whatever conversation we were about to have was bound to leave me in as foul of a mood as he was in. I just knew it. "Ophelia," he said as he stared at me, his lip curling up in disgust as he looked me over. He picked up his phone, his fingers flying over the screen before placing it down. "We need to get you new clothes tomorrow. I can't have my fiancé looking like a fucking hobo." I glanced down at my outfit. What was wrong with jeans, sneakers, and a t-shirt? When my attention turned back to him, the difference was night and day. Every suit Atticus wore draped his body like a work of art, perfectly tailored down to the millimeter. It took everything in me not to lick my lips at the sight of him. I was just walking around and... "You walked here?" I nodded. "Yes." "No." "No? Walking down the streets of New York City with that on your hand?" He glanced at my hand, his brow furrowing. "Where is your ring?" I stretched my fingers. "It's in my room." "Every time you leave the house, that ring needs to be on your finger." "Well, I wanted to talk to you, and I also wanted to get out of there for a little while, so 2 birds, 1 stone. No more walking around the city on your own." "Seriously?" "Seriously. The announcement will happen in a few weeks, and once word gets out, you will be the top Google search for weeks." "What?" He nodded. "You're marrying me. The public will want to know who you are." "People will be searching me?" It hit me like a punch in the gut. All because I was marrying him? For every little piece of information they can grasp. Shit. My stomach that was already in knots, tightening. "Have you read the file I gave you?" he asked. "You mean the history textbook on the life of Atticus William de Lowry?" He didn't move, but his eyes flicked up to mine. "What is that supposed to mean?" I rolled my eyes. "It means the only way those sheets of paper could get less personal is if they were on a bullet point timeline. You need to know about me." "Yes, about you. But right now, I don't need to know that you were captain of the Harvard rowing team or that you purposely failed chemistry as a social experiment in 8th grade. And who the hell is taking chemistry in 8th grade?" They were just a few points I'd noticed when flipping through the pages. His spine straightened and he stared at me, his brow furrowed. "Those are both points of interest in my history." "Perhaps, but they don't tell me anything about you. Not you as a person or you as a man I would find remotely attractive." "And what would?" I threw my hands up. "How about an actual sit-down, get-to-know-you dinner date?" That was the whole reason I'd walked nearly 2 miles. I didn't realize it until it was out. An evening that was 2 people getting to know each other. How things normally went before 2 people got engaged. He blinked at me, almost as if I was speaking a foreign language to him, one he couldn't identify. What was wrong with the man? How did he become so detached to personal interaction? "We had dinner together last night." "We ate together last night, then went off to different rooms. You know nothing about me, and it would be a great way to get to know me." "I know plenty about you, from your educational background to your father's death, and how old you were when you lost your virginity. I also know your credit score, your mounting debts, and that you are in serious need of a good haircut and not the $5 butchering you're wearing." "Excuse me." "And while we're on the subject of hair, once we get someone to properly manicure that overly masculine cut, you will begin growing it out." I slammed my hands down on his desk, gaining his attention again. "What the fuck gives you the right to tell me how to wear my hair? It's a pixie cut. Cute. Feminine. And most importantly, I like it. And that's only the first of my grievances against what you just revealed.
Do I need to remind you again who I am? Do you think I failed to diligently research you before enacting my plan?
It unnerved me to think he'd looked so deeply into my life. He'd only skimmed some highlights, but it was enough to realize he knew much more about me than I believed. It was naive of me. He told me he'd done a background check. We talked about Lou. But somehow the in-depth portion didn't click. I'm not changing my hair.
Yes, you are. I've arranged an appointment with my personal stylist. She has a hair and makeup crew ready and arriving before Melanie arrives with your new wardrobe.
Wardrobe? I thought a few pieces, but even with as little as I knew him, I had a feeling my closet would be stuffed by the time Melanie left, whoever that was. His eyes moved up and down my body.
I have a feeling your entire outfit cost less than my lunch.
Ouch. But he probably wasn't far off.
If you are to play the part of my wife, you also need to look the part. You will be on my arm at charity dinners, family gatherings, and photo sessions, and you will need to present accordingly.
I shook my head. You are not changing how I look.
Per the contract,
I am.
Or did you fail to properly read through before signing it?
I froze, my stomach sinking. A vague memory floated to the surface of my thoughts. A skim of a line of text that instructed I would look the part he wanted, including all aspects of my wardrobe, hair, and makeup. Shit.
You added in a clause of no sex, and I added in control of your appearance. If $10 million no longer interests you, I can bill you for my wasted time and efforts, and you can be on your way.
You are an arrogant son of a bitch, I seethed. It was a side of him I wasn't used to seeing. Wicked in his dealings, and the way he manipulated the situation to his advantage.
Careful, Ophelia. You will watch your tongue when cursing out the matriarch of my family. The walls have ears, and Vera has sharp claws that will slice through you without even touching you.
My head spun. Stupid. I was so stupid to have believed that he was my miracle cure for all that was wrong in my shitty life. Now he owned me, quite literally, for 5 years. Why didn't I realize that earlier? Was I so entranced by the man I knew that one night? I want a date.
Have Holly set it up on your way out.
You can't even do that yourself? With all the people running his life, it shouldn't have surprised me. His gaze narrowed.
If I don't even have time to find a suitable woman for a wife, do you think I have time to schedule frivolous wastes of my time with things such as a date? Not only a date, but one with my fake fiancé?
I flinched at the word fake. It was both true and untrue. I was legitimately his fiancé. I had the huge-ass rock to prove it. The truth portion was that I was bought and paid for. We weren't a real relationship. We were a business transaction. Still, it stung. Maybe not. But if you want me to be the doting piece of arm candy or trophy wife in training, you might want to warm me up to your demeanor before I decide to scratch your eyes out. His lip twitched up, and he leaned back in his chair.
Friday night, 7. Meet me here.
Not going to pick me up?
You'll be here at 7, and not a minute late.
I rolled my eyes. Fine.
Michael is waiting for you outside the lobby. He'll take you home.
My fingers flexed and my jaw clenched. Instead of arguing a battle I wasn't going to win, I acquiesced and stormed out, slamming his door as I went. Holly jumped at the sound, and I let out a growl of frustration. She gave me a small smile that for some reason heightened my suspicion. For all I knew, she spent her afternoons tucked under his desk, getting him off. What the hell had I gotten myself into?
Chapter 11. Atticus. It didn't surprise me that after Hamilton's visit to my office, the word of my engagement had spread around the family. Gossip circulated like wildfire through the ranks, but never passed the family name. De Lowrys didn't talk about the family to non-De Lowrys.
"What do you mean you're engaged?"
My mother screeched. Just as I said, she's coming to the family dinner. There was a pause, then a sigh.
Why are you doing this, Atticus?
Doing what?
Defying everyone's wishes.
Everyone's? I don't give a shit about everyone. I have sacrificed my life for this family, and this one act is the only thing that is mine and mine alone, and I will not have it dictated by anyone.
Couldn't you have picked someone like Lucinda Carmichael?
Lucy? Aldrich's little sister? Come on now, Mother, no.
There must be someone else. Antonia, Bridget.
For my mother to be bringing them up, she must have been desperate. They were both from well-off families, though nowhere near some of the family's oldest friends, but they knew how to act at social functions. Something I was certain Ophelia was going to have trouble with due to her upbringing. I have to get back to work. Goodbye. I hung up, not even waiting for a reply. My irritation grew, and I threw my pen down onto the desk. The office was my reprieve from Ophelia, but the more people who knew, the more she invaded my work life. Even if it was just my mother on the phone, it was minutes in my office that were dedicated to my new fiancé. My cell phone pinged at the same time as my email popped up a new message. "Reese, you're engaged?" The vein on my forehead throbbed, and I took a centering breath. "Atticus, you're an idiot." "Reese, it's quite the gossip. By the way, am I doing your prenup?" While normally Alexander would handle such contracts, Reese was the only one privy to the one I had with Ophelia, and therefore the only one capable. "Atticus, yes, get a preliminary draft going." Though we had a contract for marriage and children and the payment for 5 years, the prenuptial agreement was a necessity. "Reese, am I including the no-sex clause?" I ground my teeth and blew out a breath. "Atticus, no. Atticus, add $1 million a year alimony until she gets remarried in the event of divorce." It had only been a week since I fully formed my plan, but the idea of us divorcing made my stomach clench. If after 5 years she couldn't stand me, I wouldn't force her to stay with me, even knowing how hard it would be to let her go. I also couldn't stand the idea of her living in some shitbox apartment again because prices were so high in the city. Could she even live off of or provide a safe place for our children with $10 million? No, I would provide that as well. "Reese, seriously? You're already paying her a hefty sum. What happens in the event she never remarries?" "Atticus, irrelevant. Also child support. I am responsible for all expenses for our children and housing in the tower in addition to her alimony." "Reese, you're a fucking idiot." That was when it hit me, and I cursed, throwing the phone back down onto the desk. I wanted to take care of her no matter what. I'd never even had an inkling of that desire before I met her, but there it was, in every interaction for the past year. I made sure she was my waitress and tipped her well, all to keep her close and to make certain she was doing well. She was very good at her job, so much so I never realized what I had actually done, that I cared for her to some extent. My computer pinged again, and I turned my attention away from thoughts of Ophelia. The email was from our in-house investigator, Hugo. He was a detective once upon a time, but after a severe injury on the job, he changed direction and we hired him on. He quickly became an essential part of our security team. Everything from business backgrounds to dates, he was paid well to find out all he could. He was who I used to get me information on Ophelia. A groan left me at the title, and I cursed under my breath. For one fucking day, could the De Lowrys behave? 2. De Lowry Atticus from Dennings, Hugo. Subject, hiking the Appalachian Trail. Preston has been thinking about going hiking. Short, sweet, and to the point. That was one thing I liked about our communications. I didn't have time to read the intricacies of boundless information collected. While we did need to talk in code, the messages were clear and told me all I needed to know. My brother-in-law needed to be put in his place. 2. Dennings Hugo from DeLowry Atticus, subject regarding hiking the Appalachian Trail. Let me know if he sets a date so we can cancel all plans. As always, my family had impeccable timing. It was bad enough that my sanctuary was invaded, but now my brother-in-law was looking to cheat on my pregnant sister. Thankfully, Hugo was always watching out for scandals. He worked solely for the DeLowry family, and he enjoyed the detecting part without the danger. The day called for a relaxing drink and some music, but I wouldn't have that. Ophelia's presence was more disrupting than I imagined. Simply having her near was throwing me off kilter. We made it through the last few days fairly unscathed. I didn't think it would be difficult to have her in my space, but I found it to be torturous, and it wasn't just her scent and the nearness of her body locked away in my home. When I decided to have her live with me, I assumed nearly 8,000 square feet would be enough room that we wouldn't have to interact often. Everywhere I went, there she was. It had only been a few days, and she ate dinner with me, watched TV, and read books in the library while I worked. I wasn't used to living with another person, at least not since I'd moved to the city full-time a decade ago. The desire to get out of Stronghold and away from my parents and grandfather drove me to a condo not far from where we would build Olympus Tower, not to mention the need to get away from my younger siblings. Genevieve and Penelope were still in middle and high school at the time, and 47,000 square feet held no reprieve from teenage girls. Here in the condo, I'd been forced to retreat to my bedroom more than once to feel at peace. It was the one room Ophelia had never stepped foot in, so it wasn't filled by her. She asked for a date that was happening in a few hours, and the thought of it set me on edge. Most of my dates didn't require menial conversation, but somehow I knew Ophelia would insist on it. She wanted to know me, but I wasn't sure that was a good idea. I couldn't keep the darkness from her forever. It always bled through. But the Wicked King had been kept at bay. It was then that insecurities I didn't even know I had came to light. I was afraid of Ophelia getting to know me and hating what she saw.
Chapter 12. Ophelia. After the enlightening trip to Atticus's office, I'd been bombarded for days. Melanie, Atticus's personal shopper, arrived with rack after rack of clothing. Between her and her 3 assistants, it was 2 trips to the salon level. There was a huge dressing room, complete with more mirrors than needed and enough space for everything she brought and then some. Maybe it was actually a dance studio? A little while later, I confirmed that was incorrect. There was also a dance studio. Hours of going through clothes and looks and convincing me more than once that I needed something. By the end, my walk-in closet was completely stuffed, and I had outfits for all occasions, though she did promise to be back, and I wasn't sure how I felt about that. It almost sounded like a threat. The next day was spent in the salon, where my $5 butchering got an overhaul. Begrudgingly, I admitted that my hair looked better than it did before. Waxing, manicure, pedicure, facial. I felt like Sandra Bullock in that movie. Only I thought I was in better shape than I apparently was. Atticus's eyes were wide when he saw me that night. He circled me as he took in all my upgrades. "Very nice," he said. "Does my lord approve?" I asked with a smirk. His expression dropped, and he turned around and left. A sigh left me. We would get better. It was just going to take time. I hoped our date would help with that. The next afternoon, I sat on my bed, chewing on my bottom lip, trying to decide if I wanted to call my mom. Want? Not really. Need to before she reads about my engagement in the papers? Very much so. Lou, my stepfather, was a worthless drunk, and I didn't want him to get wind that I was engaged to a man who had more money than the Queen of England. Hell, the DeLowrys probably had more money than at least a dozen countries combined. The issue that pressed upon me was informing my mom of the mess I'd gotten myself into. Well, not the truth. but the lie before she found out from the news or some gossip site. We weren't on the best of terms, mostly due to my stepfather, and beginning from the moment they got married over 15 years ago.
Hi, Mom. Leah? Did you change your number?
Yeah, I heaved a sigh as I fought to push the next words out of my mouth. My fiancé put me on his plan. Silence.
Ophelia, I'm not in the mood for jokes.
Not a joke.
What's his name?
Atticus. I purposefully left off his last name. She didn't need to know, at least until it was absolutely necessary.
And where did you meet?
At a club last year, then at work.
It was fate,
I said, lifting my tone, trying to sound happy. I swallowed hard, hoping she bought it.
And I'm just now hearing about him?
It's not like we talk much. There was a bitter edge to my voice. Ever since Lou, I'd taken a back seat to him, then to my half-sisters. He was a drunk of a man who hated me because I was a physical reminder that once upon a time, my mother had loved someone other than him. Insanely jealous. It didn't matter that my father was dead, only that I was the product of him. He pulled away my mother's attention and affection and beat me down until I couldn't take any more and had to get away. It was why I'd been willing to suffer and struggle for the past decade. Anything to get away from them. Which was why I had been living in a tiny apartment in Brooklyn. At least it was all mine.
Who's on the phone?
I heard Lou ask in the background.
Leah, what does that brat want?
I ground my teeth and waited for the non-supportive response that would fall from my mother's lips.
Says she's getting married.
There was a strange static, like she was placing her hand over the receiver, but it only muffled the next words.
But I'm not sure I believe it.
The wedding is in January, I said. There will be an announcement soon.
Announcement? Such a stupid thing. Why would you need to do that?
She scoffed. I knew venomous thoughts about Atticus were dancing in her mind. Anything to try and bring me down. This is just a courtesy call, Mom. I wanted you to know before the news broke.
Fine, but you'll get no help from us for this disaster. Did he knock you up?
I pursed my lips. Of course she would think that was the only reason anyone would want to marry me. Well, it wasn't like that was happening anyway. No, he didn't knock me up, and I neither want nor need anything from you.
Okay. You know where to send the invitation.
She'd be lucky to get one. It was my anger that pushed that thought to the front. But the fact was, she was my only family. She was my mother. Honestly, I really didn't know anymore if I wanted her in my life. The biggest problem was Lou. I couldn't stand the thought of him showing up at a DeLowry function. I wouldn't put it past him to try and swindle some money or steal gifts. Bye, Mom.
Talk to you later, hon.
No, you won't, I whispered as I hit end and threw the phone down on the bed, then fell back next to it. I couldn't stop the worry from knotting my stomach. It had been months since I talked to her. Maybe Christmas? I stopped by, gave the girls some presents, and after about an hour, I left. While I wanted my sisters there for my wedding, even if it was a contract wedding, I didn't want Lou to come, and if Mom came, Lou would be right there next to her. Even so, even though she was my mother, I didn't want her to come either. We had never been close, and as an adult, I found I never wanted more with her. My father was a different story entirely. I missed him with every breath in my body. Losing him would never be something I got over. I wondered if I could get Atticus to commit to a very small wedding to avoid inviting my family, like in another country. However, I had a feeling the DeLowrys would not go for something like that. Still, I could bring it up at dinner. Speaking of, what was I going to wear? With a glance at the clock, I jumped from the bed. Somehow, I'd managed to blank out for over half an hour. And all that remained was an hour, and I couldn't be late, especially with the date being my demand. What did one even wear on a date with a billionaire? There was a ton of fancy clothes in my closet, and I caught a glimpse of a pair of white pants. I pulled them from the rack along with a soft pink peplum top. I had never owned white pants before. But as I looked down at the outfit laid across my bed, it was another reminder of how different my life was becoming. I found a pair of white, high-heeled, strappy sandals with red bottoms. I was a little worried about the red clashing, but figured nobody would notice. Realizing I was down to less than 30 minutes, I had to acknowledge that wardrobe selection should not take 30 minutes, and promptly got my ass in gear for my first official date with my future husband. I grabbed a chunky, sparkly necklace and bracelet, then pulled my engagement ring from its box and slipped it onto my ring finger. Thankfully, I'd had the foresight to shower and put my makeup on in procrastination of calling my mother, because I was able to do a few touch-ups before I grabbed a matching purse from my closet and threw in whatever I needed before running for the door. When I reached the lobby, Michael was waiting for me, and I slipped into the back of the sedan. At 6:59, the elevator doors slid open and I rushed down the empty hall to his office. "You were almost late," he said. His gaze trained on the clock behind me as he rested against the edge of his desk. "Almost, but almost isn't late." His gaze moved up and down my body. When our eyes met, I received a nod of approval before he pushed off and stepped toward me. "Very good," he said. Each step was almost like a lion surveying his prey, and I froze as he approached. Did he have to look that sexy? Between the intense smolder and the swagger in his step, I was revving up to happily let him pounce. He circled around me, humming in approval, and I let out a breath, happy to have met his expectations at the very least. He leaned in, and I froze again as his lips pressed softly against my cheek. Very beautiful. Heat rose to my face, and I bit down on my bottom lip. "There's the charmer," he scoffed, then held out his arm and I slipped mine in. Michael waited for us at the entrance, and we slipped into the back of the car. The drive was only a few blocks, and confusion settled as we walked toward the restaurant he'd picked for dinner. "Why are we here?" I asked as Vanessa, the hostess, held the door open for us. As familiar as he was with the place, I was surprised he didn't try to wine and dine me. Then again, I already had the Rock, as I had affectionately begun calling the huge diamond ring that adorned my finger, so there wasn't much call for wooing. I was a front, a contracted employee with a closeness of none other. Putting energy into our relationship wasn't necessary, and possibly one reason he'd searched me out. Still, I had to admit, getting to actually eat a meal at 130 degrees? Yeah. I squealed inside as my mouth began to fill with saliva, envisioning how good my meal was about to be. "So you can see how awful your replacement is," he replied simply. In the past week, I'd come to find Atticus was not much of a talker. He said what he needed to in as few words as possible. Granted, he'd been like that the whole time I was his waitress, which was nothing like how he'd been the night we met. Maybe you should have thought about that before you made me quit, I reminded him. Vanessa showed us toward Atticus's table, a confused look in her eye as she watched me scoot around the booth.
You literally have access to more money in one small account than you've made in the last 3 years. Why would you stay?
Atticus asked. What else am I going to do with my time? I asked. It was a realization that began to weigh me down. What at first was a pleasant pseudo-vacation was losing its shine as boredom set in. I was so used to doing, moving, and going that standing still was hard.
You'll have plenty, especially when the wedding planning starts, though I'm certain my mother will be taking the reins on that. You also have a lot to learn in order to blend in.
His mother taking the reins? I supposed it wasn't the worst thing. How much energy did I really want to put into an event that emotionally meant nothing anyway? I rolled my eyes. One day you'll realize I'm never going to fit into your upscale world. I'll never blend in. He quirked a brow at me, but before he could respond, the curtain opened and a wide-eyed Drake stood in front of us.
Ophelia?
He said in surprise. Hi, Drake.
Hi.
He looked from me to Atticus, then back to me.
I'm surprised to see you here. You quit so abruptly.
My appearance startled him, and he lost his composure.
Are you here to take our order or to chit-chat?
Atticus seethed. His tone made Drake straighten, his eyes wide.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. What can I get you to drink?
Atticus rolled his eyes and swore under his breath, and I knew dinner wasn't going to go well if this continued. Brandy, neat for Atticus, and I'll have a glass of Chardonnay. Have Mitchell help you with Atticus's order. I'll just have the 6-ounce filet mignon, medium, fingerling potatoes, and the chopped salad. He nodded and gave a quick glance to a glaring Atticus before scurrying away.
That was annoying.
You didn't have to be such an ass.
I'm going to need a word with Mitchell to find out why he thought it was a good idea to send that boy in here.
As if on cue, Mitchell appeared.
I am so sorry about that, sir. Allison is not in today, but she will be your waitress from now on. The redhead?
Atticus asked for clarity. Mitchell nodded.
Yes, sir.
Atticus gave a nod in approval, just as Drake appeared with our drinks. He quickly set them down before scurrying away again.
Besides keeping that twerp away from me, I need you to do one last thing before you go, Mitchell. Anything, sir.
He nodded toward me.
Tell her who I am.
Mitchell blinked at him and looked to me, pleading for some type of clarification.
Being that she is with you, I assume she knows now who you are, sir.
He was careful not to speak Atticus's last name.
In regards to this restaurant,
Mitchell turned to me.
Atticus is a generous investor, not the bullshit.
Mitchell swallowed hard. More importantly, he is the sole owner, he said in a low voice so as not to be overheard. I snapped my head toward Atticus, and he stared at me with a slightly arched eyebrow as he sipped his drink. Own? He slowly nodded.
Bread, Mitchell.
Right away, sir. The formality was unusual for the two of them, and it bristled me. Do you have to bark orders?
Do you not remember your first few weeks as my waitress?
I did, which was why I felt so badly for Mitchell and Drake. Over time, I'd gotten to know his likes and dislikes, which I cataloged in my mind based on the depth of his scowl. That was how I knew the last time I'd served him that he was in need of an indulgent meal. Well, that explains why you were the only one who ever sat here.
Are you surprised?
A sigh left me. I shouldn't be, not now. But I guess I should have known after a year of seeing you multiple times a week.
In all that time, I was surprised you never learned my last name.
Trust me, the thought had crossed my mind, but Mitchell was tight-lipped. And unlike the rest of your family, your photograph isn't plastered all over the place.
It was 2 years ago when I was announced as the new CEO, long before we met. And the news quickly disappeared in favor of juicier stories.
You mean your sister?
He nodded. And soon it will be your face.
My lips turned down, hating that idea. That much attention on me in an arena where I already felt like it was me versus a giant, and I didn't even have a stick to defend myself, was overwhelming. Why?
I am a DeLowry. We are the kings and queens, the elite, the rulers of the West.
I wanted to laugh, but it was true. His family name was known across the globe. I need to use the restroom, I said, excusing myself and shifting toward the edge of the seat. The weight of Atticus's eyes was heavy on me as I moved through the thick curtains. Once free, I wove through the back, locating Mitchell near his office.
Ophelia!
Mitchell glanced toward the booth. What's going on? I've never seen you so shaken by Atticus before. Everything about the evening seemed to rub me the wrong way, but I wanted to make sure Mitchell was okay.
Because normally Atticus is friendly to me, and we often chat when he's here for lunch, but that's only because of you.
Me?
You, and since you've been gone, he's become a bit terse again. Finding a good replacement for you has been very difficult.
It's been a week.
That wasn't nearly long enough to find someone strong enough to endure Atticus's bad side and stick around.
He nodded.
A week without you to break up his day and take his stresses away. That man has the world on his shoulders, and a few days a week, all he wants is to be waited on and left alone in peace. He praised you highly for your ability to give him that reprieve. You were the only one in the last 6 years who was ever able to tame his ire, knowing just how to handle his moods and give him that peace he so desires.
Was that why he chose me? If it was, his abrasive nature gave none of it away. Not only that, we were in completely different territory now. A small booth was nothing compared to a penthouse condo. Nor was a working me the same as casual me. Doubts that his plan was going to work seeped in. It was that same stomach-twisting feeling every time I started a new job. Trying to find my place, figuring out the rules, and learning the ropes and what was expected of me. I returned a few minutes later and found Atticus on his phone, his thumbs moving quickly across the screen. On your phone on our first official date?
Holly needed me,
he replied without looking up.
That shut me up like nothing else could have,
and an awkward silence stretched between us, a tension that made further conversations stilted and difficult, even after he set his phone down. Our food arrived, and I struggled to find a topic that would allow me to get to know him in any way. What do you normally do on the weekends? I asked in an attempt to break through the unease that vibrated between us.
Work.
Work? He nodded.
Running a company and family such as mine is extremely time-consuming. I have time for little else.
Do you always speak so pompously?
I speak as I need to speak, with purpose and clarity. There is no room for idle chatter or gossip. What the weather is like doesn't interest me.
How high is that stick up your ass? Come on, you have to relax at some point. You weren't like this the night we met.
The night we met, I had ulterior motives. Since you have shut those down with a steel door, you're stuck with me as is. I don't need to impress you or romance you. Our arrangement is a transaction."
Another sting, reminding me that he didn't want a real relationship, only a business one. "We're going to be together for the next 5 years. Are you really going to be like this the whole time?"
"Considering I'll have blue balls for all that time, I can assure you I'll be much worse by the end."
"You were trying to be funny," I said. His expression hardened, and I smiled at him, knowing I'd caught some of that warmth he kept hidden. Our interactions had taught me so. "Fine. Don't admit it, but you were flashing some charisma there. I saw it." He made a scoffing sound, but I caught the uptick of his lips. Getting to know each other was going to be a struggle, but we had time. I had to believe that one day I'd get him to relax with me. I wanted to meet that man from a year ago. The battle armor he wore was strong, but I was stronger. For now, I'd take every little thing I could, even a small smirk. Chapter 13. Ophelia.
"Ophelia?"
Atticus called out. I was in the kitchen chowing down on dinner while talking to Amara as she washed dishes. "In here." He stopped at the doorway and stared at me. My brow furrowed as I tilted my head to the side. I looked all around me, trying to figure out what he was staring at. There wasn't some pile of food around the stool or crumbs sprinkled around the counter. I glanced at Amara, who refused to acknowledge me, but there was a smile playing on her lips as she washed a pot. "Okay, what?" He cleared his throat, and his brain seemed to kick back into action. Weird.
"Amara?"
he greeted.
"Atticus? Why are you not at the table?"
he asked.
Was that why he was so confused?
I was lonely, so I came closer to talk to Amara.
"You're interrupting her work."
I rolled my eyes. "It's just dishes." I watched his jaw clench. "Your plate is on the table." I gestured to the covered meal. "Should still be warm." He walked over to the table and glanced back at me before picking up his plate and silverware. In a few strides, he was next to me, setting his dishes down on the island counter. Amara slid a glass of wine over to him as he pulled the stool out and sat next to me. I blinked at him and quirked a brow at Amara, who shrugged. It was a move that reminded me of a guy I liked my freshman year of high school. I'd had a crush on him for over a year, ever since he transferred into my school. He was a popular guy, and I wasn't. One day, he stopped in front of my table at lunch and asked to sit next to me. I was floored and probably bright red. Nothing ever happened past that, but I held a candle for him for the rest of high school and after. The moment with Atticus had that same feel. Maybe that meant he was trying to meet me halfway. Yes, 10 million could make a person do almost anything. But I wasn't going to let him bully me for the next 5 years. He asked me, so he was going to have to make concessions. Yes, I needed the money and it would make life so much easier. But it wasn't like I was going to be on the street without it. And that was why I was determined to make him work for it. Loreno appeared and whisked Amara away, leaving us alone. The silence was deafening, accented by the clinking of flatware against ceramic. "How was your day?" I asked the most benign question I could think of. It was a simple, cursory question, or inane chatter and gossip that he so despised. Maybe I'd ask him about the weather. Nope.
A sigh left him. It started with a large investment in a product design being completely destroyed. Then my father visited me, topping it off with Genevieve asking for more money. Hamilton is angry about our arrangement, or maybe he just needs to work some frustration out. It could go either way. Holly left halfway through the day for an appointment, leaving me with Tiana and whatever the others' names are. Therefore, Jack got my bad mood. And my usual lunch reprieve didn't happen because you weren't there. He turned to me. How was your day? I was shocked by his sharing, expecting a tight-lipped fine, and not the torrent of information that spewed from his lips. I bit down on my bottom lip. My day was much more laid back. Swimming in a pool 400 feet off the ground is really strange. The sloshing really highlights just how much the building moves. I'm sorry you had a bad day. He scoffed at that before taking a bite. After a sip of wine, he said, "It was par for the course." What does that mean? I've heard it before. Par is a golf term, meaning the number of average strokes for a hole or total for the course. A course is a round. Therefore, it was what I encounter on an average day. Thank you. For what? For explaining and not talking down to me. Do I often talk down to you? Here and there, but then I smack you down with some eloquent response. I paused a moment as that made him chuckle, before I continued my point. In all seriousness, it's not so much that you talk down to me, it's that you don't talk to me at all. With a raise of a brow, he looked at me more intently than he had since that night at Angelino. Compared to some of the things you say, it was very civil. He tossed his napkin down on the counter, his flatware crossed on his plate. I stood and reached for his plate, but he stopped me. "The maid will get it in the morning," he said. I sat back down and mashed my teeth together as he reached for the wine and refilled our glasses. I'm not above doing my own dishes. Will you please not fight me on this tonight? Just tonight? I asked. Having people do all the menial chores I was used to doing every day was unnerving. I felt weird, being perfectly able to do them myself. I want to brief you on what to expect at dinner, Atticus said. The family dinner? It's dinner. How bad could it be? Yes, but I'm introducing you as my fiancé. Have no doubt my father will pull some stunt. He's probably invited the woman he wants me to marry. Wait, what? Your father already picked someone out for you? Like an arranged marriage? It seemed archaic. I ignored the spark of unease that lit in my chest. Exactly. That's not what I want. And I'm not going to be stuck in some loveless marriage with a vapid woman I can't stand. Instead, you'll be in a loveless marriage with a commoner who doesn't know her place. I bit back. His jaw ticked. Yes, though I have hope that one day we will no longer be in constant battle. It's exhausting. Relent and learn to compromise and we won't have any problems. He stood. Speaking of relenting, he wrapped his arms around my waist and tugged me against his chest. I let out a squeak of surprise as I slipped off the stool and was pressed against his chest, eyes wide as I stared up at him. My heart beat rapidly, and I felt warmth fill my cheeks. What are you doing? He leaned down, his lips ghosting across mine, sending a concussive wave of electricity pulsing through me. Kissing you. All the memories of that night so long ago flashed through my mind, reminding me of the way he handled my body and how well we fit together, how natural we were, how at ease and affectionate. Why? I asked in barely a whisper. Because we have to be desensitized to each other's touch, and that includes more intimate gestures. He trailed down my neck, nipping the skin and making me draw in a shuddering breath before moving back up. His lips were soft against mine, and I froze. "Kiss me back," he groaned. I couldn't. It would only feed the attraction I already felt for him, feed the heat that was scorching between us already. "Ophelia, behave." I reached up with shaking hands and cupped his jaw, pulling him closer. The moment our tongues met, an arrow of fire shot through me, igniting my blood. I needed to pull back, but I couldn't. Atticus's arms wrapped tighter around me, pulling me impossibly closer as he deepened the kiss. His fingers dug into my ass, his lips leaving mine, trailing kisses down my jaw until he began licking and sucking at a spot just below my ear. Blood was replaced by fire, and my breath sped up as I pressed my body into his. At one point, I'd tried to convince myself that what happened that night was a fluke, but the way my body was reacting to his, I knew it wasn't, and if I didn't pull away now, I wouldn't have the will to do so in another minute. "I think that's enough," I breathed out. When he pulled back, there was a smirk on his lips. He knew he had me. His expression woke me up, and my lips formed a thin line. "Happy?" I asked with an edge of venom. "The day you're on your knees begging for my cock." "What?" "That's what will make me happy." Fuck me. All my bravado was gone, replaced by that heat. I turned around abruptly and stomped back to my room, his chuckles echoing off the walls. Smug, hot bastard. He was trying to break me down. I knew it, but it wasn't going to work. I flung myself onto my bed and stared up at the ceiling, trying to ignore the heat pulsing through me. One kiss, and everything from that night flooded back. It was like no time had passed. His lips against mine did exactly what I was afraid of. I slipped my hand under my waistband, continuing until my fingers brushed against my clit. I drew in a sharp breath, and my nipples tightened. A little farther, and I could feel the wetness his kisses created. I slipped a finger in, and then two, as I focused on the sparks of his tongue against mine. The bastard had turned me into a needy mess with one kiss. I threw my head back. A keening moan slipped between my lips as my fingertip pressed against my aching clit. "Fuck," I hissed, my hips rocking against my fingers. My breath hitched and my other hand gripped my breast, tugging at my nipple between two fingers. I was completely lost to the pleasure, to the need to clear my hormones down to a manageable level. "Enjoying yourself?" I shot up, my eyes wide as my legs slammed closed. "Fuck! You can't knock!" Atticus was leaning against the wall, his arms crossed over his chest and his eyes dark. "The door was open, and you were making the most erotic sounds. If you didn't want me coming in, you should have closed it." Crap. I'd become so accustomed to being alone that I didn't even worry about the door. Who would, with over 8,000 square feet? "Did I get you all worked up?" he asked, his tongue peeking out to wet his lips. "No." "Do you need a hand?" he asked. My pussy clenched at that idea, liking it very much. However, my anger took the front seat, reminding me that wasn't going to happen. I narrowed my gaze. You can get the hell out. No. No? We weren't done with our conversation when you rudely ran away. I didn't run, I grumbled. Fled my presence as fast as your legs could carry you. I rolled my eyes, hoping he would leave, but he just stood there, my hand still trapped beneath my waistband. Can you give me a minute? Why? You've already wasted 10 of mine while you've filled the hall with your lewd warbling. Fine. What is it? I ground out, wishing to erase this moment from my memories and, more importantly, his. Pack an overnight bag. Why? Because we're going outside the city. We'll spend the weekend there. I hope that will show my father that you aren't going away. Okay, is that all? For now, you can continue. Out! I growled. The moment I heard the door click, I fell back against the bed. Fuck, the weekend? Trapped with his family? Not only that, would we be sharing a bed? If I wasn't nervous before, I was now. Dinner was one thing, but the entire weekend was another. Talk about a cold shower. Nothing could have diffused my lust quicker. Chapter 14. Ophelia. The car decelerated, and I peered between the front seats. That moment, in every Cinderella story when the female lead character made her way to the ball, couldn't have been more accurate, as a huge wrought iron gate slowly opened in front of us, flanked by tall stone walls. The driveway was made of pavers laid out in intricate patterns, and in the distance, past the trees, I could see a few spires reaching up against the twilight sky. The sense of awe that filled me when I first saw from Atticus's condo paled compared to the overwhelming feeling that assaulted me. The wealth I knew he had was reinforced as I stared at the looming French-inspired chateau. There were no words for the mansion that filled my field of view. From the window placements, there were at least 4 floors, with the top floor probably for staff quarters. In all my life, I'd never seen such a place other than on a TV screen. The windows were dwarfed by the sheer size of the large exterior stone walls. Multiple large chimneys rose from the dark roofline. Worried about being trapped in a house with his family? Not in a structure that massive. Besides, glancing around the lush, manicured lawns and landscaping, I knew that if I should need to escape, I could quickly lose myself in one of the most stunning outdoor spaces I'd ever seen anywhere. "This is your house?" I asked in complete shock. I'd only seen houses like the DeLowry estate in movies or on MTV Cribs, which I used to watch as a teen. "This is the family house." "How many places do you have?" I'd already stayed at his Manhattan penthouse, and now I was standing in front of a fucking castle. There was no better way to describe the overpowering structure. It was a force in and of itself. It fit the definition with its sheer size and stone adornments. "My great-grandfather built this in 1896. "Wow, how big is it?" "Somewhere around 47,000 square feet. "That isn't a house." "It is for us. Up to 15 DeLowrys have lived under this roof at one time." The car slowed and stopped at a huge covered front door atop a small tier of steps. After helping me from the car, he pulled me inside, leaving Michael and Damien to deal with our bags. What we stepped into was not what I would think of as a foyer, but most definitely an anteroom.
That fact was accentuated by the large set of wrought iron and glass doors before us. The space that held us was at least twice the size of my apartment, and its sole purpose was to have people wait before entering the home. Something we didn't have to do as the doors were splayed open, beckoning us through. My mouth had been wide when I saw Atticus's condo. I was frighteningly aware that it was nothing compared to the palatial palace I found myself in. The walls were a dark, rich wood with dimension. The staircase was the same, and at least 8 feet wide, if not more, with a deep red runner. It only went halfway up before splitting in half, opening the second floor to the hall below. The central staircase and entryway were enough to let me know I was in a place beyond measure of any place I'd set foot in before. Marble, dark woods, crystal, and gold decorated every inch that laid in front of me. What awaited me farther in? I wasn't so sure. Atticus told me there would be resistance, that my welcome wouldn't exactly be celebrated. It wasn't reassuring, but it did prepare me for the battle to come. I wasn't going to be blindsided by insults, chased away by their laughs to cry in a corner. Not that I would anyway. If Atticus hadn't scared me away yet, his family wasn't going to. "Good evening, Mr. Atticus," a woman in a black dress said as we entered. She was just standing there, waiting for us. Weird, but Atticus didn't seem to think it was out of the ordinary.
"Daniela, what has Chef prepared this evening?"
On the menu this evening is pan-seared duck breast, roasted filet, and jerk-seasoned chicken. His eyes narrowed and he sighed.
"Jen?"
She nodded. "Miss Genevieve requested." "What did she request?" I asked.
"Of those 3, you have one guess."
"Jerk chicken?" I guess. From what little I'd heard about her, it seemed the most likely.
You've never met her once, and you know her well already.
Who is she calling a jerk?
Who isn't she, is the more apt question. It's just another one of Genevieve's plays for attention.
We took a few slow steps in, and I had to focus to keep my gaze from bouncing around and my jaw from hanging slack. "So why did you ask what was for dinner? Are you that hungry?" It felt like more than a mild interest in what he'd be stuffing his face with. He shook his head.
"The menu informs me who is either already here or will be."
I nodded. "Jerk chicken and Genevieve."
"Precisely. She probably arrived yesterday."
"Atticus?" An older woman called out as she finished the remainder of the stairs before her. She was the picture of elegance and grace, with an aura of superiority. Her once blonde hair was streaked with white, but styled in perfect waves that framed her face. A pearl necklace filled the space between her neck and the conservative opening of her silk shirt that ended tucked into a black, knee-length fitted skirt. Naturally manicured nails adorned delicate hands, each laden with a large ring, and diamonds circled her wrists. Her blue eyes were just as intense as her son's, and I could see where he got his lips and the thin-lined expression he often wore. "Who is this?" She eyed me up and down, her lips pursed.
"Mother, this is my fiancée, Ophelia."
I held my hand out. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. DeLowry." Her eyes widened as she stared from my hand to her eldest son. "Fiancé?"
"Don't seem so surprised."
She looked me over again. From the sound of it, she'd been told about me, but she wasn't impressed by my looks. "Yes, well, your father prattles on incessantly about this Harris girl.
He's going to have a field day when he sees the street cat you've brought in." I froze as the first insult hit me. Street cat. Wow. "Mother," Atticus admonished. She looked down her nose at me, literally, and sighed. "She's so..." She trailed off, then made a humph sound before walking off. "Well, that could have gone better," I mumbled. Actually, it went quite well. I threw him a dubious glance. How was that well? He looked down, our eyes meeting. "She at least looked at you." "Because you already put a ring on it." "She didn't have to acknowledge you at all." "It's actually a good thing that she did." "If you say so." I looked down at the dress I'd chosen for the night. It wasn't over the top or ostentatious, nor was it plain and overly conservative. The hem hit mid-thigh and the scoop neck wasn't too low. A spark drew my attention as Atticus slipped his hand in mine. "Come." My heels, which I was still getting used to, clicked against the marble flooring down the wide corridor. We passed large rooms with elegant furnishings. A parlor, maybe a drawing room, living room, possibly an office. I wasn't sure of their purposes and had only a brief second to glance inside as we flew by. But after some weaving, he pulled me into a room of similar decor. It was as elegantly appointed as every inch I'd laid eyes on since we pulled into the driveway, filled with antiques and intricately carved pieces. A waiter came around with wine glasses, and Atticus plucked 2 from the tray, handing me one. Voices could be heard nearby, and I knew the next battle was about to begin. I took a long sip of the red liquid, hoping it would help calm me. Did hell freeze over? Atticus de Lowry with a date for a family dinner? Atticus's gaze narrowed at one of the few de Lowrys I recognized, Genevieve, as she passed from one of the multiple openings that led into the space. She was wearing a short dress with insanely high-heeled pumps. She looked like she was about to go to the club. Even her hair and makeup were flawless. She was gorgeous. "Ophelia, this is my wayward sister, Genevieve. Genevieve, meet my fiancée, Ophelia." "Oh, so this is how you're going to do it," she said as she appraised me. "Do what?" I asked. It was beginning to feel like I was missing something. Some aspect that caused our predicament that I hadn't been made privy to. You should have asked more questions. "Father is going to be fuming." "Good," a male voice said, stepping up to join the conversation. "We didn't officially meet last week. Hamilton de Lowry." He held out his hand and I slipped mine in. "Ophelia Evans." "Aw, that is such a pretty name," Jen said with a smile. Hamilton's gray eyes studied me. I was certain it was something I was just going to have to get used to. I knew I didn't meet their standards, but that didn't mean I had to care what they thought about me. Our relationship was born from a contract, and not a meaningful connection. "Let's go get a drink, Jen. Mother's wine isn't strong enough to get me through this night." "Okay." She smiled as she wrapped her hands around his arm. "I'm already exhausted," I whispered to Atticus as they moved out of the room. "Me too." There was a pause as I processed what he said. Then a loud laugh left me. "I don't see how my plight is entertaining to you," he grumbled. "I'm the one trying to keep up, and you're the one who is used to this madness." "Being used to it doesn't mean I enjoy it. With 4 siblings and 5 cousins, this house has always been chaos." "5 cousins?" He nodded. "As I said, family house. We lived here with my uncle and his family for many years. as well as my grandparents. In the binder of doom, I hadn't even gotten to the De Lowry family tree to see just how large and twisted it was. "Madeline, get back here!" A woman called as a ball of fluffy brown curls in a navy and white dress went flying by. The ball of energy giggled before stopping in front of me, her gray eyes wide. "Hi." "Hello." "Are you Uncle At's girlfriend?" she asked. I squatted down to get to her eye level. "I guess you could say that." She tilted her head, making her curls bounce. "Say what?" "Well, I guess you could say I'm going to be your aunt." Her little brow furrowed. "How?" "You're getting married?" A feminine voice said from the direction the little girl came. I stood and took in the newest family member. Long brown hair framed her flawless skin and gray eyes. Her dress hugged her curves, and when she turned to Atticus, her bumped-out stomach was visible. "Answer me, Atticus." "I will if you give me a moment, Elizabeth," he said as he took my hand and pulled me closer. "This is getting tiring. Meet your new soon-to-be sister-in-law." It was a trait I'd begun to notice with Atticus before the past few weeks. When his irritation hit, he no longer cared to explain anything and expected other people to either understand or figure it out themselves. Repeating was not something he was fond of. "Nice to meet you. I'm Ophelia." I held out my hand. Elizabeth had a calculating stare, much like Atticus. She seemed to consider my outstretched hand, then her brother. A disapproving huff left her before she walked past me. "Come, Madeline," she said as she held her hand out. "That was fun," I said. "Guess I didn't impress her much." "Elizabeth will be a hard one to impress." "How close are you two?" He looked at me and sighed. "Just read the folio." There it was again. How were we to get to know one another if he expected me to just read all about him? Those were facts about his life, not the man himself. It would tell me how close in age they were, sure, but not how emotionally close they were. Only Atticus could tell me that, and he was as tight-lipped as ever. "Is it so terrible that you tell me yourself?" "Yes. I don't have the time or energy to tell you every little detail of my life. That is why I had the folio made." I hated the thing, especially with its droning prose and sleep-inducing cadence. After over a week, I was still only to his college years. I could say the man was impressive. By the time he was 20, he spoke 6 languages, was valedictorian of his prestigious high school. And there was a never-ending list of other accomplishments. It was easy to say we would not have been friends in high school. Between the wealth gap and his obvious popularity status, the only similarities were our grades, and I was in the top 1% of my class, not number 1. You probably dictated it. I'm a De Lowry. My accomplishments and failures are kept in record and updated frequently. What? Even when you lost your virginity? Some girl named Amelia Carmichael when he was 17. Vulgarity, Ophelia. You must watch your tongue, Vera said as she appeared through the doorway behind me. If you are to be a De Lowry, discreetness is a virtue you must adhere to. She let out an exasperated sigh. Are you sure, my darling? Yes, Mother. Questioning his decision in front of me. Ouch. If my pride and ego could convey hits like skin, my body would be a mass of bruises by the end of the weekend. She let out another sigh. Then something caught her attention behind me and she stepped away, calling out for a Mary. Atticus, you brought a friend. A deep voice resonated.
an older man entered and slowly strolled toward us with the presence of a king.
"Father, I would like to introduce you to Ophelia, my fiancée."
I thought he would be upset having to repeat himself again, but when I looked at Charles de Lowry, I understood the ferocity behind his tone. Charles was the same height as Atticus, his hair more salt than pepper, with a perfectly trimmed matching beard. A pair of beady eyes met mine, and a zip of cold rushed down my spine. While Atticus and his sister Elizabeth held a more calculating gaze, Charles held one of a predator. And I was the prey, the one in his way, stopping him from getting what he wanted.
"Fiancé. Interesting."
He eyed me up and down, like he was taking stock, but also with a lecherous edge. Prey in multiple forms. Great. "Charles?" A beautiful brunette beside him called, trying to pull his attention from me. She had the same air as all the de Lowrys, full of money and prestige. Every detail about her was perfect, from her hair to the set of her eyes and length of her lashes, down to her slim figure and the fabric that adorned it. Fire red clung to her torso and hips, held up by off-the-shoulder straps. It flared at the bottom above her knees in a teasing manner to catch the eye. She was de Lowry material, and for some reason, that rubbed me wrong. Without thinking, I found I had leaned in closer to Atticus. He didn't even grant her a once-over with his gaze.
"Ah, yes. Amelia, this is my son, Atticus."
"It is a pleasure to finally meet you," she said. Her lips pulled up into a sweet smile and she held out her hand. But it wasn't to shake. Atticus regarded it as he ignored her.
"You're being rude, son,"
Charles said. His eyes lost the playful edge, hardening as they locked onto Atticus. Watching the switch, I tightened my grip on Atticus's arm. He'd seen an opening to take his son down a peg. "Hello," was all the greeting he would muster. A bell chimed, and the room came alive as everyone stood and headed into the dining room. Thankfully, it broke the tension, and Atticus quickly pulled me around them and into the dining room. Chapter 15. Ophelia. Another enormous room with large wrought-iron windows awaited me. It had an amazing 2-story ceiling with multiple crystal chandeliers and a balcony framing the edge where the 2nd story was. I wasn't sure where to go or what to do, so I followed Atticus's lead and watched as everyone took what appeared to be assigned seats. They were drawn to them like it was the pattern they always adhered to. Charles on one end, with Jen on the side, Hamilton next to her, Amelia, a man I didn't know, and an empty seat before Vera at the other head. On our side was Madeline, Elizabeth, Atticus, and myself. I was just sitting when Vera called out, "Penelope, you're late." "Forgive me, Mother." A woman with light blonde hair and brilliant blue eyes stepped in. She was wearing an oversized sweater, leather pants, and heeled booties, a glaringly different look from Genevieve or Elizabeth. "Atticus?" she said as she sat next to me.
"Penelope."
Her blue eyes scanned me. "So, you're the desperation."
"Penny, watch it,"
Atticus growled. She sighed and looked forward.
"Not to worry, Pen. He's just upset he's not lording over us,"
Hamilton said. I leaned in toward Atticus. "What's he talking about?"
"I'll tell you later."
"Why not now?" Hamilton called. Atticus was stewing beside me.
because it isn't relevant to this dinner.
Based on where you're sitting, it is, Jen said.
Is the entire family here? No. Therefore, it is our family dinner, and parental tradition dictates. Again, confused.
Hamilton's jaw ticked.
He's the king, and nobody sits until the king sits.
Atticus's fist clenched on his leg, his jaw locked tightly. I reached out and covered his hand with mine, an action that seemed to calm him. Enough, Elizabeth hissed from the other side of him. That solidified her as being similar in personality to Atticus. Salads miraculously appeared in front of us. I whipped my head around trying to figure out what had happened. 1 second there was nothing on the plate in front of me, and then suddenly, poof, there was a salad on another plate. Everyone began eating. Wine glasses were filled, drinks topped off, and it was all in a silent, seamless ballet of waitstaff. Jen was talking while we began to eat. I tried not to salivate over the salad. I mean, who salivates over salad? But the bed of leafy greens was lightly bathed in the most delicious vinaigrette I'd ever tasted.
Are you ever going to do anything productive?
Atticus said suddenly. I looked up from my salad, which I was decimating much faster than everyone else, and found him glaring at his youngest sister. She beamed at him. Why, brother? I am single-handedly fueling the economy.
I'm well aware. Everyone is aware, Charles said. You burn through your allowance in days and then come crawling for more.
Charles, Vera said with an admonishing tone. Charles ignored his wife's attempt to silence him.
You've babied her too much, Vera, and if she doesn't change her course soon, she will find herself without a penny.
Vera gasped. You wouldn't. Genevieve simply rolled her eyes. No, he wouldn't.
Yes, he would.
Atticus seethed beside me.
And as I am on your accounts, I can guarantee you will be shut off at the word go.
At least I didn't get caught up in a sex tape scandal, Jen sneered.
Enough!
Charles pounded his fist on the table, making me jump. Based on Atticus's lack of reaction, the sex tape was not of him. What? It's not like she isn't going to know all the dirty little secrets. She is one, after all. Ouch again. That was a low blow, and the hardest hit of the evening.
Genevieve,
Atticus growled.
Well, I've arrived at the perfect time.
A voice called from the doorway. I turned, and my mouth dropped open as I stared at the man. He grinned when our gazes met.
Ah, Ophelia has joined us,
Reese said as he stepped forward and leaned down, pressing a kiss against my cheek.
Good to see you again.
I stared at him, stunned. He was a DeLowry? How many were there? Seemed I had a lot of studying of the family tree to do. You know her? Hamilton asked, his gaze narrowed. Reese blinked at him.
Of course. I was there the night these two lovebirds met.
The table went quiet and all eyes were on me, Charles's scrutiny burning into me. I knew my face had to be beet red. Reese greeted Vera and others at the table before taking a seat.
Why so quiet? Is this not a celebration? We are adding another member to our family. We could use some new blood.
I've gone stale, I see, the man across from me said. He was holding Madeline, so I was guessing he was Elizabeth's husband. Preston?
No offense, but you've been with Elizabeth for a decade, and I've known you since you were a child. Ophelia is truly new blood. Of a commoner,
Charles scoffed. The hits just kept coming. I was at the point of clenching my teeth to keep from biting back. Sadly, I didn't have anything to retaliate with. Atticus had prepared me for his father's harshness, but not for the rest of the family.
Really, Father? What does her financial status have to do with anything?
Charles motioned toward the socialite, who looked down her nose at me. It took everything in me to not roll my eyes at her spoiled, overdone ass.
Amelia is new blood. Good blood.
Good for her, Atticus said through clenched teeth. I didn't know what possessed me to do it, but I reached out and tapped his jaw. His head swung toward me, his hard eyes swirling with so many fiery emotions. Every muscle was rigid, but when I reached up to cup his face, he relaxed into my touch. It was all for show, right? I wanted to think so, but his reaction felt so guttural. I was having trouble believing so.
We never found out when or how you two met,
Vera said, breaking the bubble we'd unintentionally formed.
And why is it we've never heard of this relationship before? Because it wasn't any of your business.
Any relaxation I'd given him turned back to stone.
My son in love is none of my business?
She turned to Reese.
Since my son is so tight-lipped, perhaps my nephew would enlighten the table?
Nephew? That explained something.
Aunt Vera, as Atticus's lawyer.
She huffed and looked away.
If I didn't know you were being entirely serious, I would think you were trying to be funny.
We met last June, on my birthday. Atticus and Reese were at Angelino and invited me to join them at their table, I said, hating the way they couldn't just talk to one another. Every conversation seemed to be a constant battle. It wasn't dinner. It was a multiplayer chess match, and I may have just exposed my king. Hamilton arched a brow.
Atticus at a club? It happens. Not at the ones you frequent,
Atticus explained.
Doesn't Reese own Angelino?
Genevieve asked. My eyes widened, and I looked to Reese.
I do, and you're not allowed in,
he said to his cousin.
Why not?
He steeled his gaze on her.
Because the last thing I need is bad press because you and your friends got shit-faced and fucked up my business.
He leaned forward and held his hand up.
Let me stop you right there, little cousin. Don't even start to say you wouldn't when you did to Hamilton's bar.
Do you all own bars? I grumbled. No. A soft voice said from beside me. I blinked at the blonde, completely forgetting she was beside me because she'd remained so quiet. The boys just like to have a place to play.
What about the girls?
Elizabeth owns a wine bar. I have a coffee shop that features my cousin's coffee.
Your cousin's coffee?
I asked. Penelope gave me a slight smile. Black Spell Brew?
Oh, I've heard of them.
Will is the brains behind them, and my half-dozen cafes help spread his product in New York.
Do you run all of your cafes?
She shook her head. No, they're all managed. I'm a cellist. Given her slight figure, I expected the cello weighed more than she did.
Do you play with an orchestra?
No, I make my own.
What about you?
I turned to Atticus, who I found engaged in another heated argument with Jen. He turned to me, his gaze still narrowed.
I'm sorry?
Everyone seems to own some smaller businesses. What about you?
You already know I own at least one restaurant.
Thankfully, once the main course was on our plates, the conversation thankfully died down, though there were still outbursts. An hour later, we were finishing dessert, and soon thereafter the room began to clear.
That went well,
Reese said once everyone was done and we began to disperse. I shook my head. That was well? All illusions I held about the richest family in the country were wiped out in minutes. Dysfunctional at best. Then again, they all held strong personalities as well as egos, with the exception of the small blonde who sat quietly beside me all evening. There was something subdued about her, a juxtaposition from the rest of her boisterous family.
"What are you even doing here, Reese?"
Atticus asked as Reese headed toward us.
"You didn't really think I'd miss this, did you?"
He asked with a sly smile and a twinkle in his eye. Even a year later, Reese was just as slithering as I remembered. "Why didn't I know you were cousins?" I asked. Looking between them, I could see a few similarities, but Reese looked more like Hamilton than Atticus with his steely gray eyes and brown hair.
"Why should you have?"
I was a little taken aback by his response, but he was right. Why should I have? We were 3 people having drinks at a bar. They knew each other, so my assumption had been that they were friends.
"You know what they say about assumptions, Ophelia,"
Reese said. "I'm beginning to grasp the naivete of my original assumptions, as they've come back to haunt me in unexpected ways." Reese grinned at me.
"Yes, you'll make a fine addition."
He reached for my hand, and I involuntarily flinched when our fingers touched.
"All is well, little mouse."
I let him raise my hand to his lips where he placed a light kiss. Every muscle tensed. There was something almost menacing about the gesture that was meant to hold respect and reverence.
"I must be off.
See you both soon."
"You're not staying?"
Atticus asked. Reese shook his head.
"As much as I would love to watch them play with your little pet, I have to get back to the city."
Reese gave us both a nod and a wave before heading down the hall. I kept my gaze trained on him until he was no longer in sight, having the strange feeling that if I didn't, he would strike. He would eat me alive at the first opportunity, wouldn't he?
"Correct."
"No coddling."
"Come,"
he said as he slipped his hand into mine. A yawn left me as we walked down the hall that was easily the length of a football field. It was then the adrenaline of the evening and the anxiety began to crash down. Suddenly I was drained and just wanted to crawl into bed. That was something. Are all your family dinners like that?
It was an accurate representation.
Par for the course. A small chuckle left him. Would you really cut your sister off? He turned to me, his expression as serious as always. And once again I wondered if the man even knew how to smile. I'd seen it a few times, but I could admit I wanted to see it more, especially with the years ahead of us.
"You come from the working class,"
he began. I waited until he made his point before deciding whether or not to punch him.
"Tell me, if you received $250,000 a month to live off, with no rent because your family owns every dwelling in which you lay your head, including your very own Manhattan condo, could you spend it all in 5 days?"
My mouth went slack as I looked at him. By the way Genevieve spoke, I thought it was maybe a few $1,000s. Holy shit! What does she spend that amount of money on?
"It's not going to charity, I can tell you that."
We continued on our path, and I attempted to process what he just said. So she gets $3 million a year, has no rent or any other real-life bills, and on top of that ends up begging another few million out of your family, and all she does is shop and party?
"Yes."
A harsh laugh left me. Cut her off. Give her a taste of the poor life. She can have my old job. Atticus's lips twitched up, and he broke out into a full laugh. It stunned me, and I stared at him in wonder. My reaction reminded me so much of Reese's reaction to Atticus's laughter the night we met. Atticus had a beautiful smile. It was breathtaking. And when he looked at me, I got lost in the way his blue eyes sparkled. In the week and change we'd been together, I'd only ever experienced the tight-lipped business smile. Before me was the look of the man I let take me home a year prior.
Hopefully that will be enough to keep you away from her.
Keep me away? He nodded.
Jen always brings bad press with her. Nothing good comes from spending time with her, so stay away.
Was she really that bad? What was with the tense atmosphere and the Amelia chick glaring at me all night? He stopped, then gestured at me to follow him. We entered into a huge parlor out of earshot.
I've been honest about what I wanted from you, but not exactly the why.
I nodded in agreement. While I've realized I was so shocked about your proposal, I didn't think to ask.
My grandfather passed over a month ago.
My chest clenched and I reached out, my hand resting on his arm. I'm so sorry, Atticus. He shook his head.
Don't be. I'm not sad the bastard is gone. However, as always, he found a way to screw with my inheritance.
How so?
In order to collect his company shares and this house, as well as to hold my position within the company, I have to be married within a year of his death.
And in that time, you thought of me? My mind spun with trying to figure out what shocked me the most. His grandfather's stipulations or his approaching me.
I've spent many nights thinking of you, of remembering the feeling of your tight pussy around my cock,
he whispered. His breath tickled my skin, while his words lit up my blood and left an ache between my legs. However, the rare glimpse of warmth and playfulness faded, hardening again.
My father has been trying to force an arranged marriage on me for over a decade, and thus far I've been able to avoid them all. With the time restriction, I was suddenly facing with delving into my options. Many suggested I marry one of the women I'd previously dated, but if I wanted to spend any time with them, I would have stayed with them. There was also the few female friends I have that often attend events with me.
And warm your cock? I asked. He nodded, not surprising me. In what I'd seen, he wasn't one to spend time chasing women. Not that he'd have to with his 1-2 punch of sexy as fuck and money. Then you came to the restaurant, saw me, and thought, she'll do.
You're going to make me admit something I don't want to admit.
Say it. He stopped walking, turning toward me slightly, and his jaw hardened before he released a breath.
As much as I've tried, I haven't been able to stop thinking about you. And not just about how much I want to be between your thighs.
My heart fluttered in my chest, happy to know it wasn't a one-sided infatuation. You were pissed when I suddenly popped up in front of you as your waitress.
Yes, because I'm a paranoid asshole who thought you were after something.
I froze, my eyes wide as I stared at him in shock. Seriously?
I'm a DeLowry, Ophelia. Of course, seriously. When you're born with a golden spoon in your mouth, you learn to trust no one. Because everyone is willing to kick you to the ground to pull that spoon from your mouth.
What kind of daycare did you go to? He shook his head.
I had nannies. It is simply a hard lesson we've all learned one way or another. People will use you for what it will give them. I was afraid that was what it was, that you knew who I was, and that you were just another leech.
That was the score, why he'd approached me. The pressure he was under had to be intense. What made you change your mind?
The background check.
How thorough was this background check? It irritated me how detailed his knowledge of my life was without ever having asked me anything. The background check information was his version of the binder of doom. Only I didn't know the contents, and that made me uneasy.
Extremely.
I blanched at that. The flippant comments he'd made about knowing how old I was when I lost my virginity were true. When?
Shortly after that first lunch.
But you still never asked me out?
No.
Were you ever going to, or was that just a load of bullshit you feed women? He stared at me, cold and expressionless. The walls of ice returned, blocking me from more information.
You look tired. Let me show you to your room.
My room?
He nodded. It's technically Elizabeth's, but it's directly across the hall from my own.
I made a start to say something, then stopped. Being across the hall was much better than being in the same bed. We headed to the second floor, and I was surprised when we passed the landing and continued up to the third floor, and an equally long and wide hallway as the one on the main floor. The spacing between doors was almost identical, and it felt like one of those halls that keeps expanding, never ending, stretching on seemingly forever. Glancing behind us, I found the other side to be equally as large. After passing a few sets of doors, he turned the handle and ushered me inside. A 4-poster bed sat against one wall across from a large fireplace. Elegant furnishings accented the room just as they had the main floor. "Are you sure this is Elizabeth's room?" I asked. It looked like a well-made-up guest bedroom. There was nothing to identify it as a once personal space for a growing girl.
"Can't you tell?"
he asked. His voice came across as serious, but when I turned, one corner of his mouth was turned up.
"Most personal items moved to her home with Preston. Besides the shades of the walls and the colors of the bedding, little evidence of her 20-some years here remains."
"Can the same be said about your room?" He leaned in close, his breath ghosting across my skin.
"Perhaps one day you will find out."
He pulled back, moving to the door.
"Good night, Ophelia."
I watched as he pulled the door closed, but was able to call out, "Good night," before the latch clicked. Once alone, the cool air and the emptiness of the room combined to set off goosebumps across my skin. I swallowed before stepping to the end of the bed where my bag lay and kicked off my heels. My feet ached as they flattened out against the plush area rug. All I wanted to do was fall into the 4-poster bed. But I needed out of my costume first. Grabbing my toiletries bag, I headed into the attached bathroom. With a flip of the light, I stared at the opulent space with a large walk-in shower and marble counter. Did each room have its own bathroom? With the size of the mansion I was in, the answer was probably yes. I peered at my reflection, at the strange person who stared back. Despite the hours since I'd gotten ready, everything still looked flawless. My eyes showed the tiredness below, but everything else remained pristine. I looked like I was getting ready for a fashion shoot, not just ending a family dinner. Was that how all DeLowry events would be? Dressed to the nines? It all needed to go. I needed a reminder of who I really was, and not the pretend woman before me. Slowly, the freckles began to reappear, breaking up the porcelain doll look with each swipe, wiping away the layers of makeup from my skin. Afterward, I managed to wrestle the zipper of my dress down and tossed it over a chair, before clipping my hair back and giving my face a good scrub. Finally, the familiarity of my imperfections eased me. "Hi," I said, then let out a sigh. Was 10 million really worth the loss of self I was beginning to feel?
Chapter 16. Atticus. A feeling of unease echoed inside me, but I couldn't figure out where the phantom feeling arose from. All I was aware of was the fact that it kept my mind and body from shutting down for the night. I stared up at the ceiling, a hint of light from outside creating a myriad of ghostly shapes on my ceiling. As a child, they frightened me, but as an adult, they were a welcoming of my return. However, it wasn't their haunting memories that kept me up, but the presence I felt. 2 doors and a hallway were all that separated us, and yet it felt all too close and not close enough at the same time. At least at home there was a bathroom, closet, and another bedroom that buffered my room and hers. Her presence was necessary, but it unnerved me. I wasn't accustomed to having someone around, especially not someone like her. Ophelia was not like most of the women I dated, though dating was a loose definition of my encounters, which were generally for stress relief or arm candy for an event. I hadn't truly dated anyone since high school. There simply wasn't time, and expectations for my life were high. Being the firstborn came with restrictions, obligations, and above all, an ironclad execution of compliance on how to behave. If only my younger siblings had been given as strict of an upbringing, my blood pressure would be lower. Though as siblings went, there was only one true thorn in my side, Genevieve. Silas was a close second, but mild in comparison to the youngest of Charles de Lowry's children. She wasn't the absolute youngest. Some of Uncle Hugh's children were still in high school, and Catherine's third child was younger as well. She married a man named William Montgomery. We didn't see her family often as they lived on the West Coast, but there were 3 more cousins from there. There was also the extended 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th cousins that carried the family name. Elizabeth, Hamilton, Reese, and Georgiana fell right in line and caused no issues, with the exception of Elizabeth's husband, but I was going to end that nuisance. Uncle Hugh's children were young enough that he was still able to hold them in check, which helped tremendously, but soon they too would be my responsibility. The pit forming in my stomach told me my idea was a mistake. It was never going to work, but I needed time, a reprieve from the one aspect of my life that was a constant harassment. One night and I was already ready to go back to the city. However, familial obligations kept me from leaving until the following day. It had been a rough night with more backhanded insults against Ophelia than I expected. Resistance? Yes. Full-blown disdain from more than the worst offenders was unexpected. I knew they didn't want my position, so why all the friction against the woman I chose to marry? Ophelia was the one grand decision I'd made for my life, ever. My single status to date was the one thing I had control of that didn't come with a leash, another reason I fought so hard against an arranged marriage. Ophelia had already begun to turn my life upside down and sideways. Watching her walk past me in jeans that cupped her luscious ass like a second skin led me to thinking that choosing her was the best decision I'd ever made. And then tonight, she stood her ground with a grace that rivaled my mother's. Throughout dinner, no matter what was said to or about her, she didn't respond. She bit her tongue. Though I could feel the anger, no one else noticed. There was also an uncanny understanding inside her. Though I trusted Reese, I knew he was a snake in the grass, and that side of him was very apparent to her from the beginning. Most women would have fallen for his charms, but she sank closer to me every time he was near. I should have told her about my father's plans and the stipulations of the will, but I didn't want her to turn my proposal down. Omission was the key to everything. The next morning I was sitting at the dining room table enjoying breakfast and coffee when she entered. It was those jeans again, the ones that molded to her skin and filled me with the urge to touch her. "If you're going to wear jeans around here, they need to be the ones Melanie brought you," I said as she pulled out the chair across from me. She halted, then glanced down.
Why? Jeans are jeans.
"Trust me, they can tell, and I don't want them looking down their noses at you. They already did that enough. We still have another night here."
Does this request extend to home?
She asked with a hard edge. The unpleasant twinge in my chest had my expression relaxing in an attempt to not come across as hostile. "It's our home. Wear whatever you want."
You mean your home? I may live there, but I'm nothing more than a roomed employee. It's not my home.
There was a bite in her tone. It is as much your home as mine.
No, it's not. At most, I'm a guest in your palace, and since you dictate what I can and cannot wear...
Outside. Wear what you wish at home, or nothing. I couldn't help the way my lips twitched up into a grin. Oh yes, I would much enjoy her strutting around the condo naked, waiting, begging. You're beautiful either way.
Wow, did you just compliment me?
My good mood faltered. I know it may seem like I'm harsh at times. It's a product of the level to which I have to hold myself, and those with me. She let out an annoyed huff just as Mary appeared beside her. Ophelia seemed like she felt out of place giving a breakfast order to her, but she would become accustomed to it in time, though I knew it grated on her to be waited on hand and foot. Did you enjoy your meandering?
My meandering?
I assumed you were getting the lay of the land when I could not find you this morning. She shrugged.
It's a big place. I was heading to breakfast and got twisted around.
A large plate appeared before Ophelia, and her eyes widened. I set down my utensils and finished off my last bite as well as the last sips of my coffee, then requested another cup be delivered to the library. Ophelia looked up to me as I stood, her mouth full of a bite of omelet, a sausage link speared on her fork. I'll be in the library, I said. She gave a nod of understanding, then turned her attention back to her plate. An hour later, I sat at one of the desks occupying a space in the opening of the 2-story expanse that held the family's collection of books. It was one of the rare places in the house I found any peace.
Where's all my stuff?
Ophelia said as she huffed into the library, pulling me from the financial report I'd been studying. Did you misplace your bedroom? I understand it's a large home, but I thought you'd gotten a feel for it in your exploration this morning.
Cut the crap, Atticus.
I blew out a breath and shut my laptop before looking up to her. My heart stuttered at the fury in her eyes. She was glorious when angry, and every nerve woke up in response. I wanted nothing more than to feel her lips on mine, her body writhing beneath me as I fucked her into compliance. That is a crude term you really should rip from your vocabulary. If you're upset with me, simply state it.
Fine, enough with jabs at my intelligence. Where is all of my stuff?
Have you checked your bedroom?
Do you think I'd be asking you this question if I hadn't?
Then I can assure you I have no idea what you're talking about. Her things are in your bedroom, Atticus, my father said from the doorway. I had them moved there earlier today. I froze as I stared at the man who challenged me to defy him, to prove to him that my relationship with Ophelia was a ruse as he suspected. You what? I clenched my jaw as I stared down at my father. He was testing me to see if the relationship was true. It was a business arrangement and didn't need to be brought into my only sanctuary. She's your fiancée, and should be sleeping beside you. Get started on some grandchildren. We need more DeLauries. I caught the challenging glint in his eye. He saw right through me, but it didn't matter. The stipulation was marriage, and I'd chosen my bride. I would be damned to let him take that from me. Ophelia was mine. As swiftly as he appeared, he was gone. Ophelia stepped closer, her arms crossed over her chest.
I am not sleeping in the same bed as you,
she hissed. Apparently you are, I ground out, also unhappy about the arrangement. I spent lunch with Ophelia on the terrace overlooking the lake. It was one of my favorite spots. Afterward, I took her for a quick stroll down to the dock. Honestly, it felt good to get moving and take a walk. It was a 50-foot descent down through tiered gardens and stone walkways to reach the docks. The Chris-craft was lifted from the water and hidden under a canopy. Someone must have taken it out recently, otherwise it would be in the boathouse. The breeze was warm, and her face lit up when we reached the water's edge. Perhaps Ophelia would enjoy a ride around the lake.
Fishies,
she said with a blinding smile as she pointed down at the water. For a moment, I was stunned by her giddiness at something so small, at her childlike wonder and happiness. It was a side to her I hadn't seen before, and I found it warmed my cold heart. I followed her gaze, watching small perch and panfish swimming around the supports, popping in and out around the rocks below. She leaned forward for a better look, when her center of gravity shifted and she began to fall. In a flash, I grabbed her arm and pulled her back against my chest, my heart pounding hard as adrenaline shot through me. Her eyes were wide in surprise.
Whoa, I got a little dizzy there, lost my equilibrium.
Do you know how to swim? I asked, still gripping her arm while the other held her tightly to me. Her face scrunched, and I immediately stepped us back from the edge.
I can, just not that well.
My muscles locked down around her as screams of the past filled my ears.
Atticus,
she called out before her warm hand cupped my face. No more swimming by yourself at the tower, and you will be taking swimming lessons the moment we return. She blinked up at me.
I know how to swim, Atticus.
But you're not strong, and I will never let you near the water until you are.
You're dictating again?
She asked. I narrowed my eyes at her. Didn't she understand I was trying to protect her? For your safety, yes. Her eyes flicked back and forth between my own.
Okay,
she said in agreement, for once not fighting me. The incredulous tone was missing, and her voice was laced with confusion, which meant she'd gotten to that part of the folio. With a nod, I took her hand and pulled her away from the water's edge and back up to the house. I wouldn't take the chance of her near the water until I was satisfied. Not with her.
There you are.
A sickly sweet voice called out a few hours later from the entrance to the library where I'd retreated after lunch. The vein on my forehead throbbed as Amelia Harris walked toward me, her hips swaying with each step. It was made to entice, but stirred nothing inside me. Amelia? I looked back to my work, ignoring the worm my father had let loose. In my periphery, I caught her movements circling the desk, then the light touch of her fingers across my shoulder. Don't touch me, I hissed. She flinched, probably in surprise. I stood and towered over her. I don't give a fuck what my father promised. He can try anything he likes. In the end, it's my choice, and I rule all. Just to remove any misconceptions, I assure you, you would be far down the list of possible candidates to warm my bed. Fury rolled across her features, and she swung her arm back to strike me, but I caught her wrist. I would not do something so foolish again. You may think you have power, that your name holds weight, but I am not someone you or your father wants to go against. Go home, tell him you failed. If you attempt to retaliate in any manner, know that I will demolish your company without a second thought.
You don't have the power to do that.
I pulled on her arm, bringing her face closer to mine. She was putting forth strength, but I could see the fear. That fear drove me, excited my darkness for a possible challenge to tear something apart. Try me, I hissed, then released her. Her lips curled up, exposing her teeth, and I could see tears filling her eyes.
You'll pay for that.
Anger coiled through me, and my gaze narrowed further on her. She dared to test me? Me! 1 foot out of line, and I will end Harris Hotels in minutes, I said with deadly calm.
You couldn't,
she sneered. As confident as she was, I could see the fear growing inside her. To drive my status home, I straightened. You may have my father convinced, but remember this, Miss Harris. I rule the DeLowrys, not him. And I have no qualms attacking if you continue to pester me or try to worm your way between Ophelia and me. She stared at me for a moment before the look of surprise melted into a sensuous smirk.
You can attack me, just so you know. Anytime. I like a dominant man. I make a great sub in the bedroom.
I stood my ground, glaring with each attempted sexualized step she took. It seems you failed to understand me.
Oh, I understand, but I like breaking rules. Do you want to punish me for it?
No, I simply want you out of my face and out of my home. Now leave before you embarrass yourself further or force my threat.
You can bend me over, relieve the tension inside you. She doesn't release you, I can tell.
She pulled at the edge of her dress, drawing it up, exposing her bare flesh as she turned around and spread her legs.
You can take it out on me, wherever you want.
My stomach rolled in disgust. While many men would find this flattering and get hard, it only soured my system. I had no use for easy women who behaved like whores. Get out, I growled. Movement at the doorway caught my eye, and I looked in time to watch Ophelia step in, then turn after glancing the woman bent before me. The anger rose inside me toward the woman, and I was about to drag her out by her hair when Ophelia appeared before me. With no warning, she grabbed my face and pulled my lips down to hers. Her lips parted, and I was graced with the most delicious tongue caressing mine. I gripped her waist, pulling her closer, but was left disappointed a moment later when she released me. Her eyes were bright, cheeks flushed as we stared at each other. The link broke as she slowly turned to face Amelia, who had thankfully righted her clothing and was shooting daggers at Ophelia.
I clearly heard him tell you to get out, so why are you still here?
Amelia let out a shriek, her foot stomping as her hand raised, clearly to strike Ophelia. With my arm still around her waist, I turned, pulling her away as Amelia's hand struck my bicep. The color drained from her face as she realized what she'd just done. I released Ophelia and stepped forward, towering over Amelia. "You will be gone from this house within 5 minutes, or that promise I made you will be a reality within the hour." Somehow she seemed to pale more, her eyes flitting between mine like a frightened animal before she scurried from the room.
"Are you okay?"
Ophelia asked once Amelia was gone. She took my arm in her hands, moving it around in search of an injury. "I'm fine. There was not enough force in her slap to harm me."
"Oh,"
she said as the heated energy that coiled around us at her kiss dissipated and she retreated. She glanced down to the desk.
"You're working."
"I am." She reached up and swiped a loose lock behind her ear.
"I'm just going to take a walk around the gardens before dinner."
I stood frozen as I watched her walk away. Part of me wanted to go with her, but I didn't know how to tell her that. Instead of focusing on that, I turned my attention to the other fire raging inside me. Amelia showed many faces, but she couldn't hide her fear, and I was going to make sure she knew to fear me. Harris Hotels would still stand in the end, but barely, after I eviscerated them from within. She was about to learn a hard lesson that would hopefully resonate. Don't fuck with me. And more importantly, don't fuck with my wife. Chapter 17. Atticus. As we returned to my room for the evening, Ophelia became fidgety with each step. "You seem nervous, my dear," I said, enjoying her discomfort more than I should have. She stared at the term of endearment and glanced up at me. It was only meant to be slightly antagonistic, but I found I liked her response. The prospect of having her soft body curled against mine overshadowed any concern for her feelings. She swallowed before worrying her bottom lip and picked at the hem of her shirt. "It isn't like we haven't shared a bed before," I reminded her, which only served to remind me of what it felt like to have her wrapped around me.
"Yes, well, things were different then."
They certainly were. Upon entering, Ophelia stood mere feet within the room. Her eyes scanned the walls and the furniture, taking stock of my childhood bedroom. Unlike Elizabeth's room, awards lined the bookshelves along with an assortment of books. Deep navy and dark woods colored the walls. Cream tiles surrounded a long dormant fireplace, a color that was strewn about in accent via chairs and curtains and rugs. "And?" I asked as she perused.
"I was expecting it to be colder,"
she said, barely above a whisper. I was thinking of a response when she turned to me.
"But it's surprisingly warm, even for its size. There are pieces of you."
A small smile formed on her lips that had me transfixed. There was something about her presence that both soothed and unnerved me. I liked her being there, which was odd. I didn't like anyone in my space. However, after my afternoon revelation, when I called her my wife, even in my own mind, I found she was changing me, if only for her. I turned my attention from her, desperate to shake the hold she had on me. It did not help that my body still burned from her kiss hours earlier. As I pulled my shirt up and over my head, I reveled in the small intake of breath that slipped from Ophelia's lips. When I glanced over, she stood next to her suitcase and appeared to be stuck mid-zip of her jeans, her eyes glued to me. We stared at each other for a moment, that sweet heat circulating between us. A woman flashed her pussy at me and practically begged me to fuck her, and it did nothing to me. A simple kiss from Ophelia had my insides raging for more. "How long has it been since you've had sex?" I asked, my voice lower in tone than normal. She blinked at me, a beautiful pink blossoming across her pale flesh. I quirked a brow at her as I moved to the zipper of my slacks. She turned around, pulling something from her bag and holding it close to her chest, before practically running into the bathroom. I rid myself of my socks next, leaving me solely in my boxer briefs. That was how I slept, and I wasn't going to change that simply because she was going to be lying beside me. With a few steps, I was outside of the bathroom door, leaning against the wall. "Since your birthday, then?" The door flew open, and a flash of hunger moved through me at the sight of her scantily clad body. Every muscle tensed as my gaze crept along the swell of her small but perfect breasts and the tight peaks of her nipples. The tank top she wore left little to the imagination, but it was the little lace panties that barely covered her mound that had me nearly reaching out for her. Her eyes were wide, clothes draped over her arm, and she was blocked by my body from entering the room. For a moment I was trapped, warped by a lust that was overtaking me. A perfectly viable sexual partner stood before me, one I knew to be the perfect fit for my cock, and it took a concerted effort not to push her back in and take her against the shower wall.
"Move,"
she said, but it barely came out as a whisper. The pink was still there, enticing me to throw everything away and take her. When? I snarled, barely keeping myself in check with us being so close together and very little covering her body. She ground her teeth together before her eyes snapped to mine. Anger raged inside, but the rosy color that painted her skin still showed.
You know when.
I stepped back, allowing her to pass, resisting the urge to grab her. This is a bad idea. In a few short minutes, her closeness was affecting me. Women didn't share my bed unless I was fucking them, and I'd spent nearly the last year wanting to be buried inside her again. I entered the bathroom, emerging a few minutes later to find her tucked under the covers, lying on her side and facing away from me. Her ignoring my presence was better for us both. After sliding in next to her, I shut off the light and closed my eyes, willing sleep to take me. The cruel bastard Sandman refused to take pity on my plight, leaving me to suffer the closeness of her skin. I could feel the heat of her body warming the air beneath the blanket. She was like a furnace, and not what I had in mind when I teased her about warming my bed. She was so beautiful, feisty, and I was certain she hated me sometimes. Not that she knew me well, and I wondered if it was more that she hated herself for accepting my proposition, if she fought against me to shield herself. Wasn't that what I was doing? Using her as a shield? I'd made no promises, no declarations of feelings, though they were there. I wouldn't dare tell her. Budding and new, but I couldn't deny they were there. I wanted more from her, but held back that desire. Because our relationship was not built on a foundation of emotions, but one of mutual benefit. In the low light, I couldn't stop myself from turning toward her and staring. She'd rolled onto her back, arm thrown above her head, face angled my direction. The way her plush lips parted and her eyelashes fluttered when she dreamed captured me in curiosity. What was she dreaming about? A strand of hair fell across her forehead, and I reached out to brush it aside. My fingertips tingled at the touch, and I couldn't stop myself from cupping her face and running my thumb across her bottom lip. That beautiful bottom lip I remembered so well. Lips that haunted me, pressed against my skin, against my lips, stretched around the girth of my cock, visions that had me swelling and aching with the need to claim. I wanted her, badly. My cock ached to slip inside her, to feel the wet warmth of her snug little pussy. Being so close, feeling her warmth, only aroused me further. I couldn't remember a time I'd been so turned on. Before I realized it, I was caging her against the bed, and one leg slipped between her thighs. The heat of her pussy had my hips rocking, pressing my hardness against her. I dove down to the crook of her neck and attacked, lavishing her with teeth, lips, and tongue. "Atticus!" Her voice came out hoarse with an edge of confusion and a hint of lust. A moan left me, and I continued attacking her neck. Running my hands up her sides, my fingers tweaked her nipples and made her draw in a breath as she arched against me. "You're gonna give in to me, and you're going to do it right fucking now," I growled against her ear. All reason had flown, driven away by the consuming desire to feel her wrapped around me. "What are you talking about?" I pressed into her, our eyes meeting, and the same hunger shone back at me. "Give it to me, Ophelia. I know you want it as much as I do." Her eyes widened, and understanding crossed her features. Blinding pain surged through me, and I cried out as I fell onto the bed beside her, cupping my cock and balls. She sat up and backed into the headboard.
What the actual fuck? Are you serious right now? "No, Atticus, hell fucking no," she seethed.
The agony cleared my mind, and I shook my head. I sat up, grimacing as I moved, my eyes beseeching her. I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me." She glared at me.
"You were thinking with your dick. Don't try that shit again."
"I won't. Bad move, old boy."
Chapter 18. Ophelia. What do you do when you have unlimited funds available to you in New York? You sit at the top of your tower and never do anything. I'd been bombarded with so much during my first few weeks with Atticus. The life I led was flipped upside down, turned inside out, and shaken like a snow globe, trapped in a confusing place. If I didn't have to work, what did I do with myself? Cooking and cleaning were out. Someone else took care of that. The one upside was that I'd gotten into a great exercise routine,
Due to sheer boredom, combined with the incredible private gym that sat 22 floors below my 8,000-square-foot prison. Though, I had run into Genevieve a few times. It was almost becoming a pattern. We ran in silence next to each other on the treadmills. Even while running, she was picture perfect. I assumed all the exercise was to work off the booze from her partying. I also spent 3 days a week in swim lessons. Of course, Atticus DeLowry couldn't just find me a swim instructor or coach to improve my swimming ability. No, he hired Olympic gold medalist Rana Smith. An Olympic gold medalist! There was something about his insistence that I become a strong swimmer that kept me from fighting him on it, even if I did think Rana was overkill. All the free time to myself made self-introspection a startling discovery. I was boring as fuck. Shopping? Nope. If I needed anything, all I had to do was ask Jack or one-click it online or call Melanie. I wasn't much of a shopper anyway. Hobbies? Once upon a time I liked crafts, but I wasn't so sure about that now. Awesome centerpieces made from things from a store where everything was $1 would not be an appreciated item in the DeLowry family. I wasn't good at art or music. Maybe I could get back into video games, but that was just a brainless time suck. It would give me something to do, but it wasn't enriching in any way. Not that I needed something enriching. More that I felt like I needed something like that to keep up. I had to look up what the other DeLowry women did. Genevieve, was Genevieve. She said it best when she touted she kept the economy running. Penelope had a decent following for her music. Elizabeth was a mother as well as an entrepreneur. Georgiana was the picture of high society. Grace, sophistication, and charity work. I could probably get into charity work, but where to start with that? What kind of charity? What was I even passionate about? All I knew was that I needed to figure out what I was going to do with my life. Until then, I would continue my studies on how to be part of the 1% of the 1%. That was a staggering thought, but the more I researched the DeLowry family, the deeper the money well went. They had at least 40 properties around the world, including a private Caribbean island with its own landing strip and customs. I'd resorted to using Google to learn about the DeLowrys because I couldn't take the soul-sucking monotony of the Binder of Doom any longer. The internet was a much easier place to learn about the family than that damn binder. It was the bane of my existence, and I had fantasies of setting it on fire. I'd be damned if Atticus thought that I was going to learn about my future husband from a fucking book with bullet points. The amount of Wikipedia articles was insane, and nearly as not-tying as the binder. Births, deaths, names repeating, it was all a blur. I tried to soak up as much as I could, but if it wasn't a name I'd heard before, it didn't stick. And I didn't know that many names. Basically, whomever lived in the tower, which was Atticus's family and Reese's. Finally, I took a walk to the nearest bookstore, much to Michael's horror, and perused the shelves, settling on a biography of the family, the DeLowrys, America's royalty. The amount of books about the family on the shelves was insane. The amount online was astronomical, and once again had me wondering what the hell I'd gotten myself into. I knew he was rich. I knew the DeLowrys were huge, but I never comprehended just how enormous the numbers were, or how extensively the family was integrated into people's daily lives. Every American owned a DeLowry product, whether they knew it or not. Private yachts, private planes, and access to anything they desired. A few weeks ago, all I desired was to have enough money that I wasn't constantly pinching pennies. All the what-ifs when I'd thought in the past about winning the lottery paled in comparison to the life I was now living. My dreams were trivial compared to the wealth I was surrounded by. And again, I was stuck in the same position. What was I going to do with my life? Being the wife of Atticus de Lowry was going to be a job in itself. But outside of that, what would I do to pass the hours? Once we had a baby, things would be different and filled with someone to take care of. That thought stopped me. In as little as a year and a half, I could be a mother. How could I forget that? That it wasn't just 5 years, but also having a baby? My only guess was the fact that I'd been so consumed with my whole life switch. Maybe making a baby together could be fun instead of clinical. Really, Ophelia? After what he attempted in his family's home, I shouldn't have been thinking things like that. But I also couldn't deny that even as mad as I was that he was trying to have sex with me, I was also incredibly turned on. The weight of his body pressing into mine. The warm, wet pressure of his tongue was divine against my skin. His touch. Why did I have to want it all so much? It took everything in me to raise my knee into his groin. I hated doing it, but I also knew it was the only way to stop what would soon become the inevitable. We continued to struggle with interaction, but I knew that would fade with time. He had a softer side. I'd seen it. I just had a feeling he didn't know how to handle me. I wasn't like the other women he'd known in his life. I actually expected things of him that weren't monetary, and that threw him off. I had a lot of time to ponder Atticus as a person, since the amount of time I spent alone while he worked was staggering, and the days passed in an endless cycle of boredom and more boredom. As my birthday crept closer, I pondered what to do. One of my favorite activities was going to the casino in Queens, but I had a feeling Atticus wouldn't like me doing that. I was sure that he would be working, but the thought of another day spent alone didn't sound the least bit appealing. And yet, I had no one in my life except him. If I'd learned anything in my study of the de Lowrys, it was that being a de Lowry may seem glamorous from the outside, but the price was freedom, trust, and love. I was marrying into a large family, but I'd never felt so lonely. Did they all feel the same? I woke up like it was any other day of my never-ending cycle of boredom, but it wasn't exactly the same. At least, not for me. It was my 27th birthday and the official 1-year marker since I'd met Atticus. After having a small bit of breakfast, I headed down for a workout, because why not? When I walked into the gym, Genevieve was already there on one of the ellipticals, looking as cover model ready as ever. Had the woman ever had a pimple in her life? A rogue hair growing out of some strange spot? Something, anything about her that wasn't flawless? "Morning," I said as I climbed onto the treadmill. The high-energy music that thumped through the speakers lowered in volume. She then did something that shocked me. "Happy birthday," she said between panting breaths, surprising me more than the fact that she spoke to me. I turned to look at her and smiled. "Thank you." My brow scrunched. "How did you know?" She held up her phone. "Family calendar. All important dates and events are programmed in. Your phone should have it too. My phone? I let out a little laugh. I kind of forget I have that half the time. Forget you have what? A phone. Nobody ever calls me, and I used my laptop for internet surfing. Sometimes I used the phone, but most of the time it sat in my bedroom. Jen's eyes widened, and her pace slowed as she stared at me like I was some strange creature. Forget? Yeah. I felt uneasy under her scrutiny. I hadn't noticed it before, but despite her reputation, Genevieve had just as calculating of a gaze as Atticus did. I mean, I don't really have many friends, and I talk to my mom as little as possible. She shook her head and sighed. Maybe you two are perfect for each other. How old did you turn today? Perfect for each other? What do you mean? I mean, Atticus has few friends and even fewer people he trusts. Not surprising, really. But I think that kind of loneliness attracts loneliness. Maybe it's a good thing. God knows we need something to release that stick from his ass. I couldn't help but laugh at that, and she laughed right along with me. It felt good to talk to her in a normal conversational fashion. I turned 27 today. Plenty of time to pop out 5 kids. I tripped but caught myself, lowering my speed as I stared at her, wide-eyed. 5 kids? She nodded. De Lowrys are prolific in the child area. Father is one of 5. Well, technically 6, but one died as a baby. There are 5 of us, 5 from Uncle Henry, 5 from Uncle Hugh. Aunt Catherine only has 3, though, and Uncle James died shortly before he was to be married. See, was it really that hard? In mere seconds, Genevieve had relayed to me much of the De Lowry family tree, at least 2 generations worth, in an understandable way that wasn't a graph on a piece of paper. She gave life to names I'd read, made them real instead of just a jumble of letters inked onto processed tree pulp. Thanks. She quirked a brow at me. For? Explaining something to me like I'm a human being. She scoffed. Atticus isn't the most personable. No, he's not. It makes me wonder how he's so good at what he does. You don't have to necessarily be good at something to excel at it. What do you mean? He's not the most cutthroat, but he has other qualities that make up for it. What is it about him, then? He's the most driven, doing whatever it takes to get what he wants, what he needs. Her words sliced at me, though she didn't mean to. It wasn't the subject she was thinking of, but it still struck a chord. He knew my weaknesses and exploited them to get me to agree. Offered me financial freedom and even acquiesced to my no-sex demands. Did he even care about me as a person in the least? The wicked king. I snapped my head toward her. What did you say? That's what people call him, the wicked king. No one dares to defy him for fear of awakening the wicked king. He can topple empires in hours. The conversation I'd overheard weeks ago immediately came to mind, confirming what she said. He used the brute strength of the De Lowry power. Genevieve slowed down before stepping down and patting her face with a towel. Same time tomorrow? She asked with a friendly smile. My lips parted before turning up into a smile. I'd like that. Have a good rest of your birthday, she called with a wave. A smile crept onto my face as I sped the treadmill up. It was the first time any of the De Lowrys had talked to me like I was a person and not the trash beneath their shoe. Jen had been aloof, but less abrasive than the others. Our conversation really opened a door between us. The more I thought about her, the more I began to wonder why Atticus had such a low opinion of his sister. The wicked king.
A fitting title for such an imposing man. Chapter 19. Ophelia. The slam of a door startled me awake. I wasn't sure when I'd fallen asleep, but by the angle of the sun and the time on my clock, I'd taken a decent-sized siesta after lunch. The clack of hard soles against the wood floors grew closer, and I sat up in time to watch Atticus step through my doorway. My brow scrunched as I looked to the clock. It wasn't even 5. "Hi," he said, then pulled a beautiful bouquet of calla lilies from behind him. I gasped and stood, closing in on the soft white petals that held a violet center and were surrounded by sprigs of lavender. "Happy birthday," he said. I looked up, our eyes meeting. "Thank you." I was floored. The bouquet in my hand was so simple yet so elegantly beautiful. How did he know I loved calla lilies? He held out his hand. "Come, let's go find a vase to put those in." "Did you pick these out yourself?" I asked as I slipped my hand in his and attempted to ignore the way my skin lit up. While mentally we were still walled off from each other, or rather he was walled off from me. Physically, we'd become more relaxed. I did. When we entered the kitchen, Loreno and Amara were bustling around. "Happy birthday!" Amara shouted, a huge smile on her face as she skipped over to me and wrapped me in her arms. "Thank you," I said, surprised, but it still warmed my heart. When she pulled back, she took note of the flowers in my hand and jumped into action, pulling a vase down from one of the cabinets. "Come, come," she called, waving me over to one of the sinks. She filled the vase up, then took the flowers from me, snipping the ends before setting them inside. As she set them on the table, I couldn't help but smile as I thought about how they warmed the space up, giving life to a beautiful but cold room. When I turned back toward the kitchen, my mouth opened, but I was silenced by a smiling Loreno pushing a cake forward across the island. "For me?" I stared down at the layered cake. The colors were just like my flowers, with purple at the bottom transitioning to white at the top. The hue of the purple lightened with each little ruffle of frosting that circled the cake. "It's beautiful." Amara smiled. "Atticus picked the flavors, chocolate with a hint of lavender, and Swiss meringue buttercream frosting. On top, there are candied violet petals." I turned back to him. "Really?" He gave a nod, his expression soft, making my heart speed up. Amara began singing, Loreno jumping in, and near the end I could hear the deep timbre of Atticus beside me. I couldn't remember the last time anyone had sung to me, and I smiled at the warmth that filled me. Once they were done, Loreno cut into the cake and handed me a slice. A moan left me at the first bite. The cake was moist and rich, and the hint of lavender in the frosting was a wonderful hit of fragrance. In no time, I had devoured the whole piece. "That was so good. Thank you." "Our pleasure," Loreno said before turning back to his task of preparing dinner. "I'm going to go change," Atticus said. "Why don't you sit on the balcony, and I'll be there in a few minutes." I nodded. "All right." Grabbing a glass of wine, I moved out to the balcony and took in the skyline and the peak of the Hudson River. It was the most relaxing space in the entire condo, and I would miss it when the weather cooled. Atticus came out with the wine bottle and a glass of his own before sitting in the chair beside me. "I didn't know what to get you as a gift." "You've given me so much lately, there is no need. Besides, You've also given me access to buy just about anything I could want.
True. But those were necessities for your new life. Though there is one thing I could give you that money can't buy.
I blinked at him and watched his lips pull up into a smirk, his eyebrows rising. A groan left me and my head fell back. I can buy a little friend to help me with that.
But skin on skin is so much more enjoyable. Plus, you have the ability to have it now and not wait for delivery.
Did that kick to the balls not get through that ego of yours? I asked. That was the problem with all the touching. It created the desire for more touching. He shrugged.
I'm just offering a solution to your problem.
Aren't you helpful?
Quite.
What's for dinner? I asked, pulling the subject away from sex. He took a sip of his drink before responding.
You didn't want to go out, so I had Chef prepare your favorite.
My favorite? Did I even have one? I did love salmon. Really, just about anything Loreno made was incredible. Also, I didn't exactly say I didn't want to go out. Days before, he asked if I wanted a repeat of last year, and I said no. Then he was offering up again tonight. My body begged me to say yes, a craving that grew deeper every day. It made me regret kissing him when we were at his family home. I was only doing it to get that bitch away, but it set something off, and containing it was getting even more difficult. When I declined, he dropped the subject entirely. Did I want to go out? It was a toss-up. On one hand, it was my birthday, and I was engaged to the hottest bachelor in the country. On the other, it was my birthday, and I was engaged to the hottest bachelor in the country. Party and have fun versus lots of people all clamoring for my date. A conundrum, to be sure. What did I want to do for my birthday? Even I didn't know the answer to that. All of my needs were met, desire for anything I wanted fulfilled. And none of the stuff I used to do in my old life was acceptable in my new life. Why do you call him Chef and not Loreno? I asked as I picked at my plate an hour later.
Because that is his title. It was hard-earned, and he deserves the respect it entails.
He stopped eating and stared at my plate.
Do you not like it?
I shrugged. It's fine. Never mind. He let out a harsh sigh and leaned back.
If you tell me never mind, I will do just that. Seeing as it is your birthday, I will press for more.
It's good. It's just... I let out a sigh. It's my birthday, and you know what I really want? Pizza. A good old New York-style fold-in-half slice of pepperoni pizza with mushrooms, and a beer. Some crappy piss-water beer. And then after I've had my fill and am about to explode, I want a sundae with all the fixings except nuts. And somewhere in there, I want to celebrate with some shots of peach schnapps while playing a game of pool. He blinked at me.
That is oddly specific.
I shrugged. That's what you get when you ask a question about me or about what I want. An answer that you'll probably turn your nose up at. He was ignoring me, his attention down on his screen. Of course you're ignoring me, I said, defeat swallowing me up. The one day of the year I wanted to feel important to somebody, and there was nobody. I swallowed and blinked back the tears threatening to spill. Was this loneliness all I had to look forward to?
I'm not ignoring you, but the sooner I contact people, the sooner we will have access to all that you described.
Oh, what?
I stuttered. It's your birthday. If you want $100 of crap, then you'll get it. Now, this shitty beer, do you prefer bottle, can, or tap? He looked at me expectantly. That same expression he always wore that was devoid of emotion. I missed his smile, or really any warmth he directed at me. But I couldn't stop the warmth that blossomed at his effort to make me happy. Bottle. An hour later, Loreno's wonderfully prepared dinner was in containers in the fridge, and a huge pizza box covered the table. My mouth watered at the aroma of freshly cooked dough, gooey cheese, and the slight ting of sauce and pepperoni along with the light earthiness of mushroom. Jack arrived at the same time with his arms full of ice-cold beer, my schnapps, and a smorgasbord assortment of sundae toppings and flavors. A low moan left me after my first bite of pizza in weeks, which was weeks too long in my book. Atticus regarded me dubiously after my reaction and stared down at the pie. Please tell me you've had pizza before. In Italy. He pointed down to the box, almost eyeing it like it was some sort of monstrosity. This is not Italian pizza. No, this is New York pizza. I shook my head. You're a born and bred New Yorker, but you really don't act like it a lot of the time. How is one supposed to act? Like you don't care about... Wait, you have that part down. I racked my brain before embarrassment rose. Well, I don't know, but you should know staples of your region and this. I held up my folded slice and took a bite. Is New York pizza. My full mouth mumbled the words, but he understood. He sighed and lifted a slice, then took a tentative bite. Once he was done, he nodded. It's not terrible, he conceded. It's the best. I think you just don't like to be proven wrong. Nobody does. And who says I was wrong? You stuck your nose up at it. That is the same as you saying you thought it was disgusting. Did the words leave my lips? No. Then I have not been proven wrong. You were thinking it, though. Admit it. I goaded him. His gaze narrowed. If and when I am ever proven to be incorrect on a topic, I assure you I will own up to it. I rolled my eyes at him. A man admit he was wrong? Yeah, right. Especially when that man led the largest company in the country. How did I end up his fiancée again? Well, we hadn't been together long. What time we were in the same space was often spent in quiet solitude. After a few slices, I relaxed back in my chair. Had your fill? He asked. I took a sip of beer as I rubbed my stomach. Oh, yeah. He gave a curt nod and then stood. For a moment, I thought maybe that was the end of that, and he was going to run away again to his room. But his hand hung in the air between us. I looked from it to his eyes, and he quirked a brow. I believe a round of pool with peach schnapps was next on the list. My chest clenched, and I slid my hand in his as I stood. Why was it that on my birthday he could be caring and put forth effort, but no other day? As we passed by the counter, he grabbed the bottle and then stopped at the cabinets to pull down some glasses, which he handed to me. Where are we going? I asked, trying to ignore the warmth of his hand. I thought you'd explored all the common floors. I nodded. I had, and that was when it clicked. It had only been a glance into the game area in those first few days, but in the center there was a beautifully carved pool table. Once off the elevator, he pulled me through the large double doors, and there it was.
Large lion heads were carved into the dark-stained wooden legs and on the side. In the middle was the De Lowry family crest. Deep red felt covered the top, and along a nearby wall sat a rack full of cues. On a nearby table, Atticus sat the bottle of schnapps down and I followed with the glasses. He released my hand, and I hated the immediate disappointment of missing his touch. After pouring 2 glasses, he handed me one.
I know this birthday is very different from your last, but I am pleased to be spending it in your company once again.
He held up his glass. Our eyes met, and I sucked in a breath at the intensity in his blue depths. His expression was as stoic as ever, but inside him was a fire that I longed to feel.
Happy birthday, Ophelia.
I smiled at him before tipping my glass back. The burn of the schnapps raced down my throat while the peach flavoring tingled on my tongue. Atticus's face scrunched up, and he gave the bottle a very, "What the fuck is this shit?" look that made me laugh before pouring more. "It gets better," I said as I handed him a full glass again.
I highly doubt that. Are you certain this is okay for human consumption? Should there be a poison warning on it somewhere?
That made me throw my head back in laughter. Hey, I lived off this stuff.
I definitely need to introduce you to some good spirits.
My whole body warmed, and I couldn't keep the smile from my face as I turned to the table. Atticus pulled me over to the wall to pick a cue.
8 ball, 9 ball, 1 pocket?
He asked as he rubbed the chalk block on the tip.
Huh? What game are we playing?
My eyes widened. Was there more than one? Solids and stripes?
That would be 8 ball.
I'm about to get my ass handed to me, aren't I? A chuckle left him.
Have another drink. Maybe that will help.
It helps in darts. His eyes widened in horror.
Drunk with a sharp object being thrown? No matter how much you plead, I will decline.
Spoil sport.
You would hit me out of spite.
Maybe. I followed his idea and poured another drink while he racked up the balls.
Birthday girl is first,
he said with a bow, his arm extended toward the table. I blew out a breath as I leaned over the edge of the table with my arm extended, the neck of the cue resting on my fingers with my pointer finger looped over the top as I lined it up with the cue ball. It's been a while, I said as I began to wonder why I thought it was a good idea. I pulled back on the cue, then pushed it forward. The cue ball rocketed forward, surprising me as it slammed into the tip of the pyramid and sent balls scattering across the felt. The satisfying thunk of the red 7 ball against the edge before falling into the pocket had me cheering. Solids! I threw my hands up in the air, laughter pouring from me. It was infectious, and a smile crossed Atticus's normally stern, handsome features.
Just because it's your birthday, don't expect me to go easy on you.
I don't think backing down from a challenge is even in your DNA.
Probably not.
With that, he proceeded to kick my ass. He won, with me only sinking 3 balls. The next game, we made a wager. 1 shot for every ball your opponent sinks. When he scored 2 at once on his first shot, he declared half shots, or as he said, I wasn't going to make it to the end of the game. Again, he won. You cheat, I said.
It's a good thing you ate a lot of pizza. Otherwise, you would be on your ass instead of lazily smiling at me.
I shrugged. Happy drunk. He tucked a lock of hair behind my ear.
I like it.
If my cheeks weren't already nice and rosy from the alcohol, they were after his intimate touch. We were still so far apart, but I felt that the night was bringing us closer together.
Come, I want to show you something I think you might enjoy.
I slipped my hand in his, warmth spreading through me at the simple touch. It made me realize I'd begun to miss that natural connection, and I tightened my hold to soak it in for as long as I could. It wasn't the first time he'd taken my hand, but it was the first time when my barriers were down and I allowed myself to feel him, if even just for a few short hours.
I don't know if you've seen this area yet, but I thought you might like this,
he said. He pulled me into the theater, another area I'd just poked my head into simply because I didn't know how it worked. Inside was a stadium seating layout with a row of beautiful black leather tufted recliners in a 1-2-1 setting, creating a love seat in the middle. He pulled a tablet off the wall as I plopped down into one of the seats.
This tablet controls everything in this room, from the lights to the sound. It also shows you everything that is available to view, which is pretty much everything.
I looked at the screen, my mouth dropping open at the New Releases tab, and the summer blockbusters that hadn't even been released yet. This is amazing. Do you really have that? I asked, pointing to one of the newest Marvel movies. It didn't come out for 2 more months.
Yes.
How? He caught my eye.
We're DeLauries.
So you just get everything beforehand? He nodded.
At least when it comes to movies. It helps that we own a few studios.
Seriously? He sighed and shook his head.
Are you ever going to finish the folio?
I glared up at him, but then began laughing, my face planting into the side of his arm. I've tried, it's just so boring. And even with all that I've read, I've retained so little because have I mentioned how boring it is?
My life and family are boring?
Oh no, your family is some kind of soap opera drama, but that thing is so dry.
What have you learned?
That you need a better recorder of your history.
Besides that.
Oh, well, that you're kind of amazing. You have more accomplishments before the age of 6 than I've had in my entire life, I said, my high wearing off as that fact sunk in. After my dad died, I was really lost. Then my mom married Lou, and I spent my time just trying to get out of there and stay away from him.
Stay away from him?
I nodded. Lou drinks a lot. Way more than I did tonight, and he's not a happy drunk. He never liked me, but get some booze in him and he hated the sight of me. Atticus's jaw clenched, and I reached up to smooth the tightness away. I learned fast. Mom told me, she warned me, that if I didn't want to get hit, to stay away when he was like that. If I messed up and he hit me, Mom told me it was my fault, that I should have noticed and known to keep from his view.
Your mother said that to you? Rather than keep you safe, she blamed you for upsetting her husband, her own daughter?
There was so much anger pouring out of him that all I could do was nod. I sucked in a breath at the feel of his fingers against my cheek.
You never have to worry about him or being struck again. I promise you that.
I shook my head. You can't promise that. He gripped my chin and tilted my head back until our eyes met.
I will protect you, Ophelia. You are mine.
A heat enveloped me when he called me his with the slight gravel in his voice. Being all alone with him, saying such things, only seemed to heighten the attraction. the pull that always seemed to circulate between us. I reached up and ran my fingers against his lips, then pressed them to my own as an indirect kiss that pooled the warmth of desire between my thighs. When I moved my gaze from his lips to his eyes, the fire inside me roared to life. Why did I say no sex? It was something I was sorely regretting at that moment. It would be an act I would regret in the morning, but right then all I wanted was for him to touch me. Suddenly he turned his head and stood, leaving me staring up at him. He held out his hand.
Come, there are still ice cream sundaes to be made.
Despite his sudden cool attitude, the heat of his hand soothed me. "Oh my God, I have a great idea," I said as we walked to the elevators.
"And what is that, my dear?"
"Put the peach schnapps into the ice cream."
"I think that would be a terrible idea,"
he said with a chuckle, a small smile playing on his lips. "You're so pretty when you smile," I said with a dreamy sigh.
"Pretty, huh?"
I nodded, then my brow furrowed. "You're so unbelievably—" I can't say pretty again, but the words are gone, but you are so pretty.
"And I think you've had enough of that awful peach stuff."
We returned back up to the penthouse, and I looked over all the goodies Jack had procured. All sorts of candies and cookies, chocolate, fruit and caramel sauces, maraschino cherries, whipped cream, fresh fruit slices, and even some marshmallow fluff. I sat down on one of the stools, salivating as Atticus pulled the ice cream out of the freezer and grabbed a few bowls and spoons. It was quite possibly the first time I'd ever seen him do anything in the kitchen other than eat, so I was a little shocked he knew where anything was. I bit down on my lip in an effort to contain my smile as I watched him scoop large globs into the bowls before handing one to me. The assortment of toppings was so extensive I didn't know if I would be able to decide, so I broke the bowl up into 3 sections. On one, I added in cookie bits and chocolate, a little marshmallow. On another, some fruit sauce, fresh fruits, and chocolate shavings. The third consisted of every type of candy, whipped cream, and a cherry on top. He chuckled as he looked at my bowl. "I couldn't decide," I said defensively, then dove into my concoction. It was kinda the best of worlds, though when I got near the end, the sections had melted together and left a strange combination of bites. Not bad, just not exactly the best. When we were done, he set our bowls in the sink, and when he returned, I threw my arms around his shoulders and pressed my face into his neck. He seemed a bit confused and hesitated to wrap his arms around me, but finally did, and I sank into his warmth. "Thank you for tonight. I know it wasn't much, but it was exactly what I wanted and needed." His arms flexed, pulling me tighter against him. "You're welcome. Happy birthday." The longer I stayed in his arms, the more the electricity charged between us. Slowly, I pulled away, my lips slipping across his jaw as I leaned back. Our eyes met, and my fingers flexed while the attraction grew, burning deep inside me. My inhibitions were subdued by the drinks, and all I wanted was to feel his lips against mine, his skin to mine. His lips ghosted mine, and then he let out a groan as he stepped back, my arms slipping from him. "Good night, Ophelia." "Atticus?" His jaw flexed and he shook his head. "No sex," he hissed. "Your condition." The warmth was gone. replaced by a steaming anger beneath the surface. Then he disappeared down the hall, leaving me standing alone in the kitchen. I jumped at the slamming of his door and slumped back down onto the stool. Despite the abrupt ending, it had been the most fun I'd had in a year. A harsh laugh left me at the thought. Atticus DeLowry. Pain in my ass 364 days a year. Knight in shining armor 1 day a year. The evening wasn't some grand revelation. Our interactions weren't going to change. But I appreciated the one night where we weren't constantly dancing around each other. The one night I could just be me. Chapter 20. Ophelia. Almost a month had passed since we signed the contract, and the announcement was everywhere. One of the world's most eligible bachelors, Atticus DeLowry, CEO of the DeLowry Corporation, was off the market. And I was freaking the fuck out. After my birthday, Atticus returned to his MO of minimal interaction and keeping me at arm's length as much as he could. Even more so, it felt like. Which was why I was stomping back and forth in front of the muted television screen that held our faces. Pictures from our engagement session, my college ID, photos from who knows where. They were already digging into my life and my past for a tabloid news story. "Why are you second-guessing yourself?" Atticus asked, his jaw twitching in annoyance. I paced back and forth in front of him. He sat in the middle of the sofa in lounge pants and a white undershirt, a level of dressed down I never thought I'd see him in, and I had to admit I liked it. Then again, it was his house, and it was 7 a.m. on a Sunday. Because it's out there now. My little bubble of nobody knowing or caring who the hell I am is shattered. They're going to be digging into my life. They already had. And what if they find something? His lips formed a thin line, and he sighed. "Ophelia, I've been through your history, thoroughly. There is nothing there that is scandalous." There could be. One of his eyebrows lifted. Is there something I missed? I threw my hands up in the air. I don't know. He stood and walked past me into the kitchen. This is annoying and not worth my time. That's what you have to say about my concerns? I asked, following him. If I felt they were valid. Great. Nice to know my emotions are invalid. I seethed. The whole situation was his idea, so I felt he could at least reassure me. But instead he was spoiling for a fight. It could be the lack of coffee. He rubbed his forehead. Was being your emotional support part of the contract? Oh, how I wanted to slap him. Is being a decent human being to the woman you dragged into this that difficult for you? You weren't kicking and screaming when I slipped that ring on your finger. It wasn't the reaction I was expecting. Maybe he woke up on the wrong side of the bed. That was the morning vibe, and I hated it. Though not as much as I hated myself for still wanting a taste of him. And fuck, I liked his anger, because all I could imagine was him directing that energy into pinning me against the wall and fucking me until I couldn't walk. He had reduced me to a quivering mess when he was near. A mess that wanted nothing more than to feel him stretching me. Not good. You are such a fucking asshole, I growled, both in frustration at him and myself for letting my hormones take over for a moment. So I'm told. Look, I warned you, Ophelia, that this would happen. For the last month, you've been safely concealed, but that is gone. You must accept it and learn to live with it, because this is your life.
For the next 5 years, I grumbled. No, for life. I blinked up at him. What? You think when we divorce they will suddenly leave you alone? You haven't even begun to live under their scrutiny yet. This was just a tidbit. It will ebb and flow like the tide, but when we divorce, a tsunami will crash upon the shores just as it is now. Their curiosity will be reignited. Why do they care? I don't know. All I do know is that they will follow you, bait you, but you must remain calm and reserved. Don't give them any fodder. There is a reason I don't go out often. A reason for a curtained-off booth. I was beginning to understand his desire for seclusion. Exactly. From now on, you are not to ever leave without Michael or one of the others driving you. This will calm down, but it will take time. For now, be on guard. And for all that is holy, don't do anything stupid. I spent the rest of the day stupidly surfing the internet, reading articles and watching videos. The warped way people chose to view me was unnerving. They knew nothing about me. Eventually, I fell asleep on the couch, the TV playing in the background, and my laptop open with the headline, DeLowry Head to Wed Waitress. When I awoke the next morning, silence greeted me. Atticus had probably turned the TV off, and he was already gone. Not that there was really a way to tell. He came and went as he pleased, saying nothing, though there was a blanket laid over me that wasn't there before. My muscles were sore and stiff from the couch, and I decided the best cure was a run to work it all out. When I arrived after some breakfast, the gym was empty. It wasn't often that I found another DeLowry working out, and 99% of the time it was Jen. We seemed to be on the same schedule. So one time as I was walking in, my shoulder slammed into the arm of Hamilton, who simply sneered at me before continuing to the elevators. Once when I left the pool, I caught a glimpse of what I assumed were the twins, Silas and Atlas. I'd barely gotten the treadmill going when the door opened and Jen stepped in. "Morning," I said with a smile, happy to not be alone. It was then that it hit me just how lonely I'd become if any interaction was welcomed. That, and I was actually really starting to like Genevieve. "Morning. How is it living in the limelight?" she asked with a grin. My expression dropped. Terrible. Is your brother always such an elusive asshole? Yes. We both laughed at that, and it felt good after my strained days with Atticus. After a 30-minute run, we moved over to the Pilates Reformers and completed a 1-hour online class. I hadn't felt that strong or that in shape in my life. My already straight figure was still straight, but I was gaining some tone in my muscles, and my ass was popping. Maybe I'd find some way to flaunt it in front of Atticus since I remembered how much he liked it. "You want to come up for lunch?" "Not if he's there." "He's not. He was gone when I woke, and I didn't see him after the morning yesterday. I really think he just wanted to get away from me." "Things are going that well." I shrugged. I don't know what I was thinking when I said yes. It felt good to be able to talk to someone about how I felt after staying silent for so long. I'd confided in her that Atticus and I were basically a marriage of convenience, but I didn't tell her about the contract. "That he's worth a whole lot of money?" I shook my head. "I don't care about the money." She reached for my arm and halted my steps. "Be real with me. You do care about the money. Everyone does. The question is, what does it mean to you?" Thinking about it, she was right. As much as I wanted to say I didn't care about the money, I obviously did.
as I thought about how $10 million would change my life. But that was 5 years out. I didn't expect the amount of money Atticus was spending on me to prepare me to stand beside him. Just the weight of my student debt no longer hanging around my neck was a relief our agreement afforded. I care about it in that it got me out of my crappy situation, that I wouldn't have to worry about scraping by anymore, that maybe I could have a breather and figure out what I want to do. So he was a lifeline. I guess it's okay to admit it. I just don't want people to think I'm with him just for the money. It was more than the money, right? It was the ghost of a single night that had me imagining fantasies of what life with him could be. Why do you care? It's bad enough people are already saying so much shit about me. I'd turned it off that morning for fear of smashing it when they played the song Gold Digger behind their snarky remarks. And I scrunched my brow. Don't you care what people think about you? She shook her head. I make them think what I want them to think. That way if I do something wild, they just shrug. And here I thought you were just a spoiled little bitch. Meow, little kitty. And you would think right. I am a spoiled little bitch, and I own it. I smiled at her. You're also the nicest person in your family. Can't be the hostess if you're not friendly. Then nobody would come party. Oddly, she had a point. Tell you what, I'm going to take a shower, and then I'll come up and we'll order some lunch and chill on that veranda he has. I nodded. That sounds good. I'm going to do the same. I'll leave the door unlocked so you can come on in. After a shower, I slid on a pair of shorts and a tank top, ready to see if we had anything for lunch. While I waited for Jen, my phone went off. My mom's number flashed across the screen, and I answered without a pause. Hi, Mom. Not your mom, Lou's gruff voice replied. I froze and thought about hanging up. What do you want? What you owe me. I don't owe you anything, Lou, I spat. His breath was harsh through the phone. Listen here, you little bitch. You're going to get me 50 grand, or I go to the press. In the background, I heard my mother's voice say, 100 grand. I ground my teeth together as the last thread to my mother frayed before snapping. Any relationship we might have had was dead. She was as shitty as her worthless husband. 100 grand, he said, his tone loud as he tried to inflect force into it. Go to the press with what? I asked with little inflection. He was out of his fucking mind if he thought I was going to play his game. He wasn't getting a dime, and I wasn't going to allow him to bully me. The media would eat up Little Miss Goody-Goody's past. It's filled with all sorts of scandalous things. You're full of shit. Maybe, but they don't fact-check that shit. They'll eat it up, especially with all the photographs I have of you. Especially this one of you kissing your high school boyfriend, Jimmy Veretti. Wasn't he just convicted of murder? He's not going to marry you with that kind of bloody baggage tainting his pristine image. The blood drained from my face. By your silence, I'm guessing we have an understanding. Now, be a good little bitch and be useful for something. The line went dead, and I slammed my phone onto the bed as I let out a scream. It bounced, hitting the headboard before settling at the base of my pillow. Tears filled my eyes as dread settled in my stomach. There were no skeletons in my closet. Atticus even said there weren't. But there were. Did he just think they didn't matter?
The move wasn't surprising from Lou, but it was from my mom. I was done with her. It all crashed down on me. The anxiety, the loss, and the fear. And tears fell from my eyes as it washed over me. I fell back down onto the bed and curled up in the middle as I let out a sob. "Are you okay?" Jen asked as she stood in front of me. I didn't know how long I'd been crying, but it started to abate. I sniffled and wiped away the tears. "No." "Do you need a drink?" I let out a laugh. "Fuck, yes." "Good. It's a deal then." "Wait, deal? What kind of deal?" She disappeared into my closet. "Jen?" A moment later, she popped out, a Cheshire grin on her face. "Drinks and dancing. Just what the doctor ordered." I tilted my head and shook it slightly. "I don't know about that. It's 3 PM. Besides, Atticus can go fuck himself," she said, cutting me off. "Besides, he isn't here, and even if he was, he wouldn't be able to help. By the time we get ready, it's going to be at least 6. Booze and letting loose for once will help tremendously. Your spirits will be lifted in no time, and you will forget all about whatever has caused the waterworks pouring from your eyes." Atticus had steered me away from getting close to Jen, but she was right. I did need to let loose. I needed a break on the outside from being the perfect little DeLowry in training, and away from the reminder of the shit parents I'd had for the last 20 years. "Grab whatever you need and let's go to my place. There is nothing in that closet for you, but there is plenty in mine." The moment we were in Jen's condo, she headed straight into the master bedroom and into the massive closet. I was in a bit of shock about her place, thinking it might be a mess, but it was in perfect order and pristine shape. Jen reappeared after a few minutes in her closet and tossed a small scrap of clothing at me. "Here, wear this." I stared down at the dress. It was skimpier than anything I'd ever wear. It was short and had a cut-out, asymmetrical one-shoulder design with an envelope hem. It was a coral color, not my usual, and I kinda liked it. The music was ear-splitting, but it quieted my thoughts. For the first time since my birthday, I was genuinely happy and enjoying myself. The drinks were strong, and my inhibitions lowered as worry flew out the window. I quickly found that I actually liked my future sister-in-law as a person. She came across as a spoiled party princess, but she possessed so much more under that tough exterior, and now I'd started to figure her out. It didn't matter that I knew none of her friends. They welcomed me. More than one handed me a drink, and as my hips swayed to the beat, I felt a body press against mine. Time had no meaning as I lost myself. To the music, to the drinks, to the sway of the beat. I was free and flying and smiling. Then I felt it. The intensity of a gaze I knew very well. I stopped dancing and opened my eyes, the smile fading from my face as an angry god stared me down. Atticus was wickedly gorgeous in his fury.
Chapter 21. Atticus. I shook with rage at the photo that showed up on my phone. A photo of Ophelia dancing with Jen in a dress that was too short and too tight, with some asshole's arm around her waist, had me on my feet and racing toward the elevator. I studied it to keep from punching the wall as the cab descended. She held a drink in her hand, her hair matted against her glistening face, eyes unfocused.
I told her to stay away from Genevieve, and on today of all days, when the world was hyper-focused on her, she did the worst thing possible. For all the tamping down I'd done, for all the information I'd had hidden or erased, and it was all for naught. She would be scrutinized even harder, dissected and labeled in the same category as Genevieve. Damien was waiting for me at the front door with the car running. "Go," I said as soon as I slammed the door shut. There was no need to say more. He was the one who forwarded me the photo, after all. 10 minutes later, we pulled up to the front of the club. "Meet me around back?" "What about security? Jason is in there, correct?" I asked, needing verification that Genevieve's bodyguard was where he was supposed to be. He nodded. "Michael's also in the background. Pull him when I get her out." "Yes, sir." I exited the car and strode toward the entrance. The bouncer didn't even attempt to slow my pace, giving me a nod as he held the door open. Lights flashing, music thumping, and a crowd going wild, everything I hated about clubs. Luckily, finding my sister and my fiancé wouldn't be difficult. Look for the largest group of people. Genevieve better be hiding from me. Anger rolled through me, a fire raging as I pushed my way through the crowd. When I made my way past the barrier, I found my Ophelia dancing with a blinding smile, in a dress that left little to the imagination, with a strange man grinding against her. I wanted to hate-fuck the hell out of her. Turned on and angry were a bad combination. It was bad enough my anger was at explosive levels. I knew what would happen when I let it out. She stopped, her eyes finding mine. The smile faded, and her alcohol-fuzzy eyes widened. "Atticus," she said, my name rolling off her tongue in a delicious way. It only made my need to possess her greater. I stepped forward, glaring down at her. Fuck! In that moment, I hated her for what I was going to be forced to do. My attention shot to the imbecile behind her, and his hand that rested on her hip. "Get your fucking hand off my fiancé before I break it!" His eyes widened, and he stepped back. She never even glanced back at him. What little awareness she held remained focused on me. Looming over her, I grabbed hold of her arm. "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" I seethed, not waiting for an answer as I turned and pulled her through the throng of people. "I was just spending time with Jen," she said as she tried to free her arm from my grip, a grip I was trying desperately to tame in as my anger was at the point of exploding. Desperation to hit the man who dared to lay a finger on her burned in my veins. I wanted to rip him from her skin and imprint my touch until she collapsed from exhaustion. A moment later, we crashed through the back door where Damien was waiting. "Atticus, you're hurting me." I spun toward her and pulled her close. "I don't fucking care." I roughly pushed her into the back of the car and climbed in after her before the car sped off toward home. "Ow!" she whined as she rubbed at her arm. There were dark imprints from my hand, and a wave of guilt rushed through me. I tamped it down before it became anything more than a fleeting notion. She needed to learn, and I was going to make tonight the example. Fuck her for making me. The ride from the club to home lasted an eternity as my rage simmered. I clenched and unclenched my fists to keep my tightly wound muscles calm and my mouth from expelling the vile vitriol that was to come. When we arrived in the parking garage, she got out and followed behind me. I'd already exploded in public once, and I was not about to make that mistake again. Once we were home, she tipsily walked down toward the great room, but I grabbed her again and spun her, pinning her against the wall. "Explain." Her eyes were wide but unfocused as she stared up at me, her lips parted. "I was just blowing off some steam with Jen." "Any phrase that includes you being with Jen needs to be ripped from your vocabulary. You are never to go out with her again. Do you understand me?" Her brow scrunched and she pushed at my chest. "No, I don't. Why is it bad that I spend time with her? She's your sister." "Because Jen brings nothing but bad press, and tomorrow morning your photo is going to be plastered all over the tabloid and gossip columns. That my fiancé was letting loose with the DeLowry bad girl, and I guarantee it will be the worst photograph you have ever taken. Your image is my image, and I cannot and will not have it mixed up with Jen more than it already is." "Oh," was all she said, her gaze drifting to my mouth. She reached up and unsteadily dragged her fingertips down my lips. "You know, you're sexy when you're angry." My lip curled up. "As much as I might want to take some of my anger out on your pussy right now, you're drunk." Grabbing her arm again, I hauled her to her room, drink some water, and go to bed. Once she was inside and the door was closed, I entered my office, heading straight for the bar. I poured myself a scotch and swallowed it down in 2 large gulps, then refilled the glass and repeated. I told her to stay away from Jen. It baffled me that she even went out with her. I was going to be spending the next morning trying to cover up this disaster. If she'd just been one of Jen's friends, it wouldn't be an issue. The problem was that her finger held my ring.
We had been announced, and the vultures were looking for any vulnerability to attack. And she'd presented her jugular. Now I was going to be forced to show her why I was called the Wicked King. Fuck, I hissed. I knew our arrangement was difficult for her to acclimate to, but I'd kept myself at arm's length on purpose. Every day with her weakened me more and more, and I'd begun to regret my decision. Every encounter made me want her more. She'd opened up a part of me I never knew was there. The crack that started the night we met. The one she squeezed her way into. And in the morning, I was going to kill any notion in her mind that I was a person she could care about. No, in the morning, she would be treated like any DeLowry who screwed up. And she would hate me. A heaviness settled in my chest. I should have chosen Bridget or Antonia to avoid all this. They were upper class and were familiar with the world in which I circulated. I wouldn't have had to be the bad guy to Ophelia. I could have kept my longing at a distance without her ever knowing she affected me, and in return, she would never be hurt by me. Things were already in motion, and I needed another set of eyes. After throwing back the rest of my drink, I dialed Hugo's number. After talking to Hugo, I went to bed but only slept about 2 hours when my phone started pinging with notifications, pulling me from the warmth of my bed. Fuck, I hissed as I glanced over the screen. Guess I'm getting up. The damage was already filtering in. As I suspected, they found the worst representation of her as they could. Hair wild, eyes drooped, drink in hand, mouth open, at an angle, some douche behind her, and her fucking ring front and center. After a shower and dressing, I headed down the hall. Upon entering the kitchen, I was surprised to find Ophelia up and sitting casually at the island, sipping from a mug and chatting with a maid who was putting away dishes. Leave, I told the maid, who didn't hesitate to set down what she was doing and walk to the elevator. Good morning, Ophelia said. Her tone held a repentant edge, but I couldn't let it sway me. I couldn't look at her. I hated myself for what I was about to do, and I hated her for making me do it. The next words out of my mouth were filled with a venom edge that sat like a stone in my stomach.